Так, коллеги, еще раз доброе утро всем. Рад вас видеть.
Good
Нас, мне
morning.
кажется, стало больше или зал поменьше?
Well,
На самом
this
деле вчера было
room
почти 200
is
человек, сегодня у нас 120, потому
smaller,
что сегодня кто-то
and
зарегистрировался, так и
the
нас
other
около
day there
200
were
человек.
more
Рад вас
people,
приветствовать на
and I
фотохранилище
am
Hermitage.
glad to
Кто-нибудь здесь не
welcome
был?
you
Поднимите руки, пожалуйста, кто не был.
who has never been
Ничего себе.
here.
Мы
Wow,
плохо пропагандируем фотохранилище.
wow, we should promote
Напомню тогда в двух словах
this
про само
building more.
фотохранилище, просто там, где вы находитесь, это
I
достаточно
would like
любопытная
to
вещь.
remind you where
Значит, это
you
первое
are. I mean,
фотохранилище, которое
about this
строилось как
building.
открытое
This is the
фотохранилище. То
first
есть мы
stock
сюда вводим экскурсии.
storage
Это принципиально
whereby
отличалось в свое время,
we
сейчас уже у многих
tour
есть такая.
people
Значит,
around.
изначально
And
начало
initially,
строительства было в 1986
well,
году. Столетие
actually, the
еврейства
construction
встроили в
started in
Фине. Это,
1984.
наверное, видно.
Uh, it
Много
was
птиц,
constructed
луна,
by
по
the
крайней мере,
Finnish
видно,
company.
потому
We
что
can see that
последнее
it
здание
was
построил
Finn's
уже наш
hands,
отечественный
but
подрядчик
the
и
last building was
представитель
constructed by
цивилизации,
our
к сожалению.
domestic
К сожалению, пока не к
contractor,
нам.
and
Вот.
unfortunately, we see the
Но
difference,
что здесь
unfortunately.
удивительного? То, где вы находитесь, вообще-то здесь
And
был бассейн, планировался построить
before
бассейн.
they
Мы сидим с вами под
had the
бассейном,
plans to
там
have
есть
a
балкон,
swimming pool
но
constructed
после того,
right
как
here,
проект
so you're sitting
разработали,
in the
конечно,
swimming
бассейн
pool. Of
вынужден
course,
был
it's a
приводнить.
joke
Я не очень, честно говоря, как он
because
там появился, но
at the
понятно,
pre-feed
что
stage and feed
водоподготовка требовала
stage,
именно хлорки, и
then
понятно, что
the
это невозможно было,
authorities
да, так
said
сказать,
no
сделать
to the construction of the swimming
в
pool
музее, в хранилище.
because
Поэтому
it's
вот из
the
бассейна
stock
сделали
storage
переходный зал,
and
вверху
lots of
тоже
chlorine
зал, то есть
had to
такой
be
стандартный
used in the
советский
swimming
бассейн с двумя
pool, so
балконами,
it
надо
was
видеть,
not there,
25-метровый.
but
Вот
it
он,
was
не
supposed to be a
современный, на самом деле, с вами.
conventional
Мне кажется,
standard
получился
size
вполне
Soviet
приличный,
type
хороший
swimming
зал,
pool with two balconies. I
но
think
без
it's a
воды,
very good
пожалуйста.
hall here, but without water.
Соответственно, из
Sorry, guys,
удивительного
for that.
здесь, это так как строили финны,
It
а в
was
Финляндии нельзя
constructed by
построить
the
здание без
Finns,
сауны, то здесь две
and
сауны,
it's not possible to have the building
потому
constructed
что в
without
проекте
sauna, so
невозможно
there are two
через...
saunas here
И в
because
Финляндии нельзя, запрещено строить здание, в которых
it's
просто нет сауны.
just
Поэтому тут есть две сауны и маленький спортзал,
prohibited to
где
the
сотрудники
Finns to
пока работают.
have a building
Так
constructed
что я
without
вас не
saunas.
приглашаю,
So
просто
I'm not inviting you to the
рассказываю про
sauna,
какие-то
to
вещи.
the steam bath now.
Вот.
I'm just
Значит,
telling you about this
строилось и
building.
продолжает строиться это здание, оно
And
очень
this
из многих этапов состоит.
building
Мы сейчас с вами
construction consists
находимся
of many
во второй очереди
stages.
этого
Now
здания.
we're in
И, в
the
принципе, большое здание
second stage
фотохранилища
of this
было сначала
set of
построено, потом
buildings.
вот это
First, there
здание, где
was
есть
the
подсобный зал,
larger
фотохранилище,
building
инсталляционная
of the
лаборатория.
stock
В первом
storages
тоже есть
here. There
инсталляционная
is
лаборатория.
also
Потом построили
laboratory
тут
and
после такой
other
золотой,
premises
если вы что видите,
done.
если нет, я на него
Golden
картинок.
color
Это тоже все
building was
хранение.
added
И
up. It's
последний
also for
потом
the
биологическая
stocks of the
лаборатория,
Hermitage, and
где
then
мы травим всяких насекомых,
biological laboratory
жучков и тому подобное,
whereby
вымораживаем, травим газом, в
we're
общем, такой
grappling
лагерь.
with pests,
И
different
потом
bugs,
здание
and
инженерное, оно называется
then
инженерно-реставрационное,
there is
там
the engineering
единственное,
restoration
единственное в
building,
стране, но
the
третье в
only
мире,
one in the country, number 3
мойка-стояк.
in the world.
Это такая огромная
It's
ванна, 9,
the
это у нас сколько, 9
huge
на 9, что ли, метров,
bathtub,
в
9
котором
by
можно
9
расстелить палеву,
meters. It's possible to place a
джакузи такой, как
tapestry
пузырь, и
inside. It's
реставраторы
like a
могут лежа на
jacuzzi
ней
bath,
ездить,
and
что там вот таких
restorators
одна в Америке, одна в
could
Испании,
just
одна у нас
slide around
очень
it on
дорогое
this
удовольствие, но большие шпалеры
tapestry.
было
It's
невозможно
very
реставрировать и
expensive,
мыть
but
без
it's
этого.
not possible to
Ну, остальное там
restore
просто технические всякие
tapestries
помещения, в том числе
otherwise. And there are
реставрационные
lots of
мастерские.
different technical
Мы продолжаем
premises,
строительство с 86 года
restoration
еще раз.
laboratories.
Безусловно, что
The
уже там
construction
сколько-то,
goes
308
on
лет
since
построен. На той стороне
1984,
железной
so
дороги
it's yet
сзади
it's
нас
work in
строится
progress for
библиотека.
34
Это
years.
будет
On the
первая
other side
публичная
of the
библиотека по
railroad,
искусству. У
there
нас
is
порядка
the work in
800
progress.
тысяч
It's
книг
they would be
по
building of
искусству.
the library.
Исключительно мы
It's
хотели
more than
сделать ее публичной, потому что в
800,000
Малом Эрмитаже
books
она
on
просто не
art.
помещается. Ну,
We
то есть
would like to
библиотека
make
еще
it a
как-то
public
помещается, люди туда
library
уже зайти не могут.
because
Библиотека
the
50
Hermitage
тысяч
library,
квадратных
the
метров,
main building, is
достаточно
small
большая,
enough.
и
It's
весь
a
этап
huge
строительства — это
library,
соединение их мостов,
and
согласование железной дороги получено на
so
площадь
we
железной дороги
got all
трехэтажной,
the
которая соединит
approvals and
здание в единый комплекс
compliances from the
библиотеки.
authority of the railroad, so
Ну, у
there
нас
will
еще
be
дальше есть участок, мы пока
contemporary
решаем, что там
library on
строить.
the other side
В общем,
across the
какая-то бесконечная
rails.
вещь.
And there is one
Не
more
обязательно закончить
plot
строительство,
of land that
но,
maybe
слава
will
богу,
construct
есть
something
куда
more. So it's
развиваться. Но это
this
просто в двух словах.
is yet work
Значит,
in
завтра будет
progress.
экскурсия,
That's
все
in
вы,
a
конечно,
nutshell
не
about the
увидите, по
building.
всем
Tomorrow you'll
помещениям
be toured
достаточно тяжело
around
пройти,
all
но
the
сегодня здесь можете
premises.
решить
not all, of course, but it's more than 80,000 square meters, and 50,000 square meters is work in progress. When it's fully constructed, it will be larger than the main complex. Altogether, we have got 256,000 square meters altogether. Well, that was by way of a preface. Now we'll get down to work, and before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to tell you that we coped with the goal we set for ourselves, and we printed this manual about museum lighting. It's sort of a guidebook for museum technicians, and we have several more about anti-terror and anti-fire systems, manuals for technical specialists. By the year end, we'll have another guidebook. It's about IT safety and IT security. Once again, this guidebook was published by the Hermitage Union of Museums of Russia, but not by the Ministry of Culture. It was not part of it. When we submitted our suggestion to the ministry to have them published, they refused. So we're working with the International Union of Museums and the Committee of Museums of Russia. It's not an official document. It's not registered by the Minister of Justice. It was not written for specialists. I think maybe it's too boring for specialists. You all know that. But for museum workers, it's important because sometimes a director or custodians of smaller museums end up being in charge of the safety of the building. So this manual and instruction book is very important for them. So that will be our first speaker, Alexander Isayev, one of the authors of those technical methodological recommendations in this guidebook. Thanks a lot. Good morning. Alexey Valentinovich briefly filled you in on what you're going to expect here. I'll come up with the overview of this manual. And just, I would like to recap on the other day, my observations for the other day. Most part of the speakers, one way or the other, reflected those issues, which are part of those guidelines and manual. The color of this cover of this document is yellow and green, same as the colors of the conference. We do that deliberately as the continuation of certain moments we have been discussing, because it's our third conference already. So let me start. And we had them printed the other night, typically. It's even warm if you touch it. This guidebook is warm to the touch. We can hand them over to all of you, but I don't think you really need those manuals if you're a specialist. But you'll listen to this presentation and you'll figure out whether you need it or not. All those manuals could be downloaded online from the website of the Hermitage, on the website of the ICOM, the Union of Museums, and the websites, they are available electronically. Or some like this printed version, some like it online, whatever. As Alexei Valentinovich said, this manual will come in handy for the workers of the museum who are exercising the chores related to museum lighting, but they are not qualified specialists in lighting fittings, lighting technique. They are not scientific workers. They don't know all the details or the subtleties. And in our manual, we underscored the practical implications of all those materials, which are very important, and I'll tell you more about them. That's the content. I will not read out all those bullet points. In the end, there are some aspects related to public procurements, experts review, peer review, and also some other things. This manual shows the characteristics which are important for those who are engaged in lighting, technical characteristics, different other parameters, and you can see also the effect of the quality of light sources, also the effect of harmonics upon the electrical power grid, and the difference between Xi coefficient and the capacity coefficient. So here you can see the screen of the active filter monitor, and it shows the resulting sinusoids in different phases. When there is a small amount of high harmonics present in the grid, if we connect the filter, and you can see those curves close to sinusoids, and it's just my presentation. There is no such a video in the book, of course. And here you can see the irradiation curve in absolute blackness, and the manual shows what should be the value for the minimum parameters shown here. When SDCM is below 3, and from the practical standpoint, it's important to be aware that if there is a big number of light sources in one and the same room, with time they deteriorate, and every one of them should be replaced, because if there is a difference in those light sources within one batchment, that would be very bad. And the manual shows the effect of the exterior lighting and illumination. And here you can see the pictures with warmer shades and colder shades. And it was also mentioned the other day in the presentation. I will not reiterate that. And here you can see the regulatory values of color rendering factor. There is the one we all are using, CRI, RI. And here we show different values for R9 transmittance and other values for color rendering, but we may recommend them. They are not mandatory. That's the color rendering schematic, CRI. There are 8 different colors in this color rendering index and CR9 index and CQS light samples. What else should we take into account when we select light sources and do the procurements? We should look at the resource and the life cycle and the reduction of the light flux. We should look at the level at which the light flux has been reducing at the expiration of the life cycle and the proportion between those light sources which are below that threshold value. In this picture, you can see that, let's say, after 10,000 hours, let's say 50% of light sources will have the level of light flux below 70%. The remaining ones, or maybe it will fail, or another 50% will have the level above that figure. A good indicator would be L70 to be 10, so only 10% will be below the necessary value, and the remaining 90% will be above this threshold value. And so this is about control over lighting and the ways we can dim it. And it's necessary to look through them. We should showcase that there are physical, manual ways of dimming of sources of light and the difference between them. And we indicate which protocols are to be used here and when they are acceptable. And even we've written down in which way this or that option for dimming affects the quality of light flux of the light sources. And the other day it had been mentioned as well. We demonstrate the way we combat against glares and glitches. And so it's 30 degrees. If it's more than 30 degrees, then those glares, glitches will come along. If it's below that, then there would be shadows. So all the image would be sort of diluted and smeared. And we also show the effect of the combination of general lighting and accent lighting upon lighting of 3D objects. So we show optimal illumination and selections of light sources which are not quite conventional. And the other day we considered the issue related to lighting different objects inside the glass window cases.
We believe that illumination inside should be more intensive than outside in order to avoid any sort of deformation thanks to glare and reflections. And we also demonstrated on the basis of our own experience the bulbs that are used in the historical luminaries which used to work on oil, gas, and thus the very source of light usually was visible, either directly or indirectly, but still visible. And if we use the plastic ball, then there is going to be a somewhat wrongful appearance of a historical luminary. And here are the issues associated with the natural illumination, because the temperature typical of clear sky, overcast, and the bulbs, the most traditional ones. And Konstantin spoke about mapping yesterday, so we also dedicated some attention to that. And here we demonstrate one of the rooms with showcases and the artifacts that are in the showcases. And here we have the luminaries, and this is the general lighting here, the luminaries within the showcases, and the sources of light here are halogen lamps with the light generators, and the light flows through optical cables, and then light goes to the distributor, which is in the ceiling, so to speak, of the showcase. Then we also demonstrated different types of shades or rolls that can be used to lower the level of UV. And we also say that it's necessary to test these film and these fabrics and textiles and whatever. So it's very absolutely necessary to check their condition. Very briefly, we describe here what is necessary to understand and what is necessary to put down in order to make sure that those who control and manage illumination are aware of all of that. The museum keepers are there, and they're responsible for that. They should always have this sort of a scenario available in order to monitor everything, depending on the time of the year, time of the day, weather, and so on. And they also need to understand when to switch on the accent illumination, when to have the floodlight, whether to use the curtains or not, and the shades, and whether to pull them up or down, depending on the situation, in order to ensure the parameters that are required. We also mentioned the norms for illumination, and yesterday in the presentation it was mentioned that this is probably not quite correct, not to consider the parameter norms. If it is too dark in the room, let's say, and people are in a dark room, there is a risk of falling down, of getting injured. And you are responsible for the risks if you go to a swimming pool, and people should be aware of that. And if we do not require people to take the responsibility upon themselves, that means we need to think of comfort parameters for them. We also demonstrate the technical regulations that exist. In connection with the equipment we're using, and the law stipulates that we should not use for our purposes the devices that have not gone through the necessary testing, and if there are no requisite declarations and certificates. It happens sometimes that one item is broken into parts, and there is a source of light, let's say, and with very low voltage, and this is not certified, but then there is also the power unit, which is to be certified. defined. So we always look at the two parts of the device as a single device. And so if there is a chandelier, any sort of luminary is to be tested completely as a single piece. Only then we can be sure that it is safe enough and is not going to create for us any sort of hazardous results. So one of the regulations is not enacted yet, but until it is enacted, we follow the government regulations concerning the efficiency. Now, as for the project implementation, now briefly, in the document, it's all much more detailed. But, well, what you mentioned already includes the characteristics and definitions, and we demonstrated how to work with these features and with these parameters. First of all, of course, they need to be properly defined. This is what many of the speakers said yesterday. So it's necessary to go through the modeling and simulation processes with the use of computer, the 3D models, and in the field testing is also very much needed. And the terms of reference is also a very important part of our work. It's a very important transition document, so to speak, from the preliminary work we carry out and up to the purchasing stage. If something is not mentioned in the terms of reference, we cannot insist on acquiring it, on purchasing it. But as practical experience shows, we can indicate only those features that are actually described and that are listed and are accessible. Sometimes the parameters that are important for us are not described, and so there is a problem as a result with the purchasing procedure, because the parameters are either missing or the parameters are not available. So the purchasing, there are two options here with respective laws, federal laws 44 and 34. The third option was also mentioned yesterday, namely, if there are some extra budgetary resources, donations, sponsors' money, that is the best option for buying what is actually needed in order to be able to manage the situation properly. And during the time of expert examination, there are also two options. We have all the necessary devices and gadgets. There are well-qualified specialists who can work with them. They understand what needs to be tested. And during the acceptance procedure, they test all these characteristics and features mentioned in the terms of reference. But if it happens so that certain features cannot be tested, well, let's say it's not always possible to find the necessary documentation pertaining to this or that particular feature. And that's important indeed to be able to go through the court procedures, for example. So in this case, the external expert examination is needed, and we have had to do it, and we had to send some of the luminaries, and we also were able to get the testing protocols. But we're talking about the technical characteristics. But if we take the technical regulations 04, 020, nothing extra is needed, because the certificates are there on the basis of the testing protocols. But if there are any doubts at all, then this can be done too. But this doesn't happen that often at all. And no, we in the document we described the stages of practical operation with the services, servicing mentioned there, maintenance, and we also say that it's necessary to carry out repair work, starting with the minor repairs that are necessary in the process, so to speak. The current repair works twice a year. We actually come up with the respective documents and after the process and correct the situation if necessary. And if it is necessary to replace the equipment, if the general and the capital repairs are needed, then we also indicate that in the document. Yesterday, we already spoke about that. Yes, in the past, the luminaries were there, and there are traces of those, but since there are radiators added, the luminaries were not fitting in, so we had to move them to the cornices, and in the cornice, there's already too much located, so we had to have an additional piece added so that the luminaries would move along and so that we would be able to push them aside to bend them. So that's in order to provide some freedom of space for the luminaries. Here is the process of the replacing of luminaries with the metal halogen lamps, replacement of those with the LEDs, which have lower capacity but much better level of illumination. So if you are in the museum, notice it's an imitation of good sunlight. In the past, due to the degradation of the luminaries, some turn into green ones, others into purple, and so that's it. Thank you for your attention. If there are questions, I'm most willing to answer them. Thank you. Questions right away.
Сейчас девушки подойдут, вам дадут микрофон.
Use the microphone, please. Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, that's most useful. My question is about the natural light and the recommended coefficients of degradation. What are the documents that you are using? These are the coefficients, the ratio of the calculation for the destructive effect, depending on the spectrum and the source of light. Yes, that is it. Yes, that's what it is. Yes. And in our recommendations, we also give the name of the site at which you can check the artifacts and how it is affected by the natural light, the sun, for example. That's what we did for the Leonardo room. And the joint experience is applied here as well. Yes. Right. Thank you. Yes, I have two questions, if I may. First, you demonstrated a slide saying that depending on the natural light, we need shades, you have to have the floodlight and so on and so forth. In St. Petersburg, quite often it happens that the natural light during the day is less intensive than during the white nights. So what do we do about that? Do we get orientated at the dusk or what? During the white nights, the museum is closed anyway. So we're not looking at this option at all. But I need to say that more specifically, the main buildings of the museum are along the Neva River, and in the winter, it seems that there is not that much light, but the reflection from the ice and the snow on the Neva River gives a very positive light effect. There is a lot of external lighting through the windows. And this is not theoretical at all, but as Konstantin Topsky yesterday spoke, we take the meters and we go through the rooms at different times of the year, different times of the day, taking data and making maps. And my second question, you spoke about the index of color transmission. No, I'm sure it's going to be mentioned many times. So what is the acceptable level for the exhibits? Well, in the terms of reference, we usually look, first of all, the purpose. If these are very general locations, then no less than 80. But if we take the illumination of some other more secluded areas, then it is 95, 97. That's what we actually achieve. We can achieve that. And I also need to mention the quality of another indicator. The light reflection is very much important. So we also need to mention that. That's interesting.
Еще были вопросы, можно я просто прокомментирую на первый вопрос?
Let me comment now the first question. For each room, we have a passport. It's long-term work. It took several years with us. So each room has its passport. So what to open, what to close, when it's cloudy, when it is sunny, in spring, in autumn. And those who are responsible for the room are doing all of that. They are capable of doing that to 80 to 90%, but each and every room has this sort of we call it passport on the basis of practical measurements. Now, as for the films that we mentioned, so we have a commission, including light engineers and curators, and so we select the films depending on the color and on the light transmission to make sure that all the windows have one and the same color or tint of color. If we look from the inside, we look at the rooms differently. Well, it doesn't matter, actually. The room has its own set of windows, but from the outside, when we look at the exterior of the building, it's very important to make sure that the windows are of the same color. And there was another question.
Давайте вы сначала.
Yes, right.
Просто
Yeah.
еще на первом ряду.
I think so. Yes.
Вдвоем стали говорить, поэтому...
Yeah. One after another, please. Yes. Oh, yeah,
Пару слов.
No, a couple of words. First of all, as for film, I know that on the ground floor, you have a sandwich. Apart from the light regulating film, you also have a protective film, and the properties are assessed on the basis of them overlapping each other, overlaying each other. Because, well, visitors sometimes believe that breaking a glass of champagne against the window of the Hermitage is for good luck. Well, which is absolutely wrong, because this can bring them misfortune. And then you mentioned the technical regulations. Light engineering products should follow those. You mentioned 47, which is not enacted yet, which is being still amended by the Belarusian partner. But 37 for hazardous substances is also mandatory, and for some reason, everyone tends to forget about it. And then there is one other thing also important. Indeed, there is a class of exhibits which, let's take the ancient Greek sculpture. Since marble there contains yellow streaks, then high works lower than lower. So that's why the Heracles room is in cooler light than the next room, because warm on ancient sculpture architecture is simply not attractive,
И
doesn't
еще
create
один
an
вопрос,
attractive
но это,
image.
наверное, даже
And
сейчас не к
another
вам, а вообще
issue,
на подумать,
another
скорее всего,
question,
нам
not to
нужно
you, but
будет
to many. Most
каким-то
probably,
образом
we will
вносить
need to
изменения в
amend
ГОСТы по
these
музейным
state
освещениям,
standards for
потому что мы
museum
почему-то
illumination.
продолжаем
For some
ограничивать
reason, we're still limiting
воздействие света
the impact
на
of light
экспонаты,
on the
вредные в
exhibits
люксах.
in
То есть мы
luxes.
почему-то считаем,
So
что
we still believe, for some
экспонат
reason,
обладает
that an
человеческим
artifact
зрением с
has
низкой
human
чувствительностью в
vision,
синем,
low
да,
sensitivity
с
in
низкой
blue spectrum,
чувствительностью в красном и с максимальной
low
чувствительностью
red
в
and
зеленом.
maximum in
Хотя вроде
green.
как на фотохимические
Now, although
реакции,
the
да,
photochemical
которые
reactions
ведут к
that
деградации
lead to the
всех
degradation of
экспонатов,
all the
влияет,
exhibits are under the influence
ну, в общем,
of
кривая видности глаза не оказывает никакого воздействия. Поэтому, допустим,
are not
я могу
dependent on the
теоретически
curve of
поставить
vision of
синий
human
прожектор
eyes. So theoretically, I can
нанометров на
have
400,
a blue
который будет
spotlight
давать разрешенные 10
for
люкс,
300 nanometers, who
но
will
при
have the
этом
permitted
экспонат
10
сгорит за
looks, but
полгода.
with all of that, the
Ну, вот это
artifact is
такая мысль
going
вслух.
to
Спасибо.
deteriorate, to
Да, пожалуйста.
degrade
Хотелось
within
можно
just a few
ответить
days.
на
Now,
вопрос о том,
may I
что
answer you?
отношение регламентов мы учтем это.
Concerning the regulations, we
собственно
will,
говоря,
of course,
эта
consider what you say, and
должно
indeed,
выполняться. Мы даже
the,
хотели вот
this
рассматривать
should be
такой
followed,
вопрос,
indeed. We
выпустить эти
even
рекомендации
are thinking of
после
publishing these
конференции,
recommendations
чтобы
after the
сделать
conference
демонстрацию, прослушать и
in order
внести
to be
изменения.
able to
Но решили все-таки
have a demonstration,
напечатать.
but we still
Вот по
decided to
поводу
print the document in
материала, который
advance.
изложен в этих
But as
рекомендациях,
for
я
the
еще раз
materials
подчеркну,
presented in the
мы
recommendations,
стараемся
as I
сознательно
said,
уходить вот
we
от
are
решения
trying
каких-то
to
научных
get
задач
away from
в этом
the
документе, потому
tackling
что
of
это
different scientific
спор
issues in the
бесконечный,
document,
но
because
есть
it's a never-ending
документы нормативные,
discussion. But
которые
there are certain
выпущены,
norms that are already in
и
place
все
and
вопросы,
can be
наверное, должны
followed.
решаться там
So
или
all the
именно техническим
issues should be
комитетом, который
resolved in technical
прорабатывает или там
committees
изменяет
which
документы в рамках
develop
технических
those
советов, потому
documents
что
or
вот, с
during
точки зрения вот
scientific
применения
technical
именно на
advisory
практике
boards,
этих
but from the
документов крайне
standpoint
важно
of
видеть то,
practical
что
implementation
именно
of those
сейчас стоит
documents, what
если каждый будет
is
находиться
in
в сходе
action
друг с другом и
right now
взаимодействии, то никогда мы не
should
добьемся
not
никакого результата.
oppose and contradict all the others.
Пожалуйста, вопрос с первого ряда сейчас.
Questions?
Экспертный совет Госдумы и Совета Федерации.
I am
У меня
from
вот
the
как раз сейчас у
Experts
коллеги из
Advisory
КПСС
Board
прозвучала
of
хорошая
State
фраза
Duma,
«вопрос на подумать».
the
У
Council
меня вопрос к вам,
Federation.
как главному
I
энергетику,
have a
и
question
подумать
for
вам,
you as
как
the Chief
заместителю
Energy
генерального директора
Specialist
Эрмитажа.
and
Мы
just
сейчас вот много очень
to you
говорим,
as
как у нас свет в
Deputy
музее, о свете. А не хотели
Director
бы вы
General
на
of the
будущее
Hermitage.
поделиться
What
опытом не
about
только по свету,
the
а по теплу, по
future?
воде
Would you like to share
в
your
рамках
experience not just
импортозамещения?
about
Вот сидит Влад
water,
Разоня,
about
здесь он
light, but
представляет
also
Совет Федерации и
water,
проводит в
let's say,
Санкт-Петербурге несколько
by way
мероприятий
of
в gод.
import
Вот провести
substitution?
бы круглый
Vlad
стол
is
для
always here
музеев с
in the
вопросом
audience.
именно
Maybe he can be helpful to
импортозамещения
have the
на
round table
содержание
for
и
experts on the
261
topic
закона
of
об энергосбережении.
import
Вот вопрос
substitution and
замены
discussions of the
вентиляции,
law on
тепла и
energy
другого энергетического
efficiency,
оборудования, который
the
сейчас
issues
очень
related
проблематично
to
стоит. А у вас большой опыт, тем более
substitution
еще и
of
театральный. У вас еще и
HVAC,
театр
and
есть.
you've got a vast
Спасибо.
experience
Но
also
тут
at the
есть один
theater
нюанс. Все время
level. Thank you.
так
There
сказать,
is one
вынуждены
implication
Эрмитажу
or
делиться были
undertone.
министерством.
So the
Потому что вообще то,
Hermitage
что вы сказали,
has to
инвестиции методичка,
substitute the
все должно было поступить
ministry,
в
doing
министерство
something
музеев,
instead
на
of the
самом деле.
ministry, because all those
И
manuals
мы
should
готовы это
be
сделать. Я,
published
на
and
самом деле, что
issued by the
касается
ministry.
импортозамещения, там
But
много
I'm
вопросов,
ready
очень много
to
вопросов
do
возникнет,
that.
тем более
As to
система
import
кондиционирования,
substitution,
мы
there
же
are
говорим
lots
про
of
это.
question marks when
Действительно, мы
it
готовы
comes
это.
to the HVAC systems.
Коллеги, да, если позволите, я хочу вот ответить на
Colleagues,
комментарий
I would
Станислава
like to
по
take
поводу
Stanislav's
разрушающего
comment
воздействия и,
about
соответственно, того,
the
что экспонаты они не видят так, как
destructive
человек. Вот, да, это
effect.
действительно правильный комментарий. В
That was
нормах это
very
никак
right
не отражено,
comment. The
поэтому
norms do not
когда мы
reflect it
да,
one way or
работали
the
в
other.
нашей студии
So
над залом Леонардо да
when
Винчи, нам
we
приходилось изобретать
worked in
спецпрограмму,
Leonardo da
то есть создавать
Vinci's
фактически методику,
room, we
которая вводила
had
так
to
называемый
reinvent the
коэффициент разрушающего воздействия.
methodology
Вот он как
in
раз
which
учитывает
would
поправку
also
на спектр,
show
именно
the
разрушающую часть спектра, не разрушающую, скажем так,
destruction
способный спектр. Да?
coefficient or
И мы берем
destructive
фактически экспозицию, то есть люкс
capacity quality of the spectrum. We are talking about kilolux per hours in year, and so we assess the coefficient of destruction. First, it's visual parameters, and we have got our software for computing, and then we can recalculate into physical destructive force, which is based on the theoretical part of the recommendation, but it's not in the norms of law, unfortunately. What we need is just to introduce the technology and method which has been developed into the standard system.
Тогда вам придется поменять целую базу программную по
Or
расчету
you will
освещения. Сейчас мы
have
можем
to fully retrofit the software for calculations. Now you can use Dialux software to show the illumination and luxes, and then you can also compute the destruction coefficient. You don't have to do the overhaul of the entire software for that. I'm glad that now you have got quite practical, hands-on discussion on important things. No rules are indicated, not just the exposure time illumination, but exposure time and exposure threshold. And that was written by the Hermitage itself, but certain things are, of course, published by the ministry. We cannot encompass everything, all the issues. More questions? I am from Svetoservis Telemechanics. You've shown one slide for physical ways of control and the protocols. There is a very limited list or checklist for illumination control indoors. So I think it's sort of discrepant because mindful of import substitution or problems with supplies, why is this list so brief? In our manual, we did have the overambitious goal to embrace the unembraceable, so to put it. We refer to most widely used protocols and different ways of dimming we can do, because for LEDs, the phase dimming at its very essence is the protocol of control, and we also describe the ways one should light up the 3D objects at the exhibition. We provided for most important things. Let me disrupt this discussion because we are tight on the schedule, though we don't have the second speaker here, but now it's the time for the third speaker. So raise your hands, those who need this manual. Okay, you may get the copies which are available here on the grounds of this building. Thank you. Alexander. My apologies for intervening into your discussion, but we have got plenty of different presentations. Ksenia Alanikina, the founder of Museum Lighting Equipment. Yarka is the name of the company.
Нажмите кнопочку там. Дайте микрофон из зала, пожалуйста, девушке, который передошной.
Please
Если вам удобнее будет говорить.
return the rowing mic.
Не работает. Все, теперь работает. Пока настраивается. Очень, всегда необычно слышать свой голос в микрофон. Так, 20 минут у нас, да? Я ставлю себе будильник.
20 minutes?
Все правильно.
I'll set the reminder. That's right.
Так, ну поехали. Кликер
Let's go with it.
работает. Позволю себе еще раз представиться.
Once again, I'll
Я
introduce
очень много знаю в
myself.
этом зале.
Although I
Я
know most
надеюсь,
of you sitting
некоторые
in
из вас
this
помнят
room,
меня. Я
and I
очень
hope
рада всех
some of
сегодня
you
видеть.
remember me. I'm
С
glad to
большим
see you all.
удовольствием. Позвольте мне немножко, несколько
Let
минут
me
рекламы своего бюро, но не для того, чтобы распушить
take a few
перья, а для того,
minutes
чтобы
to
показать
promote
нашу
my
экспертизу
bureau, my company,
и
but
почему
not
я позволила
just,
себе
it's not
сегодня
about bragging, but
задеть
just I
такую
decided to fill in on
непростую
what we have
тему,
been doing. My topic is
неоднозначную,
not
скажем так.
altogether
Бюро
simple,
существует, я
it's
сама в
rather
свете
ambiguous, I think.
давно, очень много лет, больше 20 лет,
I
и
have been
работала в
around in
нескольких
this
очень крупных
bureau, in
компаниях,
this
благодарна им за опыт.
sector for more than
И
20
в 2016
years. I
году
worked in different
официально
companies. I
открыла
cherish
свое
the
собственное
experience
бюро. Мы
I
работаем
gained there.
почти 8
Then
лет,
I
но за эти
opened
8
up
лет
my
работали
own
плодотворно.
bureau. We have
Кстати,
been around
12
for 8
человек, и
years,
мы
since
все, скажем так,
2016. There
старшие.
are
За эти
12
8 лет мы
people
имеем
on
более
staff,
20
and
постоянных
we work
экспозиций,
real hard. We've got more
около
than
200,
20
скажем так,
permanent
очень много
exhibitions,
временных экспозиций. Сейчас я
an
объясню,
awful
зачем
lot
эти
of
цифры.
temporary
И
exhibitions,
около
more than
10
200,
федеральных
and
музеев,
about
которые
10
мы
federal
спроектировали,
museum
больших
complexes which
музейных
we
комплексов.
designed, large museum complexes.
Ну, немножко остановлюсь на этих проектах, да,
I'll
что это
dwell on
такое, и
those
потом расскажу, зачем
projects.
и как. Да. Начнем с верхов.
Let's
Это
start
музей
from
Московского Кремля, в котором нам
museums of
посчастливилось
Moscow
работать.
Kremlin,
И
and we
сегодня
were
здесь
just
представители
privileged to
Московского
work
Кремля.
out
Очень рада
there,
вас видеть
and
сегодня. И
the
я
representatives of
надеюсь,
Moscow Kremlin
коллеги
Museum
не дадут мне
complex are present here. I'm
сегодня
very glad to see
сказать
you,
какого-нибудь неправильного
and
слова. Так вот, значит,
colleagues
что
will correct
касается,
me if I'm
например,
wrong,
да,
but
музеев Московского
what
Кремля как одного
regards
из
the
федеральных
museums of
зданий,
Moscow
которые мы
Kremlin as
проектировали.
one
Что
of the
мы для
federal
него делали?
buildings we
Мы
designed, what we
разрабатывали
do out
концепцию
there, we
освещения
developed the
сначала
concept of
совместно с
lighting first
Европейским
jointly
бюро, это
with
Cardboard Engineering,
European
далее
Bureau of
самостоятельно. Это были и
Engineering, then on
выставочные
our
залы,
own
как временные,
account,
так и постоянные,
exhibition
и
halls,
полностью
temporary
все
and
общественные
permanent,
пространства.
and all the
Мы
public
делали стадию П,
spaces.
дальше рабочая
It was
документация
pre-stage,
успешно
then
перешла в
so it
точки
was
опоры, и
pre-feed,
коллеги защитили
then
это,
the
сейчас идет
pre-feed
авторский
passed
надзор
on to Точка
совместный. Я
Bor
очень
company.
надеюсь,
They
что
are
будет
exercising author's
успеваться. Да, часть
supervision now,
помещений
and then
есть,
there
уже
will be
существует,
pre-commissioning
такие как
stage, I
офисные, например,
hope.
пространства,
There are office
остальные все
spaces
строятся. Это
in
про
existence.
экспертизу,
The
да,
other
чтобы
part
я
is work in
понимаю
progress.
лично,
That's about
как
experts
строится
examination
работа в больших,
and review.
крупных
I
музейных
know the
комплексах
way
и
the
как
work is structured on
взаимодействуют друг
large
с
museum
другом
complexes,
генподрядчики,
and I'm aware of the
хранители,
interactions between
различные
general
музейные работники
contractors,
и
custodians, and
светотехнические
different
компании и
museum workers,
поставщики.
and lighting technical
Также в
companies and
рамках работы
art
над музеями
suppliers.
Кремля мы
Also, when
очень
we
много
worked
работали руками
in Kremlin
и
museums, we did lots
пропустили
of things
через свои глаза и
manually.
руки более 3000
It was more than
экспонатов, к которым мы
3,000
работали
different
индивидуально
entries.
и
We
подбирали
worked
свет под
manually
каждый
on
из
an
них
individual
вместе с
basis, selecting the
хранителями,
light
да,
for
тоже
each
не
one of them together
самостоятельно.
with custodians
Это просто
by
пример, как
joint
один и тот же
efforts.
экспонат может
This
быть
is
в
the
разном свете, ну и
example
так
of
далее,
an
не буду останавливаться.
exhibit in different
Точно такая
light.
же большая экспертиза и
And
опыт мы
by the same
получили
token,
при
we
работе с
received vast
Пушкинским музеем.
expertise
По
and
нашему бюро
experience when we
принадлежат
worked
4
with the
здания, где
Pushkin's
мы также
Museum. There
делали
are 4
концепцию,
buildings. We
делали стадию
also
П, мы
provided
делали
for the
рабочую
concept
документацию,
pre-feed,
экспертизу
all the
успешно,
blueprints. Then it was a
и проводили
successful
авторский
experts
надзор, пока не
examination,
восстановилась
and then we
окончательная стройка.
exercised
Вот.
author's supervision
Ну и
until
парочку покажу
the
фотографий
construction
временных выставок,
was
которые
disrupted. I'll
принадлежат
show you
нашим
some
рукам и
temporary
глазам.
exhibitions which we
Просто
put
пролистаю, как
together.
некие художественные
I'll just
элементы.
show some of
Да,
them.
многие из наших выставок имеют
Many of our
горд
exhibitions
премий, да, международные и
have
российские.
been awarded by
Ну,
international
такие
and
совершенно
Russian
разные
prizes. Very
световые
different projects, very
какие-то
different
элементы.
light
К чему я
elements.
все это говорила?
What am I driving at? The thing is that today's subject matter is about interaction between the vendor, supplier, and museum at the selection of lighting fixtures, how to write down terms of references. Why is this the sore point for us? I would like to share this information. We developed the concept, some just artistic vision, fancy pictures. Of course, we do drawings, sketches, and so on. Then at the construction site, we work with assembling workers and suppliers on the construction site, not for months or two, but for years on end. And we are thinking whether we did everything right. Is it possible to have everything constructed? And when we have hands-on experience in that, we get the full picture, how implementable it is. We fine-tune it by our hands, and we become aware with which equipment we work, because that equipment we embedded in the very beginning, the equipment and hardware acquired by the museum, whether it's good for our purpose or not. Working with big federal museums who are fully aware of the entire chain, and when we work with smaller museums, we fine-tune everything manual with our own hands. We get hands-on experience about all the light effects, what we can create, which defects could be there in those lighting fixtures. Out of those 200 small and medium-sized exhibitions, temporary and permanent, it's not always when we have got a super ideal equipment. Sorry, Alexei. There are different types of lighting equipment, and sometimes they are very proper for our purpose, sometimes not quite so. These are our works. The right-hand side picture. Well, check it out. The girl is standing below that. We are just setting a tune, the lighting system at the submarine, and the guys via walkie-talkies are providing for mutual feedback. Same guides, young girl and a young man, are those who conceived that concept, that picture, made the drawings, and they work with the builders and manufacturers, and then they fine-tune it all by their own hands. That's what we do. Now, a major topic of my presentation is terms of references. It's slightly provocative because we're all fully aware of the technical, of the terms of references is one thing, and the way we participate in the tender could be something different. But I would like to say that we are always hoping for the best, for positive outcome. There are always two sides of the coin or two sides of the counter. Provider, vendor, and a museum, and a designer could be somewhere in between. This is the frame shot from the Soviet times comedy. But I hope that it will be very good triple alliance instead of the situation shown in that movie mockingly. The interests of the vendor and the customer are very diverse if we detach from lofty ideas. Well, if you come along to a store, the shop seller has to sell something the buyer have to buy. The cheaper and higher quality is the good we're going to buy, the more we rejoice the situation. As to the seller, it's an entirely different story. The selection and sales of luminaries is about buyer and seller. Sorry, guys, but that's the way it is. So scales could be in equilibrium, provided the interests of both are complied with. Let's see what's to be done to have
как
this
немножечко
trade-off
сделать наш
between
рынок
the
более открытым
interests,
и профессиональным.
how to make our market more
Значит, шаг номер
transparent,
один.
open, and professional.
Техническое задание. Как же его
Stage
все-таки
number
составлять?
one,
Я
terms of reference.
предлагаю
How
делить
should we compile it? I
общественное
suggest
пространство
we should
и
divide the
выставочный свет.
public space and
Предыдущий выступающий уже про это
lighting
сказал,
at the
что общественное
exhibition. The previous
пространство к ним
speaker
совсем
mentioned
другие
that
требования,
public
там и TRI может быть
spaces
ниже, и
could
продукты
have
могут быть
other
попроще и так далее.
differences,
Все, что
products could be
касается
more
выставочного
straightforward,
света,
and
это не
so on.
просто
As
нормативы,
to
это
exhibition lighting, it's not just about state standards or
задумывать,
goals
не
and
хочется говорить
regulations.
каких-то
This is
красивых пустых
about,
фраз, но
how
все-таки
shall I
это
put
атмосфера,
it?
все-таки это
This
история,
is
все-таки
about the
это
vibe.
про красоту
This
и
is
про
about
искусство.
history. This is about
Это не
art.
только нормативы. И я очень прошу
This
вас,
is not
коллеги,
just only
не
about
забывать, что
rules,
вообще-то музей
regulations,
и
and
творчество —
bylaws.
это
You
про
should keep in
искусство.
mind that museum
Так
and
вот,
creative
выставочный лист, я буду говорить
endeavor
только
is
про
all
ТЗ,
about art.
техническое
I'm
задание
going
для выставочного
to refer
освещения.
to
В нем должны
terms of
быть следующие
reference for
разделы. Внешний вид и
exhibition
габариты,
lighting.
понятно.
There should be
Технические
external
характеристики, это
appearance,
понятно.
size,
Система
technical
управления,
characteristics,
требования к
control
качеству
system,
цветового
requirements
пятна.
for
Вот этого
quality
никогда не было. И на этом я, собственно, сегодня
of
сконцентрируюсь.
light
И
spot
аксессуары. Этого тоже
and
нет. Это очень
accessories.
важно. Вы можете не записывать
That
из-за
is
того, что очень мало
important. You
времени.
don't
Я сделаю
have to
следующий
write it down.
шаг. Вот вы видите здесь QR-код.
Here
Если вы
you
его
can see
сфотографируете,
QR
он ведет
code.
на страницу на нашем сайте, где вы
Using
можете эти
it, you might
документы
get on
скачать
to
в
our
текстовом формате.
website and
Там
you can
детально расписаны
download our
технические задания,
documents
те,
in
которые мы
text.
обычно прикладываем к экспертизе, когда делаем какие-то
So
проекты
when
для
we
крупных федеральных музеев.
draft
Значит,
different
еще раз, по вот
projects for
этому
major
QR-коду,
federal museums, so
вот тоже
using
здесь
this
видно,
QR code,
этот сайт,
you can
вы
see it over
заходите
here, you
на,
can see the site,
по
you
QR-коду,
you
вы
use the
попадаете на сайт, сразу
QR
страница контакта,
code, and
и
there you are on the
внизу там
site
3
with
файла. Первый —
contacts,
это
and there are
графический
3
материал,
files: the
это
graphic
требования к
materials,
оборудованию,
the
второй —
requirements
текстовый,
to
и
equipment,
третье, сейчас
and
расскажу
text,
про третий.
and
Соответственно, вот эти
describe the
разделы,
third
да,
part
они там
to
все
you now.
прописаны.
So they're
Я не
all
буду
there
сейчас
in
на них
detail. I'm not
останавливаться.
going to draw your attention to them
Дальше,
now.
шаг номер 2.
So,
Да, мы сейчас
step
говорим про
2,
участие условно
we're
в
talking
тендере или
about the
выбор светового
involvement in
прибора. Шаг номер
the
2 — это
participation
мокап.
in tender and selection
Натурное
of the
моделирование,
device.
мокап — это
The
натурное
second one is
моделирование,
mock-up,
когда мы подбираем какие-то эффекты или когда мы проверяем
simulation or
что-то.
modeling
Но в
in the
данном
field,
случае под
and
мокапом я подразумеваю
well, I mean by
проверку
mock-up the testing
технического
the
оборудования,
testing of
которое
the
предлагается к закупке в
luminaries, which
конкретный музей
we
или под конкретную
intend to
задачу.
buy for a
Как
specific
проводится
museum for
мокап? То есть,
specific
в принципе,
purposes.
задача
How do we
мокапа,
arrange mock-up?
вернее, не задача,
No,
а
the
необходимость
the
мокапа
necessity of
может быть
mock-up
сразу прописана в
can
техническом
be
задании.
actually mentioned in the terms of reference.
Точно так же может
No,
быть прописаны принципы
as well
проведения
as the
этого мокапа.
principles of organizing the mock-up.
По моему опыту,
Now,
значит, такие
as far as I
мероприятия
know,
мы
these
проводили
events,
достаточно успешно.
these
В
measures are
следующих
being
музеях,
taken quite
значит, это
successfully
Политехнический
in the
музей при
Polytechnical
Шахновской,
Museum, even
это
well, in the days of
Пушкинский
Shahnovskaya,
музей при
the
Лошак,
Pushkin
это музей
Museum with
Московского
Lashak,
Кремля,
the museums
это
of the
криптография,
Moscow
музей
Kremlin, that
криптографии, собственно, тоже построен так,
cryptography
и еще
museum,
несколько Солянка,
built on the
это
same principles, Lanka,
современное искусство, еще
it's
несколько
contemporary
маленьких
art,
музеев.
and
То есть эта
a
методика
number of small
проверенная.
museums. So this is
С
a
одной стороны,
well-tested
она
method.
неоднозначная и
On the one
неожиданная для
hand, it's
поставщиков. Почему? Потому что
not that
мы
well known to
проводим
the
его
suppliers,
открыто.
because we organized
Те,
it
кто
openly, so to
предполагается или
speak.
хотел
Those
бы
who
предложить
would like to
свои
propose their,
приборы
to
данному
offer
музею,
their equipment
они
to the museum,
предоставляют образцы.
they
И
are expected to
все
provide
поставщики
samples, and
одновременно, это
all the
происходит не за
suppliers
спиной,
are doing that
они одновременно
simultaneously, not
участвуют в
behind
этом
the
мероприятии.
back, so to speak,
Сейчас
or
я
the
закончу,
walls,
и вы
but
можете задавать
not
вопросы,
altogether.
насколько
Then
это
you will be able to
провокационно и
ask
так далее.
questions concerning the
Дальше, что
provocation
важно,
that might be
кто участвует
associated
со
with that.
стороны
Now,
продавца?
who takes part? On
Огромная
the part of
рекомендация,
the
чтобы были обязательно 2 человека.
seller,
Технический
there must be
специалист, ну и,
2
естественно,
people at
менеджер по
least,
предприятию.
the
Потому
technical
что это
engineer
совсем
and the
2
manager,
разные роли.
because these are two very different
Технический специалист
roles
всегда
played by them.
сможет
The
ответить,
technical
во-первых,
specialist,
на все
professional, would be
интересующие
able to
вопросы с
answer
точки
all the
зрения
necessary
продукта.
questions
Продавец, у него
concerning the
своя очень
product,
важная
and
также
the
роль.
buyer plays its
И
own role.
в момент, когда
And
проходит мокап одновременно
and
для всех участников,
those who
технический специалист с
purchase
другой
are also
стороны,
have
с
their
другой
function.
стороны,
And
да,
on
может
the other
задать
side,
вопросы, если,
there
например,
might
он
be some
считает, что
questions concerning
неправильная
different details.
методика
For example, if
проверки
they
проходит
believe
или
that the
что-то еще.
testing method is
Дальше, что
wrong.
касается музейной
Now,
стороны.
as for the museum
Служба
itself,
главного инженера
no,
агента проектики — это
the
те
chief
персонажи, которые
engineers
присутствуют, как правило, всегда и
services
вообще-то
present represented in the process, and they are the ones who are
техническое задание и
responsible
проводят
for
тендер. К
the
сожалению.
terms of
Потому что,
reference,
почему к
and
сожалению? Потому что никогда не
unfortunately,
приглашаются хранители.
the
Под хранителями я
curators are
подразумеваю
never
сейчас
invited,
ту
and
сторону
by the
музейных
curators, I mean
сотрудников,
the
которая
museum
отвечает,
staff
условно
that
говоря,
is
за красоту.
responsible for the
У них
beauty, so to
глаз
speak.
иначе настроен,
They
у них
have a
задача совсем
different
другая. Поэтому,
ability to see
пожалуйста,
things, and
кроме,
their
когда служба
objectives are
главного
very
инженера
different. So
выполняет свою
when the
важную
chief
задачу,
engineer and his staff
приглашайте
members are
других,
there, do
другую
not forget
сторону
to
тоже,
invite
которые дальше
the
будут
other
решать
staff
следующую
members as well,
задачу.
because they will be responsible
Помимо
for the other
хранителей или
aspects of
главных
work.
художников,
Apart from the
еще
chief
есть
artists or
внутри
curators,
музея, если есть залы временных выставок,
if there
это
are temporary
отдельная каста.
exhibitions in the museum, a
Сотрудники,
separate
которые занимаются временными
rooms for
экспозициями.
that,
У
then
них
we should
свои
always
особенности,
invite these
у
people
них
who are
свои
responsible
требования
for the
к
temporary
приборам,
exhibitions,
и у них
because they
свои,
have their own
свои
requirements to
задачи.
the
Там
equipment.
почему? Постоянные
They
временные
have their
экспозиции —
own
это два
goals and
разных мира.
objectives.
Постоянную ты сделал один раз,
Permanent
да,
and
ты 10
temporary
лет над ней
exhibitions are very
работаешь, ты
different.
один раз ее сделал,
Permanent,
практически
you
забыл.
work on an
Понятно, что
exhibition
какие-то
once in
экспонаты
10
уходят
years.
на отдых там и так далее, и
Obviously,
так далее.
some
Временные
artifacts might
экспозиции — это
disappear
совсем
with
другая
time for
история.
different reasons, but
Ребята ее
temporary expositions, that's
организовывают
something very
полгода,
different.
предположим,
It
дальше
takes,
ну,
let's say,
их
half a
10
year
дней
to
на то, чтобы
organize
все
it,
это
and they have
быстро
10
сделать, а
days
10
to
дней,
assemble
чтобы
it, to mount
условно
it,
10 дней. Все развесить, поставить,
to
выставить свет и
display
так далее.
everything properly, to
Вот. Ну,
arrange
это
the
к тому, что
lighting, the
эксплуатация этих
illumination,
приборов,
and
настройка
the
этих приборов — это
maintenance, the
совсем другая задача. То
adjusting
есть
of
эти люди
these
тоже должны быть на
devices,
мокап. То есть
something
со стороны
different
музея
for
большая
those people.
команда,
So they
которая
must be
принимает,
present at the mock-up
изучает и анализирует
process.
те
And
приборы,
so there's
которые вы,
quite a
уважаемые
big team of
производители,
people who are
предлагаете.
testing, examining the
Мой будильник.
equipment that you are suggesting of them to use. Time to
Дальше.
finish?
То же
Right.
самое. Значит, быстро
Yes,
пройду по условиям проведения. Покажу
conditions
некоторые картинки.
for the
Какие
mock-up
условия
and some
проведения
pictures.
мокапа?
What are the
Первое — это
conditions for a mock-up?
должно быть
First of
темное
all, the
помещение.
room needs to be
Любое
dark.
подвал, любое
What-
помещение затемненное. Второе.
ground floor
Должен быть просто
room or
стол.
whatever. It's always dark.
На этом
There
столе
must be a table.
выкладывают
On the
участники свои
table,
приборы и так
the
далее. Нет
parties
ничего
involved
чего-то
display their
специального
equipment.
или
Nothing
гиперуникального.
special, nothing
Третье.
hyper
Это должна
unique.
быть белая стена.
Third, a white
Зачем?
wall.
Как вы
Why do we
думаете?
need a white wall, do you think?
Что?
Why? Why?
Совершенно верно. Оценить
Yes, you are
пятно на
right. In
эту
order to
белую стену
assess the
должен
light spot
направляться
on the white
световой
wall,
прибор, да,
because
световое пятно. Дальше.
then
Картина, конечно.
a
Ну,
picture,
какая-то живопись. Не
some
берите,
sort of a
пожалуйста,
painting.
фотографию. Ну,
No,
берите, пожалуйста, графику.
no
Это должна
photos,
быть
no graphics here.
как живопись,
There
предположим,
must be
масло
a
с
painting,
большим
let's say in
разнообразием
oils,
красок. Если
with
картины
a
две
great
разные,
variety
еще
of
лучше.
paints,
Дальше.
maybe even two paintings,
Измерительный прибор,
different
конечно
paintings,
же, и желательно
measuring
человек, который
instrument,
умеет им
and a
пользоваться.
person
Как правило, все поставщики и
who
производители
knows how to use
имеют эти
those.
приборы, и технические
Usually, the
специалисты,
suppliers do
безусловно,
know
умеют им
this
пользоваться.
type of an equipment, and the
И
technical
последнее,
specialists
что
do know
важно
how to
очень,
use them.
это анкета.
And
Эту анкету вы можете также
sixth
скачать по QR-коду.
questionnaire.
Она есть.
You
Там
can also
полностью расписаны
download
все
it
характеристики,
using
она
the
готова
QR
к
code,
употреблению.
and it can be easily
Зачем
used
нужна эта
right
анкета?
away. Why do we need
Как
the
раз для
questionnaire? Exactly for that,
беспристрастного
exactly for the
подхода,
purpose
скажем
of
так.
getting an
То есть вы по одной и
unbiased
той же анкете,
opinion.
по одним и
Using
тем
one
же
and the same questionnaire
параметрам
with the same
сравниваете все приборы,
parameters, you
которые были
compare
принесены
all the
поставщиками,
gadgets, all the
производителями. И
devices
вы видите объективный
provided by the
анализ,
suppliers, and
не
you
только
can see an
вы, как
objective
поставщики, я сейчас к
analysis.
музейным работникам обращаюсь, да, но и
I'm
поставщики,
addressing
производители.
both
Во-первых, в чем
parties.
преимущество такой
Manufacturers can see that, and
странной,
the potential users as well.
такого
What
странного
is the
мероприятия?
advantage
С одной
of
стороны,
this
можно
whole event?
Можно
On
сказать,
the one
что
hand,
вот
you can
мы
say
все
that, yes, of course,
открываемся
we
друг другу, идем с открытым
are
забралом,
together,
и
we
наши
are open to each
конкуренты
other, it's all
что-то у нас заберут и
transparent,
так
and our
далее. Можно так
competitors might
сказать,
borrow
но можно
something from
сказать и
us,
иначе.
even
Увидев друг
steal.
друга, вы
But
поймете
then there is a
реально
different
свои
story as
слабые
well. When
стороны, и вам даст
see
это
each other, we
возможности
can see
вырасти.
the
Это раз.
weak
Два,
and the
вы
strong
увидите, что
sides
такое
of all of
качество
us, and you
светового
might
пятна.
grow.
Вы
You'll
сравните
see
это
the
друг с другом
quality of the
и так далее.
spotlight. You will be
И
able to
это первое
compare
со
the
стороны
quality you give with the
поставщиков. Со
quality
стороны
of the
музейных
others.
работников вы
That's
будете
on the
абсолютно
side of the
уверены
suppliers.
в
As for
том,
the
какие
museum
приборы
staff,
вы
you
покупаете.
will be
Понятно,
absolutely
что не
sure,
у всех музеев есть
aware of
огромные
what you are
бюджеты. Это
buying. Not all
понятно.
the
И
museums have
понятно, что вам
enormous
придется
budgets.
выбрать
That's
из
obvious.
двух
And
зол
you will have to
лучшее.
choose.
Так
You will
бывает. В
need
этом нет
to
ничего страшного.
choose
Но когда
the
это
best
открытая
out of two bad things that might
демонстрация,
happen.
открытое
But when we have
взаимодействие
an open
оно более
demonstration,
честное, и на
an
самом
open
деле на
interaction,
будущее
then it's
оно
much more
значительно более
honest and
перспективное
it's much more
и для
promising
развития
for the
отрасли,
future,
и
both
для
for the
вас,
development of
уважаемые
the area of the
производители.
industry, for the suppliers and
Быстро
for the
потрачу 2
museums.
минуты, просто покажу, какие
Just a couple
бывают
of minutes
разные
to demonstrate
разные
different
световые пятна. Это
light
чек-лист,
spots.
ну, вы все
It's a
увидите сами, не
checklist.
буду
You will be able
останавливаться.
to see everything
Качество
with
светового
your own
пятна там
eyes.
тоже
The
расписано, по каким
quality
параметрам
of the
все это
is
оценивается. Просто
described there
покажу
as
несколько
well, and the
фотографий. Вот,
assessment
например, это
parameters. Some
фотографии
photos. These are the
при
photos
мокапе
of
прибора 10 градусов
Primacapia,
плюс овальные линзы. Обратите внимание,
10
насколько
degrees and an
разные,
oval lens. You can
насколько
see
они
how
разные.
different these
Вот это
light
для меня
spots are.
хороший прибор, да, с овальной
This
линзой
is
10 на
good
40, потому
with
что
the
он
oval lens,
равномерен,
so
там,
it's
да,
good
бла-бла, это
because it's
все
even,
видите, не
and
буду
so you
говорить.
will be able to see all of that
Это тоже
with
овальная
your own eyes.
линза.
Yes, oval
То, что
lens.
предлагает один из
This is
поставщиков.
what's
Это, кстати,
offered
на
by
музей
one of the
Московского Кремля
suppliers for the
фотографии, то,
Moscow
что мы
Kremlin
сами
Museums,
проверяли.
and that's what we have already
То
tested.
же самое, овальная
And
линза.
the
Не было
same,
у
the oval
поставщика
lens,
овальной
but
линзы.
the
Он
supplier
поставил
did not have
шторки
an
и
oval
сказал,
lens.
я
So
вам сделаю
the
пятно,
supplier
ребята.
used the
Сказать, без
shades and
проблем,
said, we will
покажи.
have a
Он
spot.
показал.
And yes, that's what he
Конечно, овальная линза,
demonstrated.
но вообще есть
Well, of
несколько
course, an
«но».
oval lens, but there
Меня
are
может быть
some
устраивать.
problems here.
Музея
I
может
might be
быть,
happy with
вернее,
that.
меня может не
Well,
устроить, музей
I might
может
be
устроить,
unhappy with that. A
например, по
museum
каким-то
might be happy
причинам
with that for different
и так далее.
reasons.
Дальше.
Then,
Это широкий луч, ну, неважно, он
it's a
может быть
wide
средний,
beam.
широкий, они все
This can
примерно
be
одинаковые. То
wide
же
and
самое,
narrow.
обратите
Yeah,
внимание.
very much.
Есть хорошие,
They're quite
есть
alike.
полухорошие,
There are good, there are
есть вообще,
semi-good,
как бы,
there are some
сложно назвать это пятном.
that are not exactly
Вот,
spots.
например, вот этот вариант,
For
третий,
example, this
здесь
option, the third one,
вы видите
you can see
две
what it
радужки.
looks like. You
Здесь
can see here
кривизна, то есть в
are
одну сторону
two
вправо уходит
lines
больше
actually,
света,
and
здесь
it
у него
is
завал.
shifted right
Вот
to
этот,
left, and
но они
it's
похожи, в целом
not quite
неплохо.
regular.
Вот
It's
четвертый,
not that
первый,
bad.
допустим, для меня хорош.
The fourth and the
Вот эти две
first are
радужки.
quite good.
Почему,
So
почему
what
эта
do
вещь
we
неприемлема
have
для музея?
this
То есть
and
для ритейла,
as
допустим,
something
окей.
not
Почему
acceptable for
неприемлемо
museums?
для
For retail,
музея?
it's all right, but
Для,
not for the
опять, стоп.
museums.
Не для
Once
всех
again,
музеев это приемлемо,
well,
вот
I would
скажем. То
say
есть если у
it's
меня
not
музей
good
с
enough for all the
инсталляциями
museums. If
или
my
современное
museum is
искусство
with
с
installations, so
перформансами,
contemporary
предположим,
art with
или
performances,
что там
or
еще,
let's say
дай бог памяти, что-то, что не
something
имеет
else that
живописи и что не
does
имеет
not
светлых
have
стен. То есть
paintings
вот
and
этого
light
дефекта
walls,
не
then
будет видно.
the
И мне
defect
все
would not be
равно, что здесь
visible,
хоть
and
33
then it
вот
doesn't matter for
кружочка
me
могут быть.
how
Более того, я
many
вам скажу,
circles we
есть
have there.
экспонаты, для которых такие
And
33
then there are certain
дополнительных
exhibits for which those extra
кружочка, да,
circles,
извините за такое слово бытовое, только в
excuse me for
плюс.
this non-professional
Так
word,
бывает. И мы
are very
иногда
good,
на современном
actually. And this
искусстве или на
happens, and
инсталляциях
with
каких-то
contemporary
специально
art
создаем эти дефекты и
installations, we
артефакты.
actually create
Поэтому никогда
these
нельзя говорить, что прибор хороший
defects
или плохой, он
artificially.
под
So
задачу.
we can never
И
say
вот эту
that this
задачу
particular
может решить только
device
хранитель
is good
и
or
только
bad.
сотрудник временных
It's
выставок,
good
который
or bad
понимает,
for a
какие
particular
экспозиции у него
goal,
бывают.
and only the
Поэтому не
curators know
всегда
what
нужно
they
эрка.
need.
Опять же, прости,
So
Алексей.
it's not always with
Серьезно вам говорю.
ERCO. No, I'm addressing
Все, да,
Alexei.
быстро покажу,
No,
я закончу. Вот
that's it. Yeah.
артефакты. То же самое.
They're the
Артефакты
artifacts,
иногда
and the
бывают
artifacts
нужны. Мы иногда их
sometimes also
создаем
needed. We
специально.
create
Но
them
это зависит от того,
intentionally,
какая
but it
экспозиция.
all depends on the type of the
Дальше, мой любимый,
exposition.
это последний слайд. Это
Then
мой
my
любимый 10
favorite
градусов,
slide,
луч 8-10. Это
10
вообще всегда
degrees
бомбизм просто. Это прям шляпу можно снимать.
beam, as 8 to
Это
10.
производитель. Хотя,
That's
конечно, у меня есть. Конечно, есть такой у меня
the
светильник.
manufacturers. So yes, of
Ну
course we
вот,
have
не знаю, видно здесь, не видно,
luminaries
на
like
первом.
that, and I
Посмотрите,
don't
какое
know whether
количество
you can see
разных
it or not,
цветов.
but look at the
В этом
different
10 градусе.
colors here
Он есть,
within those
конечно, в
10
центре, но
degrees.
дальше,
Well, of course,
если на
there
экране
is one
посмотреть, здесь, мне
in the very
кажется,
center, but
от
if you look at the screen,
2400 и
you'll
до
see
5
from
вообще.
Что?
А,
400
кто-то
to
по
5,
телефону, я
yes?
думаю, вот вопрос задает. То же самое,
Yes,
здесь несколько
and
радужек. Вот это
yeah,
вообще
again,
пояс
there are
Андромеды, мне кажется,
several
какой-то.
circles, like the
Вот, ну,
Andromeda
это
belt,
хороший луч. С этим
and
можно
this
работать.
beam is good. We can work
Все,
with
я
it. Yes,
закончила.
that's
Да,
it.
это фотографии как
Now,
раз
these
этого
are
же
the
прибора, но просто обратите
photos
внимание на
of the
качество светового пятна.
look at the
Причем я
quality
вам
of
скажу,
the
что
light
одно из этих
spot, and one of
решений
these
это вообще-то
solutions
портфолио
is a
одного из
portfolio
производителей.
of
Они считают, что это
manufacturer.
нормально.
They believe it's all
Я
right.
не обвиняю
No, I do
сейчас. Прошу
not
заметить, я не
accuse
обвиняю. Я
anyone
сейчас лишь
of
говорю о
anything.
том,
I'm
что,
just
коллеги,
saying
есть
that
помимо
colleagues,
нормативной базы
apart from the
и
norms and
каких-то технических
apart from
характеристик,
the
есть
technical
еще эстетическая
characteristics, there are
часть.
also
И здесь нам
aesthetic
нужно с вами работать вместе.
aspects, and here we need to work
Спасибо
with
большое.
you together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Пожалуйста, вопрос.
Oh, thank you. Questions, please.
Спасибо, Ксения.
Yeah, thank you,
Всегда интересно
Ksenia.
и полезно. У
As
меня
always,
вопрос
most useful
про
and most
статистика.
interesting. Do you have
Как
statistics?
часто, понятно, что
on,
профессионал, то, что ты
no, we
показываешь,
know that
замечает
the
сразу. Как
professionals
часто это
notice all
замечают
this
музейные
quite
работники,
often.
люди,
How
которые
often
принимают
do the
решения?
museum
Или только
curators
после твоих
notice that?
объяснений?
Well, actually,
Всегда.
people who make the decisions,
Всегда.
always.
Всегда. Проблема в том, что музейные работники, смотрю еще раз,
The problem is that the
служба
museum
эксплуатации главным
staff
инженером
and the
почему-то считается,
engineers
что она единственно
are believed to be
возможная, кто
the
принимает
only
решение о покупке оборудования.
people making
Почему-то
decision on
хранители,
equipment, and
художников и
the
так далее не
curators,
привлекают.
the
И вот мы службу
artists are very often
слышим.
not invited,
Конечно, не
and their
видят.
voice
Они
is not
идеально
heard,
видят. Они еще
but they can
нас
see
учат, как
everything,
видеть.
and they teach us how to see.
Спасибо. И просьба поделись вот
And
этими антигероями,
could you
которые
share
в личном
information about the
сообщении становятся.
anti-heroes?
Ну, антигероями.
Anti-heroes? No, 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 never, no.
Слушай, Сереж, у всех есть
No,
ошибки.
Sergey.
Я тебе могу сказать,
Everyone
что любой опыт — это количество
can make a
ошибок.
mistake. Any experience is related to mistakes. Any
Хорошо,
experience.
спасибо еще раз большое.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Коллеги, у нас есть
Yes,
у меня два предложения.
colleagues, I have
Первое,
two
давайте
proposals. First,
мы немножко выбиваемся из графика. Мало того,
we're a bit
за второго докладчика готовы прочитать
out
за
of
10
time,
минут. Я
and then
предоставлю слово тогда.
I will
А у меня
give
просьба
our
ко
next
всем
speakers
последующим.
10 minutes
Давайте
each,
мы
and
сделаем
then
не 20-минутные, а 15-минутные
I
доклады, а 5
suggest
минут на
that
ответ на
we
вопросы.
spend
Ну,
10
потому
minutes
что...
or 15 minutes per presentation,
Хорошо.
instead of 20-15 minutes, to
сколько
leave some
нужно?
time for questions. How much time do you need?
Хорошо. Ну, я предлагаю всем,
great.
кто может,
Well, I'm
сделать
suggesting
15
that
и
to
5 минут по
everyone
вопросу. Значит, кто не
who
может, 20
can
минут у
make
нас
their
займет, 20 так и
presentations
будет. Раз
within
обещано.
15 minutes.
Но я тогда
Well, if you
сейчас
cannot, then
прошу
20 minutes as
выступить
promised. But now,
от Триновой.
allow me to invite
Сейчас посмотрю, кто у нас от Триновой может выступить. Ксения Игоревна Нечаева, да?
Ksenia Nechaeva.
Ксения Игоревна, вы готовы, да?
Ksenia, are you
Нет,
ready?
не вы?
No, that's not you.
Прекрасно.
Okay,
Хорошо.
10 minutes saved.
Ну, хорошо, значит, предоставим
Okay.
чуть попозже.
Then we'll
Так,
give you
тогда
the
сейчас
floor
у
a
нас
bit later.
Наталья Владимировна Потапова.
And then
Пожалуйста.
Natalia Potapova.
Пока можно я, Ксении Валерьевне, отвечу по поводу того, что служба главного инженера, то у нас ровно наоборот. У нас художники
With us, the story is quite different. The artists here commission the equipment, and we, as engineers, are involved just for the discussion of the technical specifications. All right. Good afternoon, different colleagues. Happy to see all of you here. Now, I have a very short presentation, and I'm limited in time, so I will just describe our project, Озарение, competition for young specialists for the best light engineering project for an exhibition. I would like Ksenia Lemekina. She was the first person to support our idea, the idea of the project, and we were able to get a grant. Not right away, but after a second attempt. We're not a state museum, we're a non-commercial organization, and we can take part in the competitions for grants. And we were supported by the President Foundation for Cultural Initiatives. why do we have this project? What is the purpose? I work in a small museum, and my education is museum work, actually, and I do know how difficult it is for us in small museums to work with light, and we have a lot of problems. On the other hand, the young, there are not that many schools in our country who teach the light engineers in the country, and so we really would like to make sure that young professionals get some experience of work with the museum illumination. Our project was in 3 stages. First, organization of different events, educational events, in different shapes and formats, workshops and master classes and webinars, altogether 16 of those, and with 94 students involved. And notice, 1,410 museum staff members. So when we had webinars, we would sometimes have up to 500 participants. Finally, there were students of these listed schools involved. I'm not going to mention them at the moment, but we're most grateful to all of them for their participation. At the second stage, the competition participants were to submit their projects. We wondered if they would like to do anything like that, because this was all free. That was voluntary work, and we doubted they would be willing to do that. Here are the criteria that the jury applied to assess the project. So 2 members of the jury are here with us today. There were 6 jury members, 3 museum staff members, and 3 light engineers. Why did we select these criteria? The matter is that when developing the criteria for the project, the young professionals should know that not only equipment is of importance, but it's also necessary to remember the details of the history of the museum, its architecture, the museum concept for the exposition is very much needed. And only then the light comes in. And of course, it's necessary to consider the norms of museum illumination. As a result, 21 projects were submitted. Museum of Kaliningrad, the house of the whale hunter, Khvalynsk, Petrofotkin Museum, Buzuluk, the Buzuluk Museum of Local Law, Ulyanovsk, 2 museums from Ulyanovsk, Kazan, University Museum, Saransk, the Lisma factory, and St. Petersburg, the Museum of Theatre and Musical Art. Kolomna, that is the Suranov's Museum, the only street exposition, the Suranov's estate, and other were Moscow museums, unique dolls, the Vosnitsov Museum, the school museum, the next library exhibition hall, another library museum, and then finally it happened so that there was a lot of partners project involved, and the partners granted several special awards for the participants, and so it was decided to support 2 student projects. That's because we were able to save some money, and we decided that it was most important for the students to have the experience and to get the money for the implementation. So the Tomsk Polytechnical University was able to get that money. And second special prize went to the students from Saransk. They were able to implement their project at the Lisma factory. And the first place was taken by the Apollonary Vosnitsov Museum. Victoria Gudemchuk was the winner. The second place
Надежда Кумакова, Анастасия
went to
Креницына,
Nadezhda
Вселенная
Kumakova and
Кропоткина,
Anastasia
музей в
Krenitsina, the
Смоленске.
Museum of
И третье место
Kropotkin in
диорама
Smolensk, and the third
Волок-Бузулукского
place,
бора.
the
Авторы,
Buzuluk's
там на самом
Forest
деле была очень большая команда
diorama,
проектировщиков, потому что
with
это,
a large
это
group of
такой уникальный
designers,
случай,
because
когда
that was a unique
музейные
case indeed,
сотрудники были
when the
очень
museum staff
замотивированы,
were
чтобы
highly motivated.
разобраться в
They
музейном
wanted
освещении.
to
То есть у них проходят в музее
understand the
большие
principles of
работы.
museum lighting better.
Вот, и
And
они
there's a lot of
приехали
work
специально
being
там
done
даже
there.
на
So they
мастер-класс в
came
Ульяновск какой-то
to
момент,
Ulyanovsk to take part in a
объединили все
masterclass, and
усилия,
they're pooling their efforts
разработали
and
концепцию, но помогали им
designed the
светотехники
concept, and
молодые
the
из компании
light
«Оледа».
engineers from a letter company helped
Я
them.
хотела как раз
And
рассказать
I
вот про
wanted
третий
to
проект,
describe to you the third project.
что он из себя представляет, потому что про другие два
Because
проекта расскажут
the
сами
other
авторы.
two will be described by
Но
the
мне
authors.
кажется,
And
что
so it seems
когда
to me
проходит
that
конференция «Свет в
when there
музее»
is a
и
conference,
восхождение, но все
Light at the
время
Museum,
кажется, что
it always
большей частью
seems
у нас
to
только
us
художественные
that in
музеи
most cases
существуют,
there
и
are
больше обсуждается, как освещать картины,
artistic
произведения
museums that we
искусства.
talk
Вот у
about.
нас здесь разные,
But
получается, проекты были.
we have very
So
different projects.
we had different projects here. In the previous slide, you can see a tiny diorama,
окошечко, через которого
a
ты можешь
tiny
заглянуть
window,
и ознакомиться с обитателями
and
Бузулукского бора.
through that you
В
can
результате был
watch
проведен такой проект.
the flora and fauna of
Установлена система управления освещением
Buzuluk
Касамби.
pine
И было
pine
создано
tree
4
forest.
картины. Первая
And
картина
so
«Бор
there are 4
солнечным
pictures
днем».
here. One is called
Посетитель может посмотреть,
Pine
какие,
Wood lit by sunshine,
представлена жизнь города
so you can
днем, какие
see
животных можно увидеть
which
днем.
animals could be there at
До этого
daytime.
диорама освещалась
And
двумя
prior to that,
люминесцентными
the
светильниками.
diorama
Сейчас
was
там
lit by
установлены 4
filament
микротреки, на котором
lamps, and now
которых
there
я
are
посчитала
4
около
micro trucks
30
with
светильников с разными
30
оптическими системами, с
luminaries with
разной цветовой
different
температурой. То есть, например,
optic systems, different
чтобы
light
высветить
temperature.
небо, там
In
стоит
order to
цветовая
light up
температура
the
4000 Кельвин
sky, it's
и
4000
установлены
Kelvin,
овалообразующие линзы.
and oval
На
forming
животных
lens is
разные,
installed
вот
as to
где-то даже
animals.
смешанные светильники, чтобы
Sometimes it's
показать
mixed luminaries
красоту
to
окраса животного.
show off the
Вторая
beauty
картина «Сумерки» в
of
Бузулукском
the
бору. Тоже
the
светильники
animals.
2700
Another one,
Кельвинов небо
twilight
освещают. И
in
более теплые
pine
освещают
wood,
животных и показывают
2700
животных, которые
Kelvin,
выходят
and it
на
shows only
охоту, то есть
those
ведут такое
animals
уже
who
ночное
go on
образ жизни,
hunting
выходят вечером в лес.
nighttime
Третья
animals who show
картина
up at night.
«Бузулукский бор
Third
ночью».
picture is
Там светит
Buzuluk
луна, такое есть
pine
светлое холодное
wood.
пятно.
At
И
night,
высвечены
you
только
can see
животные,
cold light
которые
spot of the
охотятся
moon,
ночью.
and
Но на фотографии они
those
очень ярко
animals are
показаны.
lit
На самом деле
who
свет
only
такой
show
более
up at
щадящий, то
night
есть
when
не
they
так резко,
hunt.
контрастно это все
There is
смотрится.
no
И
sharp
четвертая картина
contrast
это
here.
полет
And the fourth
пустельги.
one
Пустельга это такая
is
птица,
the
которая
bird
охотится, когда
flight.
ночью она видит в
The
ультрафиолете.
bird
Поэтому тут светит
sees
только
everything in
холодная луна,
UV at night, so
пустельга,
you can
там
see
еще сова,
cold
по-моему,
moon,
подсвечена. И
and you can see an owl and
на
the
земле сделаны такие
pustelga
метки
bird,
флуоресцентной краской, поэтому
and there are
экскурсовод может
some
посветить
fluorescent
ультрафиолетовым фонариком
marks,
и объяснить более
so a guide
доступно,
can
понятно,
use
каким
the
образом
UV
охотится пустельга.
spotlight
Вот,
to
я
explain all
сегодня
the
связалась с
details of this
сотрудниками
night bird
музея,
hunting.
просто уточнить вообще,
I got in
насколько
touch with
проект
the
работает.
museum
Они
workers
сказали,
this
что все
morning
работает, все
to
очень
ask about
хорошо.
project. They say everything's okay, the project is
Когда
on,
проходят
it's still
экскурсии, они
there. When
используют все эти
they
4
guide
режима.
visitors,
Когда просто посетители
they
в зале,
use 4
они
light
включают
regimes
солнечный
when
день,
visitors
а когда
are
нету
in
вообще
the hall.
посетителей в экспозиции,
They
они
turn on
выключают
the
освещение, то есть
sunshine,
чтобы
and
соблюдать вот
when
эти
the
нормы
room
музейной
is empty
освещенности.
of the visitors, they turn
Это
the
вот как
light
раз мы
off
должны были сделать
to comply
презентации
with
во всех
norms of
музеях. И пока я
illumination. We're supposed to
путешествовала по
come up with this
музеям,
presentation
вот
and all the museums while I was
сфотографировала их.
traveling
Ну, на
around different
фотографии еще
museums.
раз Бузулукская
Would show you
диорама,
that
и
once again
рядышком
that is
фотография, сделанная в
Buzuluk
одном,
pine
буду
wood
говорить, в каком
diorama.
музее.
And
Тоже
that is the
диорама.
photograph
Тоже, наверное, вот
I've
эти
taken in
4000
another
Кельвинов,
museum. It's
о которой я
also
вчера говорила.
diagram, so
Это
it's all
совершенно
about this
новый
4000
музей,
Kelvin.
совершенно
It's
новом
entirely new
оборудовании.
museum.
Камера у меня одна и
One
та же. Мне
new,
кажется,
one and the same
видно
camera, one and
невооруженным
the
глазом
same
разницу.
lens,
И поэтому
but you
вот эта
can
проблема, да,
see
музейного освещения,
that
мне
there is
кажется,
the
она
vast
очень
difference
актуальна,
between the
потому что
two. So the
появляются
problem of
новые
museum
экспозиции, в
illumination is
которые
very
вложены
important
большие
because some new
деньги,
exhibitions
но в
come
результате
along,
вот видно, что и
a lot of
светильники
money has
бликуют, и
been
там есть животных
invested
сложно
into them,
разглядеть.
but you see
Но
that
это
sometimes
сделано
it's very
буквально
difficult
год
to
назад.
discern animals there, and you see lots of
Вот.
glares and
И
glints.
про музей Петрова-Водкина сейчас
Uh,
участницы проекта сами
Petrov-Vodkin
расскажут.
Museum, the
Ну а
participants
заведующая
of the
музеем Валентина
project will
Ивановна
tell you
Бородина очень
about it, but the
такое
head of the
во
museum,
время
Valentina
презентации сказала
Borodina,
красивую фразу: мы
during the
поменяли
presentation
экспозицию, ничего не
said
меняя.
that
То есть на самом
we
деле все вот эти
changed the
экспозиции, с
exhibition
которыми
without changing
работали
anything.
участники
It was a
конкурса,
very
они все
wonderful phrase, she
старые.
said. I
Звуки,
relish
эта
it because
диорама очень
all
старая.
those
И
are old
получается, вот с помощью
dioramas,
просто освещения
and
она
with the
совершенно
help of
другой
lighting,
вид приобрела.
new
И
lighting
музейные
system,
сотрудники там даже,
they
когда
look
они проводили
entirely
ночь
different.
искусства,
Even
они там
museum workers, when they
задействовали вот
were
эти режимы,
hosting
чтобы
the night at the
вот
museums, they
показать, как
were
это все работает.
using those
Спасибо за внимание. И
lighting
благодарю
modes
всех
to show how
партнеров
it all works. Thank you very
нашего
much. I
проекта.
would like to extend my
И
heartfelt
мы
thanks to all the
подали
partners of the
очередную
project.
заявку. Надеемся,
And
что
we
вдруг мы
submitted the
получится
application for
продолжение, потому
another
что многие
submission
спрашивали,
round.
будет ли
We're hopeful that
продолжение.
there will be a
И сейчас
continuation
даже уже
because many
больше
ask us
партнеров
that question.
стало,
And
поэтому
now we
только рады,
accumulated more partners,
что
so we'll relish
наш
this
проект так
new
активно
opportunity in
поддерживают
future
разные
as
компании. Спасибо
well.
большое.
And we're grateful to the companies for great support
Спасибо,
of our
Татьяна Ивановна.
project.
Пожалуйста,
Thank
вопросы
you very
есть?
much. Questions?
Нет? Еще раз спасибо. Ну, мы
Thanks
сейчас
a lot.
послушаем еще коллег, которые... Да?
Один вопрос.
There
есть?
is
Да,
one
пожалуйста.
question.
У меня не вопрос, у меня
It's not a
благодарность.
question. I would
Карина
like
Владимировна,
to
огромное вам
thank
спасибо.
Elena
Я представитель
Vladimirovna.
Томского политехнического
I
университета.
represent Tomsk
Наша студентка получила
Polytech.
специальный
Our
приз,
student
значит,
was awarded a
за
special
средства
prize
которого воплощена была ее идея.
because her
Но
idea was implemented
безмерно
in
благодарна вам на самом
reality.
деле за вашу
And
инициативу,
we
за
are
то,
so
что вы
grateful
вообще
to you
подняли
for your
этот
wonderful
вопрос.
initiative you set forward.
И хочу вам сказать, что отклик в
We
сердцах
appreciate you
студентов
raising
очень
these
большой.
issues.
Получил ваш
It received
конкурс
very positive and most
вдохновение
enthusiastic
громадное
feedback on behalf of our
от того, что
students.
появилась возможность даже
They are
реализовать
greatly
свой проект.
inspired that
И на
now
самом
they know that they
деле,
can
как у
implement their
нас говорил
project, they
один
can
профессор
pitch
Бомба,
their
прыгай.
idea.
На самом деле,
And
я думаю, что еще
I
долго
think that
будет звучать эхо этого конкурса. Хорошо, если они будут
this
регулярными.
contest will linger on in our memories and the memories of our students. We have another student who participates in all Russian engineering competition with her own project. So there is a great effect from your work. I wish you great success along those lines in future as well. Thank you so very much. We couldn't make it all the way up to Tomsk, but we were most interested how it all came out. In the new project, we turned around the concept. So it's first about engaging museum workers and then lighting fixtures. And one of the venues would be Tomsk Polytech. Thank you.
Так, пожалуйста, Виктория Александровна Гудемчук, магистратка
Victoria Vladimchuk, a master's degree student and engineer of lighting of Axioma Studio.
Нет, не вижу.
I don't see her in the hall. Yes, I'm here. I'm online.
Вы что-то там... Виктория Александровна, вы нас слышите? Мы вас видим.
We can see you. Please go ahead.
Видно?
Can you see my screen?
Нет, презентацию не видим, только вас пока.
We see you only.
Ну, я считаю, что вы ее не видим, уж больно маленькая, да? Сейчас мы поменяем вас местами. Все, теперь видим большую презентацию.
Yes, we see your screen.
Добрый день. Продолжая рассказ Натальи
Good
Владимировны,
afternoon. I would
хотелось
like to
бы
recap on
подробнее
what
рассказать
Natalia
о моем
said, and
проекте,
I'll
с
fill
которым
in
я
on my
участвовала в
project
конкурсе
with which I
озарения, и о
participated
его
in the
дальнейшей
Insight
реализации.
competition
Так
and
как
its
конкурс
further
был нацелен
implementation,
на небольшие
as
музеи,
the
при
competition
выборе
was geared
объекта мне
towards smaller
приглянулся
museums, and when
музей-квартира
I was
Полинария
opting for the object,
Михайловича Васнецова.
the
Музей находится в
museum
Москве, в
of
жилом доме, и
Vasilitsov
фактически
was
является
very
последним
much
местом жительства
appealing to me. It's
художника.
located in Moscow. It's the
Музей-квартира
last
входит в
time
состав
place of
Государственной
residence
Третьяковской
of the artist.
галереи,
This
состоит
museum is
из
part of State Tretchikov Gallery.
небольших комнат,
The
в
museum
которых
apartment
помимо личных
consists
вещей
of small
художника
rooms apart
сохранились
from personal
написанные на логове
belongings of the
картины.
painter.
Музей работает с
His
1965
paintings are
года
on the walls. The
благодаря
museum
сыну
has been
художника и
working
его жене.
since 1965.
Для дальнейшей
Uh,
работы был
for
выбран
further
зал
work,
«Пейзаж», так как в нем,
I
помимо того,
selected
что
the
собраны
landscape
самые ценные
room,
работы художника,
most precious
все-таки
works
зал
by the
подошел и по
painter
площади,
are
которая
collected
требовалась для
here.
участия в
And the
конкурсе.
size of the
Ну а в
room
остальных
is quite in line
помещениях
with the
важно было
requirements of the
сохранить все так,
competition.
как
As
было
to
при
other
жизни художника, потому что
premises
это
and
как бы и
rooms, it
квартира
was important to
одновременно.
retain them the way they were because
Также в этом зале
in the
помимо
lifetime
выставок
of the painter,
проводятся
because that's
концерты,
where he
есть
lived.
рояль.
There are exhibitions and concerts
Существующий на
held
тот
here.
момент
There's the
освещение
grand
в
piano.
музее сильно
The
устарело.
then
На стенах были
lighting
закреплены линейные
fixture
светильники,
set was
которые
obsolete.
слепили, равномерно
Linear
заливали светом пространство.
luminaries fastened to the
Все это
wall
портило
were
впечатление
blinding
музея.
people, lots of
Единственное,
glitches,
что решено было в дальнейшем
glints
сохранить,
and
это люстры
glares
20
that
века,
deteriorated the
которые
impression of the
вот
museum. The
можете
only thing
видеть на
which
правой картинке.
was retained there
Так как
are
это
the
все-таки
20th
одновременно
century's
квартира, то решено было
chandeliers.
сделать очень простую
It's an
концепцию. Ясно
apartment,
было, что
so the
свет должен
concept
быть
was
либо
very
нейтральным, либо
simple.
теплым,
Light was
но при
supposed to
этом
be the
необходимые
neutral or
световые акценты
warm,
на картине,
but
которых не было.
we needed
Ну и
to
одновременно,
provide
естественно,
for
качественное
light
освещение экспонатов.
accents to the pictures and have
Сама
high
светотехническая
quality of
установка должна
illumination
была
of
быть как можно
the
менее
exhibits,
заметной.
and the
Так была придумана
technical
изначальная
fixture
концепция,
was not to
которая
be too
потом
obvious and
переделывалась. То есть по
screen to
периметру
visitors'
располагали
eye.
подвесной
Around the
микротрек,
perimeter,
на нем
there were
прожектора.
microtracks
Были
with
акценты на рояль,
spotlights. There were
другие предметы интерьера,
spotlights
естественно, картины.
accenting
Вот так вот
one
выглядели
piano, some other
визуализации,
objects and
сделанные для
pictures.
Люксева.
These
Для
are
каждой картины был
the
подобран светильник с
visualizations
подходящей
made for
мощностью,
that, and there
проверены были
were
освещенности,
luminaries
и
identified for each
все, в общем,
room
было
of the
сделано в
apartment.
соответствии с нормами.
We checked up all the illumination
Концепция
levels.
была
Everything was
сделана на
according to
оборудовании
the
OLED.
norms. We
Использовался
used
светильник с
adequate
регулируемой
equipment
оптикой.
and
Также было
spotlight and
предусмотрено
luminary with
зумирование на
regulated
корпусе.
lens, which we used.
В зале также есть небольшой
And
шкаф,
also
в
there is
котором
a
демонстрируются бумажные
cabinet
экспонаты.
here
Они, естественно,
demonstrating
среднечувствительный
different
и высокочувствительный к свету,
paper-made
поэтому использовалась лента небольшой
entries highly
мощности, и
sensitive
она
to
имела
light,
возможность
so
димировать свет.
the capacity
Затем,
was
уже
rather
при
low, and
реализации,
we
к
were able
сожалению,
to
выяснились
dim
некоторые
the
сложности,
lights.
так
But
как
during the
музей все-таки
implementation
являлся
stage, we
объектом
found out that there
культурного
were some
наследия,
challenges because that
даже с
museum
учетом
was
очень
the
маленьких
site,
размеров
the
и веса
cultural
проекта, мне не
heritage
разрешили его
site.
укрепить
So we were not
потолком.
allowed to
Еще одной
fasten
проблемой стало
this fixture
естественное
system to the
освещение.
floor.
Выяснилось, что не
Another problem
разрешено
was
применять никакие
natural
меры по
light.
его устранению.
It was not
То есть
allowed
нельзя было
to
зашторить
distinguish to
окна, нельзя
extinguish
было
this light.
использовать
We were
никакие
not
пленки.
allowed to
И
pull down the
единственным решением
curtains
стало,
or
вообще
use
возник вопрос
protective
тогда, куда же
filters to
крепить
screen off
светильники, если нельзя
this
крепить их на
daylight. So
стены,
what
нельзя
were we
крепить на
supposed to do if we
потолок.
were not allowed to
И
fasten
единственным решением
those
стало
luminous fixtures
это
on the
снять
ceiling or on the
существующие
walls?
линейные
The only solution
светильники
was
и
to
уже на
remove
старое место
existing
крепления закрепить
linear line
трекспроекторами.
fixture of
И также
luminaries
использовать
and in their
микротрек
place to
небольшого
fasten up
размера и
the
закрепить
track
его
with
вот на карнизе для
spotlights and to
подсветки
use
картины, которую можно
micro
видеть на центральном
track
слайде.
on the cornices to
При таком расположении
illuminate the
трека, конечно
pictures
же,
on
появлялась
the
when we located the truck, we had some problems with glares, blinding, getting into visitors' eyes. So we were looking for the optimal angles of the luminaries. They were set up contrary to the movement. The problems remained at the left-hand side of the hall because visitors were walking both ways. We placed the accessories looking like grids. Capacities of each luminaire was selected manually every time because it was non-uniform solution and it was not possible to include all the implications of the nuances into the software. It was about the angle of illumination and the level of disclosure of angle of the light flux. It was between 10 to 20, 24 at the micro track, which were located along the cornices. We're using zoom-based.
The light fixtures with zoom. So one could be used for several paintings. So the paintings were small in size. And the color temperatures were mixed. So there was a luminary with 3 and 4,000 Kelvin. And so it was impossible to use any sort of control with that. And so that was a chance for us to regulate the flow because the luminaries were dimmed on the body and the angles of the luminaries were different. So for each painting, we could select an individual one with the best solution. So that's what we have as a result. You can see the photos on the day of the opening once the illumination was organized. Then there was a request for additional light for the piano play and a luminary for the micro track. Then here in this slide, you can see one of the main paintings of the museum early morning in the Kremlin. So the mixing provided good results. Its window in the painting and the warm light emphasized the color of the facades and the cold color added the coolness to the earth, which previously had not been felt. The colors are deeper and intense. I do not know whether you can see the difference, but in real life you can see the difference. The painting had a glass on it, so we need to make sure right on the spot to make sure that there is no reflection of the luminary in the glass. And so a few words about the luminaries we used. Everywhere we used the LED equipment all over with the small micro tracks for the smaller paintings. So we used luminary with regulated optics. It's a miniature luminary in size, and we placed them on the cornices where the paintings were also fixed. Well, of course, the cornices could not sustain larger weight, so this type of luminary was an optimal solution. And we also used the larger luminaries for the paintings at a distance and larger in size. 16 watts. And well, of course, they can be dimmed. It's not that difficult for the museum to change the exposition. We need accessories for the overcoming of the blinding effect, and they were very much needed for the three-phase track. And so if a visitor goes against the standard route provided by the museum, then the light would still not get into the eyes. And so it was really a protection against the blinding effect. And as a result, we were able to get away from the old luminescence. And after the replacement of the illumination equipment, the museum staff actually were able to notice certain details in the paintings which previously could not be noticed. That's all I planned to talk about. Thank you for your attention. Oh, thank you, Victoria. Questions to Victoria? Yes, there is one.
Да, Виктория, добрый
Yes,
день. Вы
Victoria,
вот
good
упомянули то, что
afternoon.
там
You
люстры
mentioned that
остались
there are
еще
chandeliers
века
still
середины
retained
20 века.
dating back to the
Вы
middle of the
что-то в вашем
20th
проекте
century. In
для
your
них
project,
предприняли?
are
Там,
you
замену
planning, or
источников
maybe you have
света?
done
Как
something
вы их выбирали, если
about the
выбирали?
chandeliers? Maybe you changed the sources
Мы
of light for
просто
them. No, we
изменили
simply
лампочки
replaced the
2700
bulbs
Кельвин, но люстры эти в основном
270
получаются
Kelvin,
очень
but the
редко.
chandeliers are
То есть,
hardly
может быть,
ever
для каких-то
switched on,
концертов,
just for
когда нужно
concerts,
просто общее
occasionally
освещение. Ну, то есть
when
просто заменили
floodlight is needed.
на
So
аналогичный
we
источник
just
света,
replaced the
более новые.
bulbs with the new ones.
Но вы не рассматривали вариант
So you did not
как-то за
look at
счет увеличения количества общего света, может быть,
the
уменьшить количество
possibility of
акцентов или
the reduction of the number of
Но на самом
accents.
деле
Well,
очень много в
indeed,
этом зале
in
естественного
this room,
света,
there is
о
a lot
котором я
of
говорила,
natural
что
light that
проблема
I
такая
mentioned
была,
already,
и,
and
в
so there was
принципе,
that
вот это
problem.
общее
As I
освещение,
said, and this
оно и так
general
присутствовало до
lighting
этого,
was
и запрос был
present
у
anyway. So
сотрудников
the
музея, что именно хотели
museum
акценты
asked us
как бы
to
в вечернее время, то есть чтобы
have
можно
certain
было
accents at the
как-то, ну, просто
in the
картины на самом
evening,
деле при
just
этом общем освещении
because the
выглядели
paintings with this general
не
lighting in the
наилучшим
room
образом
did
все
not
равно. То есть
понятно.
look
запрос был
very
такой у
well. They were
сотрудников
not at their
на
best. That was
акценты.
the opinion of the museum, so they wanted to have them accented.
Спасибо. Еще есть вопросы?
Oh,
Пожалуйста.
any other
Да,
questions?
есть еще.
Yes, you're welcome.
Я хочу ответить вот на вопрос молодого человека. Я еще дополню Викторию, как
Allow me
сотрудник
to add a few
Третьяковской
words to
галереи.
what
Это
Victoria has
музей
said.
квартира Аполлинария
Yes,
Воснецова
this
является
museum of
памятником
Apollinaria
культурного
Vesnitsova
наследия.
is
Поэтому там категорически ни к чему нельзя было
historical heritage monument,
притрагиваться,
and
только
so
к тем уже
not many things
установленным
could be
местам
really changed.
оборудования.
We could
И
touch upon
лампы в
just
люстры, как раз вот о
those
чем говорили, в первую очередь,
items
цветность этих
that
ламп
were allowed to be
Виктория
tampered
выбирала
with.
вместе
And
с
so
нашими научными сотрудниками и
Victoria worked
хранителями
together with our
музея Аполлинария
curators,
Воснецова. То есть
curators
они
of the
как
Apollinaria
инициативу
Vesnitsova
принимали
Museum.
активное
So
участие в
they were
подборе
very
для
actively
цветопередачи
involved in the selection
картин,
of
размещенных
the equipment in
в
order to
помещениях, ну,
provide
в
the
комнатах
proper
этого
color
музея. Вот здесь
transmission
как раз вот на
um,
экране
for the
одна из
paintings
главных
displayed.
задач
And here you can
сотрудник,
see
который
exactly that.
поставили Виктории, чтобы вот в межоконном
The
пространстве
museum
картина
wanted
наконец
exactly
стала
that,
видна, что она
just to
удачно
make sure
очень
that
завершила,
between the windows,
благодаря
the
акцентному
painting becomes
освещению. Поэтому большое
visible, and
спасибо.
the accent
Вас вот
lighting made it
большая
possible.
благодарность за
So
вашу
we're
работу,
most
Виктория.
grateful to you, Victoria, for the
Спасибо
work
за
done.
содействие,
Thank you for your help.
помощь.
Так, пожалуйста, еще вопросы?
Yes, other questions?
Если нет, давайте еще раз поблагодарим.
If there are none, we thank Victoria.
Спасибо,
Victoria,
до
thank
свидания.
you.
Так, я тогда передаю слово
And allow me
Надежде
to give
Андреевне
the floor
Комаковой,
to
доценту
Nadezhda
кафедры
Komakova,
дизайна архитектурной среды Саратовского
associate
государственного
professor
технического
of
университета.
the
Пожалуйста.
chair of environment in Saransk University.
Вам микрофон удобнее будет такой? Да, конечно, сейчас дадим.
Yeah.
Всем добрый день. Я представляю вам нашу мастерскую «Свету ключи», в которую входят я, Кумакова Надежда Андреевна, и Креницына Анастасия.
Добрый день.
Да, давай дальше. Мы сегодня представляем проект «Вселенная» Кузьмы Сергеевича Петрова-Водкина, который был реализован благодаря конкурсу «Озарение». Кузьма Сергеевич неразрывно связан со своим родным городом Хвалынском, который является уникальным местом, и неспроста его называют Волжской Швейцарией благодаря холмам и большому разливу Волги. Эта нить везде прослеживается в его творчестве, так как во всех известных картинах цитируются пейзажи, сюжеты, люди, живущие в этом городе. Проанализировав связь художника и города, мы вышли на сферическую перспективу, которую вы можете видеть на картине «Полдень», написанную в городе Хвалынске. Так выглядит художественный мемориальный музей, который находится на краю Хвалынска. Это не просто музей, это точка притяжения для многих художников. И каждый август уже большое количество времени проходят хвалынские пленеры именно в этом доме-музее.
Во многих домах-музеях подобного плана есть особенность. Это большое количество окон во всем доме. Но с этой особенностью необходимо правильно работать с точки зрения освещения. Несмотря на большое количество естественного света, экспонаты между окон теряются из-за контрового света. Уровень освещенности у окна в 6 раз выше, чем уровень освещенности между окон. Такой контраст мешает визуальному восприятию экспонатов. Также в этих домах-музеях зачастую сохраняется несколько оригинальных экспонатов и добавляются затем предметы быта, вещи, отсылающие нас к необходимой эпохе. Все эти экспонаты требуют особого подхода и правильно подобранных параметров освещения. Еще важной проблемой является функциональный свет, перетягивающий внимание экспонатов на себя. Если он сильно яркий и слепит, он создает засветы, блики по ходу экспозиции. Для работы с освещением в этом проекте мы придерживались основных принципов. Во-первых, необходимо уделить внимание каждому экспонату в отдельности и правильно расставить цветовые акценты. Так как некоторые экспонаты в музее представляют собой историческую ценность, необходимо особо бережно подойти к их освещению, учитывая нормы освещенности. Учитывать цветовой комфорт, который обеспечивает посетителям приятное времяпровождение в музее и позволяет ознакомиться с экспонатами без бликов, пересветов и ослепления. И отразить концепцию проекта. С этим нам помогли комбинация цветовых температур, цветовые эффекты и дополнительные аксессуары.
Сферическое восприятие мира послужило основой концепции освещения и родилась концептуальная схема. Суть ее в том, что провинциальная жизнь Хвалынска движется по кругу, как колесо от телеги, проходя все неровности пути. Где-то далеко, за тысячи верст, идет другая жизнь, линейная, в которой все скользит по прямой, от одной цели к другой, со взлетами и падениями. Словно стихия, Кузьма объединил эти две парадигмы, он провел сквозь них свой жизненный путь. Как стихия Волги, он пролился через родной город и пророс в Санкт-Петербурге. Новая волна, охватившая его сознание, пронесла его по земному шару. Но только Хвалынск давал плоды творчества. Именно здесь он ощутил свою жизнь и увидел ее, находясь в центре Земли из космоса. Благодаря умению держать баланс в этих различных вселенных, его дух и творчество до сих пор живут в том самом доме на краю Хвалынска. С помощью концепции освещения мы передаем то, что ощущал художник, находясь в Хвалынске. Жизнь в доме идет своим чередом, зависит от времени года, но в то же время связана с Кузьмой Сергеевичем, который смотрит со стороны на самого себя. Поэтому освещение в каждой комнате будет передавать атмосферу определенного времени года, но в любой из них будет акцент на личности художника и его семьи. Как начало творческого пути появился пролог, коридоры-прихожие, завершение – эпилог, гостиная и столовая.
Музей работает с 10 утра и до 4 часов дня. В Хвалынске достаточно много солнца круглый год, и поэтому там практически никогда не бывает темно во время проведения экскурсий. Мы это учитывали, и искусственный свет в данном случае необходим как акцентный путеводитель. Посетитель входит в дом, сейчас расскажу немного про ход экскурсии. Входит в дом, впереди проходит через длинные коридоры, впереди видит темный маленький тамбур. Далее проходит в зону кассы, где его встречает экскурсовод. Затем экскурсия начинается в главной комнате мастерская художника. Затем идет комната племянников, комната матери. Затем проходит в кухню и завершается экскурсия в столовой. Мы адаптировали концепцию под отработанные годами сценарии экскурсии, подобрали необходимое оборудование. Мы остановились на оборудовании OLED. Хотим им выразить огромную благодарность за помощь во время проектирования, реализации, и уже даже после реализации нам неоднократно помогали. Далее мы выехали на моукап в Хвалынск и затем вышли на реализацию. Пролог. С него начинается любое повествование. В коридоре установлен накладной прибор с углом свечения 7 градусов. Он создает эффект солнечного луча, пробивающегося сквозь темноту. Далее мастерская художника рифмуется с летом. В это время года Кузьма Сергеевич особенно любил приезжать в Хвалынск. Здесь интерьер выглядит логичным продолжением мира за окном, много мягкого естественного света, на поверхностях игра солнечных зайчиков. В мастерской висит оригинал картины маслом и палитра художника. Все экспонаты растения освещены приборами с демированием на корпусе и с изменяемым углом освещения. Это помогло во время монтажа более точно подобрать нужный пучок света. Здесь сама мастерская художника после реализации. Осенью заканчиваются дела в огороде, начинается подготовка к зиме, дети идут в школу, и с каждым днем в дом проникает все меньше естественного света. Серые оттенки поздней осени растворяются в теплом, уютном пламени свечи и керосиновых ламп. На картинах в этой комнате имеется достаточно много сочетаний как теплых, так и холодных оттенков. Здесь мы подобрали такое решение, что можно было светить на одну картину двумя разными приборами, например, купание красного коня. Это помогло нам выделить как теплые, так и холодные оттенки на этой картине и подать ее в наилучшем свете. Зимой интерьер словно отгораживается от холода, царящего снаружи. В печи потрескивают дрова, мерцает желтым огоньком лампа, световой день короткий, и дому необходимо больше искусственного освещения. Огонь в печи имитирует небольшой портативный светильник со специальным желто-оранжевым светофильтром. Также при необходимости этот светильник из печи можно легко достать, так как сотрудники нам рассказывали, что иногда печь используется по назначению, например, на Масленицу. В ней раньше пекли блины или варили кашу. Весной световой день постепенно увеличивается, но по вечерам в доме по-прежнему зажигают лампы или свечи. Поэтому в световом сценарии преобладают нейтральные оттенки и мягкие, будто слегка размытые тени от предметов. Практически на всех приборах в данной комнате мы занижали световой поток с помощью демирования на корпусе, чтобы создавать именно мягкие, неконтрастные тени, но при этом делать небольшие акценты на каждом экспонате. Здесь важно отметить картину «Семья художника». Это оригинал масла. На нее направлен мягкий рассеянный пучок света с световой температурой 3000 Кельвин, а очень узкий луч света с температурой 4000 выделяет синюю рубаху мальчика по центру картины, и она словно зажглась даже. Также очень долго во время монтажа подбирался угол расположения приборов, чтобы максимально избежать бликов на этой картине, потому что здесь буквально, комната маленькая, и был буквально один ракурс, откуда посетители могли ее обозревать. И керосиновая лампа. Спустя много лет в этой комнате и на кухне она наконец заработала, только теперь с помощью светодиодной лампочки. И заключительным пространством как в экскурсии музея, так и в концепции освещения является столовая. Для сохранности оригинала костюма, вот он под стеклом, мы убедили сотрудников музея прикрывать это окно, которое находится рядом с ним, чтобы дольше сохранить его внешний вид. И также направили на него два прибора с разными температурами, потому что весь халат он такой более холодных оттенков, но тюбетейка она требовала более теплого акцента. Также особый световой шар создают сами экспонаты в данной комнате. Например, луч света падает на вот эту керосиновую лампу, которая стоит на комоде, переотражается на вот эту стену, и получается такой как бы шлейф от красного коня. Мы немного дополняем художника своими световыми решениями. На данном слайде можно посмотреть немного фотографий с процесса реализации. Данным проектом мы уже делились на некоторых конференциях, участвовали в премиях, где получали какое-то одобрение от коллег. На этом, наверное, все. Спасибо.
Спасибо, пожалуйста, вопросы.
Я извиняюсь, я два слова еще скажу. Я хочу выразить благодарность Наталье Потаповой. И этот проект, он был реализован, это так совпало, к 145-летию со дня рождения Петрова-Водкина. И мы на конференции, которая проходила в Хвалынске, туда приезжало много музейных работников, в том числе и из Русского музея приезжали. В общем, все, кто неравнодушны к Петрову-Водкину, и Наталья Потапова тоже там присутствовала, мы презентовали, собственно, наш проект. И второй день конференции был посвящен именно презентации этого проекта, поэтому торжественно вам вручаю ваш экземпляр.
Так, пожалуйста, вопросы есть? Есть, да? Вот туда микрофон.
Спасибо большое. У меня короткий простой вопрос. Скажите, пожалуйста,
I've got a brief
переключение
question.
сценариев сезонных происходит
As to switching from one seasonal mode or another, who does that? Well, each room is like a standalone scenario, like summer, winter, so on.
Да, пожалуйста, сейчас, секундочку.
У меня просто предложение есть.
I have got a suggestion as to the round submission. You should get the written reference on behalf of the Association of Museums, and we can also submit that just to be on the safe side for future. Great, thank you very much. We'll support you.
Так, еще вопросы, пожалуйста.
Any more questions?
Нет. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Так, Ксения Игоревна появилась?
Is Madam Senegrina here?
Пожалуйста, Нечаева Ксения Игоревна. Компания «Световые технологии».
The company is called Световые технологии, Lighting Technologies.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm glad to welcome you. I'm Ksenia Nechaeva, project manager of Lighting Technologies company. My presentation will be dedicated to the project of lighting of museum complex, No Tretyakov Picture Gallery in Moscow. That was supposed to be presented by Sergei Durgunov, the company who designed the lighting here, but Mikhail could make it here today, so he delegated that important function to myself. And I am privileged to fill in on the major details of this project. In a nutshell, about the museum complex, unless some of you don't know it. This is very contemporary, very large museum complex. It includes a plethora of different rooms with different functionality and type, exhibition halls, movie hall, concert hall, different public spaces, restoration, workshops, administrative building, and so on. It's a large museum complex with all sorts of premises, each one requiring a tailor-made approach to lighting. Working on the project, Trinova company paid great attention at all those details. It should be noted that the statistical information is quite impressive and the project is impressive. The work has been around since 2013. Total area is more than 35,000 square meters. Total amount of lighting fixtures in the project is more than 7,300 and almost 5,500 are the DL protocol controlled ones. And Trinova company with partners, and partners are shown here in the slide with proactive engagement of Tretyakov Picture Gallery, did that. The work started out in 2013. At the outset of the project, they designed by world acclaimed international manufacturers were a part of this project with very good portfolio, because the Trinova company had wonderful portfolio of counterparts around the world. Trinova and Tretyakov Picture Gallery were working with those European manufacturers, but after 2013 the work was adjusted and the decision was made on import substitution of European
equipment. This is very challenging, actually. Task. It was very important not to give up the quality of light because it's an upscale project, and all the Muscovites are anxious to see it really finalized. In 2015, the market of lighting fixtures as a whole started changing. Russian manufacturers were tapping the market, like Russian company, Light Technologies, our company, and some European solutions were substituted by our import without giving up quality. I would like to refer to some of those solutions. Most important is the exhibition space of the museum. It's sort of unusual from the standpoint of architecture solution. The space includes a very big area and very big space which can be transformed out of a very large exhibition hall. We can make much smaller exhibition halls with some thematic exhibitions. In order to implement that challenging and sophisticated solution, we made a decision. The decision was made to arrange squared caissons around the perimeter of the premise. Those caissons included general and accent lighting in any portion of caissons. Partitions could be placed with pieces of art hanging on, so they should be illuminated. Here you can see the way the space looks like now. As to the project implementation, the project is now at the implementation stage. It's not fully delivered, but the lighting has been already installed, and we are fine-tuning the control system. The museum is getting prepared for the opening. You can see general and accenting illumination. General illumination consists of specially developed line located fixtures, specially devised caissons. It's a very interesting solution because those fixtures and devices could be controlled not only in light flux, but the warmth of the light, different types of Kelvin, so we can change the room. Accenting illumination is done with the help of AirCare devices. They're installed here. AirCare has got the superior quality on light distribution on light spots. That is why those devices were used here for the main hall of the museum. Here you can see a couple of pictures. You see how the mock-ups were done and development by Light Technologies started 5 years after the beginning of the project. That's when exactly our company stepped in, and we were looking at the control system, fine-tuning different elements, checking out different calls, and the quality of so the quality of color rendered index is very high. Another interesting museum zone is the restoration workshops and stocks storages, the rooms whereby museum workers conduct high precision, painstaking work on preservation and restoration of the canvases, bringing them back to the original initial stage. So we used
сложным
those
конструктивом,
devices with very
сам корпус изготовлен
sophisticated
из
design.
нержавеющей стали с
The
таким
body is
стеклом.
made out of
При этом,
stainless steel
несмотря на такой
with
промышленный внешний
reinforced
вид
glass,
корпуса, он
notwithstanding
соответствует,
the
он соответствует
industrial
требованиям
looking
по музейному свету
appearance. It
для
complies with all the
реставрационных
requirements
работников.
for museum light, for
Все, что касается
restoration
качества
workers,
цветопередачи
everything
и
which
специальных
goes
характеристик
for
прибора,
spectrum
они находятся на
characteristics and the
высоте.
quality of color rendering, they are superior.
Общие зоны. Для них
Common
также используется прибор,
areas,
специально разработанный под этот
public
проект.
areas,
Это тоже
specific device was developed. It's
производителей.
import
Светильник
substitution
вот такой сложной
for
формы, потому
previous
что он
European
встраиваемый, его оптическая
manufacturers.
часть
A
отдельно
very
выталкивается из
sophisticated
корпуса,
shape
что
of
позволяет
the
эксплуатировать его в
luminary
течение
with
работы музея,
retractable part
что
of
тоже
the
очень
body
удобно.
of that, which could be used differently in different
Вот эти
time
три,
of the
это,
day,
наверное,
which is very
самые
handy as
интересные
well. These are
решения
three most
от именно
interesting
световой технологии на
solutions of light
проекте.
technologies, that is
Конечно,
our
все
company in the
зоны
project.
требовали
All
особого
these
внимания
zones
и
required very
были
special
укомплектованы
attention,
соответствующими
and
продуктами,
they were
отвечающими
rigged out with
требованиям.
all those corresponding products
Ну
which
и
are
еще
at
раз
par
хочу
with
сделать акцент на
groundbreaking
систему управления.
technologies requirements.
Более
I would like
5000
to
светильников
underscore the importance of control
управляются
system. More
по
than 5,000
протоколу Дали.
luminaries are controlled
Система
using
управления
DALI
позволяет
protocol.
делать
The system of
осветительную
control
установку максимально
enables us to
гибкой.
make those
Каждое подключение
fixtures
может
very flexible.
иметь
Each
трансформированную
connection
световую
could
среду под
have got
определенное
transformed
назначение, под определенный
light
функционал,
range
что
depending on
делает
the
возможным
functionality,
быстрое
which makes it
переоснащение
possible
помещений, что очень удобно.
to rapidly retrofit the buildings,
Ну
which is very
и в
convenient
завершении
indeed.
расскажу
And to wrap it up, I'm
об
going to tell you
ассортименте
about the
акцентирующих
line of
светильников компании
products,
световой
the
технологии.
assortment of
Мы
accenting
активно работаем с
luminaries
музеями
of
сейчас.
light
В
technologies
проекте
company. We
Третьяковской
have been
галереи
working
акцентирующее
most
освещение было
proactively in
выполнено
Tretьяков
на
Picture Gallery.
продуктах
Accenting
Эрко,
fixtures
но
were
следующий
done on
этап импортозамещений,
ERCO products,
мы
but
готовы
next
к
stage
нему,
of import
и, в принципе,
substitution
готовим ассортимент
finds us well
под
prepared for
реализацию в
that,
крупных
and we
музеях.
have been preparing our own domestically made
Спасибо
assortment for other
большое за
projects
ваше
and other
внимание.
museums. Thank you
Мы
very
с
much for
нетерпением
your
ждем
attention.
открытия этого
We
замечательного
are
музея.
very anxious to see the opening
очень
of this
надеюсь, что в
fabulous
следующий раз
museum complex. I'm hopeful that
Третьяковская
next
галерея
time at the
поделится
next
своим опытом эксплуатации осветительной установки,
workshop,
как все
Tretьяков Picture
пройдет. Мы
Gallery will
волнуемся,
provide for
скрестили
their
пальчики, очень
feedback
ждем.
of
Спасибо.
this fixture
Если
system.
есть
We are
вопросы,
keeping our
постараюсь ответить.
fingers crossed that everything will be just super. I have a question. There are halls like that at the second floor, third floor, same equipment, yes. I'm Stanislav Lermontov. I have got the following question. You have got a global project. It's common knowledge that initially it was developed not by your company, but then your company stepped in later on. The project contains a very big amount of luminaries. It's common knowledge that DALI system has got some limitation. One control set supports a small amount of fixtures and devices, not just luminaries, but sensors, controllers, gauges. So for luminaries, it's a very small chunk of control which is remaining. Why did you follow DALI but not some other system, providing us with more leeway?
Вопрос интересный. Я, к сожалению, на этот
Interesting
вопрос
question,
ответить не смогу, потому
but
что этот
I
вопрос непосредственно
can't
должен быть
respond
адресован
to it
Михаилу
because
Дергунову, который занимался
this is the question for
проектированием
Mikhail
этого
Dergunov,
объекта,
who
и
initially
все
had
решения по
embarked
системе
upon the
управления
design of this
принимались компанией Тринова
site, and all the
совместно с Третьяковской
decisions
галереей. Пока проект
were made by
распущен, коллегам
Trinova
эта
company
система
jointly
показалась
with
более
Tretьяков Picture
удобной.
Gallery. For
Почему
some
конкретно,
reason, colleagues
сейчас, к
thought that,
сожалению, вам нет.
this system is
Если
more
интересно,
convenient.
могу
I
дать
don't know
контакты
why.
музея, я уверена, он
I
вам
can
поможет
provide you with the contact
разъяснить.
information for
Хорошо, спасибо.
Mikhail, and he'll explain everything to you if you need more explanations. More questions?
Regarding very big amount of luminaries, did you take into account different initial currents and harmonics? Yes, electrical project was prepared by Trinova company. They took into account everything, harmonics and power capacity and all the currents, of course. And your company, Light Technologies, provides for all those launching currents and everything. Yes, of course. Anything else? Thank you very much. Once again, let's put our hands together for the speaker. And, well, I have a proposal. We're almost by an hour behind the schedule, so we'll shift everything by 1 hour. Can we shift lunch break by 1 hour, and everything in workshops would be shifted an hour later on? Sergey? I need the mic. There is a roving mic someplace. Well, just let me fix up this shift in our agenda with postponed lunch. My task is very challenging. Within 20 minutes to fill in on the project we have been on for more than a year. It's the largest museum, so it will be among top 10 contemporary museums of the world, and I'm very privileged and proud to work in this project, and I'll try to tell you what exactly we have been doing in that project. So this is our team, 8 people who were on staff, but we outsourced more people for this project, like Evgeny Sobolev, who will have the presentation today. And so it's about lighting, but we should be aware that there is a plethora of people working on such an ambitious and big project, and these are upscale professionals. What was the scope of works? The full set of illumination, which is altogether right. It should be the same company who should do that. So we have got different ideas. So it's improvements, facade illumination, interior illumination, and all the other things. We developed everything, the audit, pre-feed, concept, and pre-feed, and feed, inclusive of electrical part of the project. I'll show you some slides from the concept of illumination. I deliberately did not somehow revise them. That's the way the customer wanted us to do. Altogether, it's about 600 or 800 slides, just for your record. Here you'll see more than 100 slides. Exterior lighting. I'll be briefly talk about certain things. It's daylight changes, intraday zoning of the area in line with the norms of illumination. We discussed that with the customer. We told them that we're using Russian and European norms alike, although the site is in Kazakhstan. Here is the classification of the facades for us to identify the facade lighting norms. We analyzed the materials. Having said that, I would mention that materials are very specific, very interesting. They are natural. So this is very important for the appearance of the building. General principles of the concept of exterior illumination were embedded into the project. Number one, to work with the principles of light composition, ensuing of the perceptions of it on the whole, the different levels of perceptions. We conceived the idea of more bright perimeter adjacent to the trees and a bright perimeter around the building. But between those perimeters, there is a
darker
Это так
patch,
называемая улица
we
искусств,
did
то есть
it
это часть
deliberately,
территории,
is
где
the
расположены
street of
экспонаты, которые
arts
стоят на
with
улице.
different entries installed
Соответственно, для
outdoors
этого
in the
она и
street. For that,
затемняется, чтобы там создать некую такую
it's
подобную музейной
shaded
среде.
in order
Применение
to
качественного
make it
контраста, то есть мы
like a
используем
museum
две цветовые
environment. We use
температуры. Наружное
contrast, we
освещение
use
это
two
3 и
light
4000 Кельвин,
temperatures,
что позволяет
3 and
нам усилить
4000
контрасты,
Kelvin
когда нам
outdoors
недостаточно
to
контраста
enhance
яркости, мы используем
contrasts.
контраст цветовой
When
температуры.
brightness is not enough, we use the
Оптимизация
contrast
количества
of
форм.
light
Мы очень
temperature
хотели
and color
оставить эту
temperature.
архитектуру
Optimization
современной
on
и
the quantity.
чистой и
We
уменьшить
wanted
количество
this
опор.
architecture
Насколько это
to
возможно, мы это
remain very
сделали, и действительно
clear,
для
cut
такой
and
большой территории, для такого
contemporary,
большого
to
здания
reduce the
их не
number
так
of
много, этих
supports. We
опор.
did that.
Гибкое применение норм освещения.
Flexible
Ну, если
application
сказать
of
более
illumination
честно, мы в
norms,
некоторых
or to
моментах
be
просто
quite
их игнорировали,
outspoken.
но
Sometimes we sort of
обоснованно игнорировали.
ignored them,
Почему мы
but
уменьшаем их или
we
почему мы их
had good
увеличиваем? Потому
reasons
что,
for
к
ignoring.
сожалению, нормы освещения, особенно наружного освещения, зачастую написаны так, что сделать хороший, красивый, с точки зрения световой композиции, правильный проект очень сложно. Ну, или даже бывает
written in
невозможно.
such a way that it's
Связь
sometimes very
ландшафта и
difficult
фасада.
to follow those. The
Дальше вы
landscape and the
увидите, это очень
facade, how
необычная
are they
архитектура,
connected?
которая как
You
бы
will see
вырастает
that this
из
is a
земли.
rather
И нам
unusual
важно было
architecture
как
growing
раз
out of the earth.
продемонстрировать эту
And
связь.
so it was important
Применение
for us to
декоративного
demonstrate this
освещения как
connection.
обязательное
Decorative
условие в
lighting
наружном
was
освещении
a
и
must
лаконичные
for
формы
the
оборудования,
external lighting, and
использование таких
laconic
светильников, чтобы за них было не страшно.
luminaries,
Все-таки искусство, да?
not interfering
Многие,
with
наверное,
the
да,
works of
знают
art.
меня и нашу студию по теории
Many are
эмоционального
familiar
дизайна.
with
Мы,
me and
естественно,
my studio
применяли этот подход
due to
в
the
работе
theory of
над
emotional
музеем.
design. We
Одна
applied
из
this
наших
approach
идей – это
in this
взять
case
облик
too. So we
Чарымского каньона. Для
decided to
тех, кто
use the
немножко не знаком с природой
Charinsky
Казахстана,
Canyon.
это
If you are
не
not familiar with Kazakhstan
США,
and
да,
its
это
nature,
Казахстан, это
no,
знаменитый
let me
Чарымский
remind you,
каньон,
this
очень
is the
классное, красивое
famous
место,
Charinsky Canyon,
узнаваемое всеми
beautiful
местными и
place,
туристами.
recognizable
И мы взяли
easily
идею, да,
by the
природы,
locals and the
разложили ее
visitors. And
на
so
простые
we
составляющие и перенесли это в концепцию. В конечном
brought
счете у нас
in
получилась
the
такая схема
elements of
освещения.
this
Обратите внимание,
natural
два
phenomenon
проспекта,
into the
которые
project. So you
огибают
can see
музей,
two streets
они
that go
выполнены в
around the
холодном
museum,
свете.
and they're in
Мы же
cold
применяем теплый свет
light.
3000
And
Кельвин
we're
и
using
добавляем
warm light,
локальные
3000
акценты
Kelvin, and we're
4000
using
Кельвин на
local accents,
растительность
4000
и
Kelvin.
на экспонаты,
They are
которые
on the
выставлены на
exhibits and
улице.
the plants in the
Вот так
streets.
это выглядит в
So that's what
светопланировке
it
уже
looks like in
визуальной.
our visual planning
Она была, ну, в
scheme.
общем,
And
многократно
so we
обсуждена с заказчиком, с
many times
архитекторами,
discussed it with
даже
the
с художниками,
architects, with
которые
the
там выставлены на улице, и в итоге
museum,
мы
and with
пришли
the
вот к
artists who
такому виду.
work out there in the street and who displayed their
Какие
works
приемы
in the
освещения
streets.
мы
And
использовали?
what were the
Нужно сказать,
methods
что
of
мы, так
illumination
как
we
мы
used?
минимизируем количество
Since
опор,
we minimized
старались
the number of
использовать очень
supports,
много
we tried to use as
интегрированного
many as
освещения.
possible
И те референсы, которые мы
integrated
изучали, которые изучал
luminaries. And the
заказчик,
references
как
we
раз
studied
подтверждали этот тренд. Поэтому большое количество светильников,
host
встроенных в подпорные
Andrews.
стены,
So
и
there
в
is a
перила и
lot
так
of
далее, и так далее.
luminaries
Да?
built
То есть
into
мы
the
этот
walls.
имеем,
So
да, в наших
we do
проектах,
have
и
this
здесь его активно
experience. We
использовали.
previously had applied it in
Опоры.
our
У
project.
нас
So
всего два
what were
типа
the
по
supports?
высоте опор, и они
In height, there are
понадобились
two
нам,
types
потому
of
что
those, and
объект
we needed them
стоит на
because
рельефе,
the
ну, не очень активном, но на
site
рельефе. Вот
is
этот перепад 4 метра мы его
with a
как раз
gradient, 4 meters
опорами
gradient.
компенсируем.
So we
Таким образом,
compensate that with
визуально
the
они будут
support.
выглядеть
So
в одну высоту.
visually, they look
Мы
like
активно используем принцип отраженного света от фасада. Очень многие об этом
supports
забывают,
of
но
one and the
действительно
same
фасад
height.
нам дает это.
The facade is
Ну и
there,
принцип,
and
опять
we
же,
should never forget it.
акцентирующего
And there
освещения.
is
Вот,
the
кстати,
principle
много
of
референсов,
the
которые мы
accenting
приводили заказчику, потому что диалог в
illumination,
основном
and
строился
the
так. Как
dialogue
делают основные
spoke
музеи
with
мира?
the
Как
customer
сделано в музее
about that. They
Гугенхайма? Как
very often
сделано
asked
в
about
музее
museums
там
in the world, the
Лувр,
Guggenheim
Абу-Даби и так
Museum, the
далее.
Louvre,
И
and
приходилось как
in
бы, ну, постоянно
Abu
говорить, ребята,
Dhabi.
не
And
переживайте, у
we
вас
kept
будет не
saying,
хуже, а может и
you
лучше.
will
Да?
have something that is not
Деревья.
worse at all, maybe even better.
Площадка сейчас абсолютно
What about
голая, там будут
trees? At
высаживаться
the
полностью с
moment,
нуля
the
все
site
деревья, и
is
наша задача была сделать, во-первых,
without
подчеркнуть
any
их, но при
plantation.
этом, чтобы они не перетянули
Our
внимание на
idea
себя.
was
Мы
to
продумали
focus
здесь
the
для каждого вообще
plants, the
вида
trees,
дерева, для каждой
without
породы
distracting attention from the works of art.
освещение,
So
и
for
подобрали,
each
соответственно, подходящее
tree, we
оборудование и
selected the
размещение.
necessary equipment and the placement. So what were the methods of lighting we used for the facade? Now, they are arranged in such a way that we are trying not to distract the attention from the other important elements. And so there's the stone symbolizes here the city, and the metal, the city. And there are projections used here. And some of the architectural illumination methods are being used here in order to have a proper mixing. We were unable to do that through any architectural approaches, so we're using projections here. That's what it is going to look like. And then I will demonstrate visualization to you, projection equipment. Now, this is the static equipment, the slide projections. We're using supports for that and use spotlights, and there are ground lights here. Only some of them were able to create the necessary gradient that we actually needed. In certain places, we are using the circle lights, circular lights, and that's because of the relief of the ground. And so, of course, we made many calculations, tested everything, and the museum always referred to the experience of other museums, and we said it was all going to work. And here is the scenario and the project for the projection use and visualization. Sculptures and also illuminated with the help of the projection, but in such a way, the slide is prepared in such a way that there is a gradient here. Why do we need it? In order to avoid having a shade, or rather, in this case, a shadow on the facade. So all the concepts of the illumination of the street sculptures were coordinated with the artists, with the sculptors. We talked to them on the phone mostly. Here is the main entrance. The warm light is used for the stone part, and the neutral white for the metal facing, without any glazing. Metal. Here is another sculpture, the map of scenarios. There were many more scenarios, but after all, 4 of them were left as for every day and for the weekends, the night, there's a little content with the reference to emotional colors for the state holidays and for the opening of the exhibitions, and an environmentally scenario for the night. Interior illumination and lighting, everything started with scenario. Analytical planning is very important, so we do carry out analysis, takes a lot of time. Zoning of the space, not only the exhibition halls are part of that, but other premises as well. The access for the natural light analysis is most important. And the modern museums very often willing to have a lot of natural light, which is very good architecturally. But at the same time, we need to have exhibits that are light resistant. Now, we analyze the routes for the people moving around the museum and define the adaptation zones. It's a problem that very often exists in the space when you move from a brightly lit space to a darker space. You sometimes are unable to perceive anything because you are not adapted. So we decided to think carefully about the adaptation zones along the route. Now, the exhibition zone divided into zones. We analyzed the architectural elements, materials, and so on. And separately, we analyzed for each room its architecture, particularly the caissons and the materials of the exposition. Supposed exposition. Special analysis was dedicated to the analysis of walls, and the architecture recommends nowadays white color. That's a general rule, but white walls, that's always a problem, because with the white walls, it's difficult to work with the contrast. The wall is going to be brighter than the exhibit, a painting, let's say. And we demonstrate how to work with that. So we use on the basis of the negative brightness contrast. What are the principles embedded by us into the concept of the interior lighting and exposition lighting? Flexibility, first of all. The museum assumes there is certain dynamism, the expositions change. Modular approach in order to explain how the lighting in the museum works and how to teach the specialists who were not involved in the project design, how to explain the logic of the module. The module consists of this and that, and they are for this or that, and so you can work with these modules. Universality. So the devices should be used that can be used for different purposes. The principle of combined lighting. I can hear and that there is an opinion that like stunting lighting is needed. No, sometimes it is possible to work like that with specific expositions, but it's very difficult to be in such a museum for a human being. But we believe that the museums of contemporary art are social spaces where people come and spend a lot of time in. And this is not exactly a combination, but this is the compatibility of different types of lighting. You have beautiful museum with beautiful windows, we close the windows and then work with the artificial lighting. No, it doesn't work like that. The mandatory use of scenarios depending on the time of the day, the time of the year, and different events. Color transmission. We work with the spectrum, and I will demonstrate to you what we have selected. We selected one temperature 4,000 Kelvin for the exposition. We had a dialogue with the customer, 3.4, but we decided not to accept it, and it was not the customer who insisted on that. We just made this decision ourselves, because the white wall sets, it's too dangerous to use 3+4, because it's going to be too noticeable. And of course, the comfort. Comfort is very important. It's important to use the accessories that create visual comfort. So what are the principles of the selection of the artificial lighting we used? We start with the opposite. No, let's imagine we are at the exposition and we try to imagine the route. So we have the Street of Arts, and it's a huge atrium with the height from 18 to 24 meters, with the ceiling under a certain angle. And so this is the entry staircase and the entrance groups of premises. So the lighting there helps the visitors to get adapted before they get to the rooms, and they can come to the museum when it's dark or light outside, and there are very different conditions for adaptation. And on the basis of that, we work on the light planning with the criteria for the general accenting illumination in the spaces in the rooms and leading into the rooms. And we use a whole map of scenarios depending on the situation, depending on the groups of the light resistance of the exhibits displayed at the moment. Now, finally, we design the space as such. I'll demonstrate one exposition hall and one example of a space of general and common use. The main atrium of the museum, the Street of Art, that's the space that resembles the Cheremsky Canyon. Now, the calculation of natural lighting was most important for us, because the architects set a very interesting goal for us. They said, the room is beautiful, but the chiaroscuro here is very interfering. Could you help us get rid of that? And so we worked on that and we managed. We created a system of natural lighting in such a way to have special blinds and lamellas are properly placed. But unfortunately, the budget, limited budget, and it's always a problem, did not make it possible to apply that approach. No, we decided, now after all, the light and shade is not that bad. Let's enjoy them. So the idea of the Cheremsky Canyon again is moving from the street into the building. This is again one of the interesting aspects of the museum perception. It's important for the visitors to see the through space. The map of the scenarios. Here is, you can see morning, day, dusk, sunset, and night. Because the story for different expositions for different time of the day, and the two color temperatures here, 4 and 3,000 Kelvin, and the dimming devices. And you can see how the space can change. And here is the scenario. The exposition is being moved, things are being changed there. So that's one thing. Had we eliminated, well, let's say, worked just with the light engineer rather than with the light designer. The engineer works of luxes rather than of the design. That's what we would have been able to get. The atrium that looks like a storage room, a warehouse, but then the space changes in different scenarios of lighting and creates a mood. And you remember your mood when you enter a museum. Let's say yesterday we entered the beautiful atrium, and immediately we felt differently. Related. And what are the methods of lighting? Well, of course, the flooding, vertical lighting, the washing. And it's difficult here because 24 meters of the wall that needs to look ideal. And we praised the New Yorker equipment many times. We tested everything. Unfortunately, nothing else works properly. So finally, we begin to look for a compromise and for financial reasons, and we were asked to use the architectural devices. Well, of course, the result was not that good, but maybe that's all right for the customer. Anyway, then the washing light or the flooding light of the staircase, the devices are up above and they illuminate just the staircase. The method should be so pure. We want them to be so pure so that when we use them by themselves, they look like layers. Maybe there are artists who work with light in the theater. They have a device and they make sure that each of the group of devices create a pure device, and then they mix them. We have a similar approach in this case. So here are the ground lights from down below, because it's impossible to have the illumination of the canyon in such a way that just the upper light is used. We also need the ground lights and the warm light, and so the reflected light that illuminates certain elements and works for the comfort. The dim lights for the entry zones. So here is what natural light, nothing else. No, just the natural light here. That's what it looks like in the morning. And we add artificial lighting, still in the morning, warm atmosphere, the atmosphere of a sunny day. That's in the mid-afternoon, but without any artificial lighting. Here is with artificial lighting, the same, brightly lit space, but colder. Sunset, just natural light and combined. We can have different variants here, dimmed and brighter scenarios, and not only the lighting changes, but the atmosphere is changing, and the exposition lighting. And you can see here the largest room, the room for temporary expositions, 12 meters high.
Зал, в котором, как вы понимаете,
This
из
is the
названия
room
может представляться все, что
in
угодно.
which anything can be displayed, anything
Прежде всего, мы
hold.
сделали расчеты
And first
естественного
of all, we
освещения.
made the
Я вот
necessary
тут помню
calculations
прекрасно,
for the
помню
natural
микрофон в руки, чтобы об этом
light
сказать. Это
there.
крайне важно. К
And it's
сожалению,
most important
это,
indeed.
наверное, сейчас главная проблема
Unfortunately, this
большинства
is
музеев.
one of
Никто
the
не
major
знает,
problems
какое
in most of the
разрушающее
museums,
воздействие
because
на
nobody
картинах
knows the
и других
destructive impact
экспонатах, и как
of the
долго
daylight
им
on
осталось. Да?
paintings and
И мы
other
начинаем наше
exhibits,
проектирование
and
с того,
we do
что мы
not know how
проверяем
much longer those
существующие
to
условия. Что
last.
мы делаем?
So
Мы
we
делаем
test the
расчеты
existing
естественного
conditions,
освещения.
we
Мы
make
уже тут
calculations
научены,
for
да,
this
горьким опытом работать.
illumination,
Мы не делаем
taught
больше
by the
360
bitter
расчетов, мы делаем их,
experience.
конечно,
We
меньше, но
do not have
мы считаем,
360
конечно, экстремальные
calculations for
точки
each day, but there are, of
на
course, the extreme
22 июня,
locations
сентября, марта,
and dates,
декабря. Выясняем основные
June, March,
параметры, и это не только освещенность,
January,
это и
and
контрасты.
March.
Вот.
And
Отдельно считаем
so
пасмурную
contrasts,
погоду.
the
И потом это
cloud,
все сводим
the
с помощью
overcast
методики,
weather,
вот, которую мы
and then we
разработали во
use the
время работы
method
в Эрмитаже в 2019 году.
developed for us during the
Выясняем,
work in the
сколько же все-таки
Hermitage in
килолюкс-часов. Обратите внимание, здесь
2012, in order
несколько
to
таблиц, это
understand how
зависит от стен,
kilolux hours we
на
have.
них разное
It all
количество света
depends on the
падает.
walls
И
with the
везде мы
amount of light
вылетели
on
за
those,
уровень
and
даже
we
для
were
второй
always
группы
beyond
светостойкости. Да,
the
600
level
килолюкс-часов мы
that
выходим.
is
То есть
acceptable
если
for the
оставить
second
так, как
group
было,
of
вот
light
как было
sensitivity
спроектировано архитекторами,
and
даже
light
не включая
resistance.
искусственное
And
освещение,
even
все,
without
что вы
the
туда
artificial
привезете, и
light,
все, что там
everything you
постоит
bring
год,
in here, everything
потеряно
that will
для
spend there
искусства.
will be
Так
lost
делать
for the
нельзя.
art.
Что мы
We
делаем?
cannot
Мы сначала
possibly allow that.
внедряем
What do we
методики
do? We first of all
уменьшения
introduce the
количества
method of the
естественного
reduction of
света
the
и
natural
его
light
разрушающего
and
воздействия. То
its
есть уменьшаем
destructive effect.
освещенность
So
и
we reduce
убираем
the
из
illumination
спектра
level and
ультрафиолета,
we take
да,
out from the
чтобы
spectrum the UV
снизить эту
light in
освещенность.
order
И
to
потом, когда мы
lower
понимаем, что у
the
нас есть запас
illumination level.
какой-то,
And
да,
then when we know
разрушающего
that there is
воздействия,
a
мы
certain
именно исходя из этого запаса проектируем искусственное освещение.
safety
Поэтому,
period,
когда в
we
музеях начинают проектировать искусственное
design the
освещение,
artificial lighting.
предварительно не
So when
проведя
the
анализ естественного
museum
освещения,
starts working on the artificial lighting without
это
analyzing the
непрофессиональный
daylight,
подход,
this
мягко
is
выражаясь.
an
Так
approach
делать
that is far
нельзя.
away
Да,
from
это
being
проектирование
professional.
просто
It should not be done that
не имеющее
way,
под собой, на мой взгляд, оснований.
because
Опять
there
же,
is
образ.
not a
Мы не
single
могли
good
просто
reason
начать
under
проектировать
such
зал без образа.
design.
Мы должны
We
были
were
выбрать
not
знакомый образ,
supposed
который
to have
знаком
a
и
design
местным
without
людям,
an
и
image
приезжим.
which
И,
the
конечно, это
locals
образ великой
and
степи.
visitors would
Да?
be
Потому что
familiar
Казахстан —
with.
это степь.
That's
И
the
прекрасно он
image of
ложился
the
на наши
Great
залы. Да?
Steppe,
Они белые,
because
они большие,
Kazakhstan
они
about
высокие.
wonderful sultry
Анализируя этот образ, мы
steppes.
обратили внимание на очень важный момент.
Having looked through this
Освещенность и
notional
яркость,
image,
соответственно.
we were thinking about
Вертикальных поверхностей всегда выше
brightness and
горизонтальных. И
illumination.
достаточно вот даже одного
Vertical
этого параметра,
planes are
чтобы
higher
уже
than the
сработало такое
horizontal ones.
восприятие.
This
Если
one
добавить к этому
parameter
еще
is
использование
enough to
не теплого,
trigger
а нейтрального
this
света,
perception,
то
especially
будет
when
хорошо.
we
Конечно, тут
are
холодный свет. И
using
принесите в
different
музей холодный
lights.
свет,
It's a
и вы
cold
опять же
light here,
увеличиваете
of course,
разрушающее
but if
воздействие
you
неоправданно. Поэтому
bring
мы
more
остановились на
cold light into the
компромиссе
museum,
в
you
4000 кельвин.
step up the
Как
destructive
последовательность работы с экспозицией строится?
effect. So we
Значит,
decided to have
сначала мы
4000
заводим
Kelvin.
человека в
So
пространство
first
и обеспечиваем
we
его адаптацию.
introduce that person
Мы
inside
должны
this
сделать так,
space
чтобы
and
его зрение
get him or her
отстроилось
adjusted so that his or
относительно
her vision
той
could be
освещенности, которая была до
fine-tuned and
этого, которая
adjusted
есть
to
сейчас.
the
Ну, и не только
previous
освещенности, но и
illumination
яркости,
and the
конечно же,
current
которую вы видите в поле
illumination
зрения.
and
Второе —
brightness
это навигация в
and
пространстве.
clarity.
Огромный
Secondly,
зал, да,
navigation
больше
in a
этого.
huge space,
Примерно как
huge
вчерашний
hall,
зал, да?
much larger than this one.
И в нем нужно
And
как-то сориентировать человека.
you
И
should somehow
освещение — прекрасный
get the
психологический
visitor
инструмент. Он классно
oriented
работает. Заливаете
around
стены, человек
this.
идет к стенам. Светите на пол,
So
идет в
if
центр
you
пространства.
illuminate
Да? Все
walls,
очень легко.
the visitor would approach
И,
the
конечно,
walls.
восприятие экспоната. Когда
Illuminate
мы
the floor,
подходим
the visitor would
к
get to the
экспонату,
central
да,
part of the
здесь
room and so on.
мы
And
много,
when we're
да, говорили на
approaching
этот
the
счет с
entries
заказчиком,
of the
с
exhibition, and we
человеком,
discussed
который
that at length
отвечает
with the
за искусство
customers,
в
with those
музее.
who are in charge of art
Конечно,
in
наша была
museum.
задача сделать как можно
Our
более
task
равномерное
was
освещение самого полотна
to have the
и избежать, да, каких-то вот
homogeneous
не очень
illumination of the
приятных моментов с
canvas,
пятном, вот о которых Ксения говорила в
to
своем выступлении.
avoid
Ну и
those
позаботиться
unpleasant
о правильной
implications related
цветопередаче,
to the
которая бы
light
позволила
spots
dots and speckles to have the right color rendering. Here are the parameters we adhere to. The guidelines have got this number of luxes, 250 and 50 for 3 and 4 groups of color resistance, but they are implicitly ensued from those figures from destructive effect that is mandatory. Illumination is sort of optional here. In the number of luxes, I mean, threshold values. Our method enables us to identify illumination for artificial illumination, which would be higher than the International Illumination Committee standards. What's in it for us? It provides us with the contrast, with the right kind of contrast. The lower the illumination, the more difficult it is to have a contrast, and the other way around, especially in the hall with white walls.
Я теперь немножечко расшифрую, да, уже ближусь, да, к завершению,
Well,
осталось буквально чуть-чуть.
Well, I'm about to finish, but few more slides. Adjustment and adaptation in space. There are vertical or horizontal planes, and horizontal, vertical, or combined illumination. We decide to figure out what's to be done with white walls. When the wall is dark, any accent would look wonderful. With white walls, only frame can cope with this task of accentuating the entry. This is the border of chiaroscuro, even if it's not in line with the contrast, like 3:5, 3:1, 5:1, it will be noticeable. It will stand out, perceptions of the objects. Good illumination, but not over exceeding the threshold and ceiling values. Homogeneous illumination due to the direction of sources of light from different sides, because our simulation methods allow us to compute the homogeneity on a plane, but contemporary art is not about a plane, it's not flat, so we should show illumination from different sides, spectrum characteristics. We follow the classical canons of contemporary art. It's 4,000 Kelvin, and visual ergonomics, HRV calculations, and pulsations less than 1%. In our concept, we have got background illumination, which enhances ergonomics. We decided to use the illuminating, filling in illuminating, and illumination and caissons. We use framing, zoom spots, oval lenses, and very narrow 5-degree optics, which is predominant because the height is very high. Same we use for illumination, same groups of fixtures, but from different places. This is the scenario of the same exposition in different time intraday. So first at dawn, and you can see morning without artificial and with artificial illumination in the evening as well. At dawn, the space has been changing, which is indicative of the fact that the visitor can come along to a museum, walk around the exhibition, and have a lunch, go shopping, sit outdoors at the terrace, then return back inside. And the space would change with a change of exhibition. Large-sized installations, different options depending on the requests and the needs of museum workers, and different groups of color and light resistivity. Fourth group, it's only framing. That's the layout, several hundred different lighting fixtures. That's the reflected light due to the illumination of caissons. We're killing two birds with the same stone, like we highlight an architectural element and create reflecting illumination, flooding illumination of the walls, and accentuation by spotlights using frame optics goes on to the pictures. It's contemporary art, large-sized pictures, and the hall is huge and very tall. So here are the examples of the spotlights. They provide the same effect layer after layer upon the picture surface. What's in it for us? For us, it's a good illumination and robustness. We'll continue seeing that if the product, if this fixture fails. And same goes for flat entries, museum labels, also frames we use. The other day we were shown the ideas of ideal framing, like the picture for half a wall and the label is spotlit. They should be illuminated separately, I think. Then we are developing all of the modules. It's very important from the standpoint of electrical part, instrumentation, control, and operations. And we show the customer the imaging of that. Large exhibitions, large installations, different scenarios. We come up with tips for each one. This is the wow effect scenario. This is cool, very high on chart. We do not recommend it, maybe for the museum night only. And there are some limited scenarios, admissible scenarios, and preferable scenarios to identify UGR not like it's in the norms. How are we going to compute UGR? Of course, we can calculate, but what's in it for us? There is no the single technique for that method. And so we consider three zonal methodology of calculations in UGR to identify the UGR for observers, for the presence in the hall, for the moment when I'm going to exit even, to quit the room. That's the example for small expositions, for small installations, and I'll finish by visualizations. This is the morning. It would look like that hadn't it been for artificial illumination. In the lanterns, there is a stray light, and that's how we turn on the morning scenario, day without light, day with light, sunrise, and then a sunset. It's rather dark. Artificial lighting, that's evening with artificial lighting, and different variations, pictures of a second group of light resistance. So it's quite homogeneous lighting. Thirdly, we enhance contrast, reduce the illumination. Fourth one is most contrast ones. And fused combined scenarios, very sophisticated, lots of things to be included into our calculations, but it's possible together. That about wraps it up. Thank you very much.
Пожалуйста, вопросы?
Questions?
Да, пожалуйста. Сейчас микрофон принесу.
I have the following question. Who is the architect of this amazing project? Were there any recommendations on the light from the architects? What did you just retain? What did you give up? Did you discuss your solution with architects? Maybe architects wanted to have those white walls, to have more space, more 3D image, but you sort of cut it off into frames, and so you changed that idea. Thank you very much. We work hand in hand with Architectural Bureau. It's famous British UK Architectural Bureau. It's always bilateral, trilateral dialogue. Us, the architects and customers, sometimes artists as well. As to frame application, I mentioned combined illumination. We don't use frames on their own account separately. It's only for the fourth group of light resistivity. Otherwise, we use wall washing in frames or reflected the light wall washing in frame, which provides us with integrity of the halls, of the spaces. You saw those scenarios. I would like to show them once again. This is the example, or that's the example, but we do not create our imaging just picture-based. They are very candid. They are just the way it is. Yes, architects were playing a very important role in all that when we kept consulting them every step of the way.
Как такового технического задания, к сожалению, здесь не было. На
It
освещение
was
музеев
not
мы
a clear-cut
получали
terms
от
of
некоторых
reference for museum
художников рекомендации,
illumination
как
per
освещать
se.
их
We were
картины.
getting
Ну, например, вот я
recommendations
привожу
and
уже
tips
от Лензы,
from
да,
the
его
painters how their
инсталляция на
pictures
улице.
should be
Когда нам
lit,
прислали,
or
как эта
installations
инсталляция сделана
outdoors when
в Нью-Йорке, если я не
we
ошибаюсь,
were sent
мы
some
сказали,
examples of
мы не будем так делать,
installations
потому
in
что
New
она
York.
сделана плохо.
We
То,
said
что как бы
we
вам это
will
нравится
not
просто
follow
потому, что
that
вы не
because it's
видели
bad. You
варианты
like
лучше.
it just because you didn't see better
Понадобилось два
options,
созвона,
period. So we
и
called them
чтобы убедить их в
twice,
том, что действительно это
and
так.
then we
И в итоге
convinced
они
them
приняли
that
наш
that's the way
вариант
it
с
is. At the end of
освещением
the
именно с
day, they
помощью
said
проекции,
yes to
специальной
our
градиентной
option with
проекции. Мы будем
illumination
освещать экспонат.
using our gradient
Надеемся, что
project and
это
illuminating
станет
their
новым примером
entries
для
of the
них, который они
exhibition.
будут
We hope that
рекомендовать по
would be
всему
a
миру.
new good example they're going to recommend it around the world.
Это частный музей, частный проект.
It's a private museum, private
Соответственно,
project.
у них был внутренний конкурс.
They
Насколько я
had
знаю,
their
участвовало несколько
in-house
российских компаний,
competition.
да,
Several
в том числе
Russian
те, которые
companies
уже
were
здесь выступали,
participating,
изучали.
those which were
И участвовали,
having their
конечно,
presentation
ведущие
here today,
студии
and
мировые.
the
Вот. Ну, я надеюсь, что
upscale,
выбрали нас не только
globally
по финансовой
bespoke
причине, но и по
studios. I
причине
hope
опыта,
they
по крайней
selected
мере,
us not
мой
just
опыт разработки
due
концепции
to the
для
financial
музея Гараж
implications,
и
but
как раз наш
also
опыт работы с
due
Эрмитажем,
to
он
our
здесь
high
сыграл
image in
свою
different
роль.
projects like Garage Museum and others.
Да, конечно, это... К сожалению, пока приборы, которые используются для музейного освещения,
Unfortunately,
для освещения
those
музеев,
devices
простите,
used
я
for
неправильно
museum
говорю, музейного
illuminations,
освещения, они не могут того, чего могут, например, театрально-сценические приборы.
they
Да?
are
То
sort of
есть
inferior
полностью
to
обеспечивать
theatrical,
любой
scenic
двигательную активность. Да?
spotlights,
Поэтому, если мы
devices
хотим
moving
подвинуть
around
прибор, нам придется
easily, more
все-таки
flexible. If we have
устраивать
to
да,
move
то,
around
чтобы туда их залезть
those
и подвинуть. К
fixtures,
сожалению,
we'll
от этого
have to
пока мы не
provide for
уходим.
some
Но мы
extra
минимизировали
gimmicks
количество такой
in order to
работы
move
как
them
раз
around to the museum.
универсальностью да, тех
But we
комплектов
did not
оборудования,
confine
которые стоят
ourselves
наверху, и
to
фактически
this set
управление
of
устроено таким образом.
luminaries only. I mean,
Пульт
this
управления
equipment is
имеет
sort
всего
of
4 кнопки.
universal and
4,
flexible.
да?
The dashboard
И
has
эти
got
кнопки
4
названы по
buttons only,
преобладающей группе
and
светостойкости экспоната.
they are named based on the
Соответственно, когда
light
выставляется освещение,
sensitivity and
можно
light
нажать одну из
resistance
этих кнопок.
class
Что это
of the
дает?
entries. You can
Это
push
не
one of
дает
those
возможность
buttons,
включить
which
того,
will
что
not
помешает, да, что будет
allow
создавать ненужное разрушающее воздействие. То
to
есть задает потолок.
connect
И в рамках этого
the
потолка
other
либо светодизайнер
classes
пляжа, будем это мы, либо
for,
другие
so
светодизайнеры,
there will be
либо
no
это
damage, and
тот,
us
кто
or other
формирует
light
экспозицию,
designers or
может
those
уже
who are
творить. Да?
forming this
Но мы знаем
exhibition will
точно,
be
что вот
able
этот
to
инструмент,
have
который
their
мы когда
creative
привнесли, позволит творить в
endeavors
ограниченных рамках, не
exercise, but
разрушающих
rather
обстановку.
in a limited way, not destroying the pieces of art.
В вашей презентации
Your presentation
такая глубина погружения
is about deep immersion into the subject, into all an object, all the norms or digressions from the norms sometimes, because you underscored that sometimes those norms are not that rigorous and you should be more flexible. Do you embed in your project the method of taking account of the peculiarities of this or that exhibition? Yes, one thing is to make a pre-feed, a design and theory, another one to control and supervise it. The challenge is that, first of all, we developed a system which would enable the specialists to control and to just use the system to turn off the destructive control. That means that there should be two illumination gauges near each picture, one for minimum, one for maximum. Minimum one is responsible for contrasting, the other one at the maximum could battle off the destruction. But the customer said, no, it's a clear space, it's white walls, clean space. What kind of gauges are you talking about? Moreover, there could be some partitions as well. Unfortunately, theoretically it could be done that way, provided there is a special employee controlling that manually. So the method we embed into the pre-feed stage is there, unless there are some changes in the climate, some abnormalities, so we should not transcend the parameters of destructive action. Destruction, most of all, is created by daylight, by natural life, and so there could be different climatic conditions, so we use very precise software to assess that. And after that, we design and create the artificial illumination as well, and to play around it. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Are you going to ask a question? Why didn't you use trucks at the hoisters, at least? And secondly, how are you going to operate all that, mindful of very high ceilings? Why we did not use trucks? The space is very flexible. Yes, that's true. But as to the role of the architects, well, it was a very complex story when lots of things appeared on the ceiling, and we are saying, okay, guys, we would like to mitigate the number of all those gadgets on the ceiling. We even reduced the volume of equipment and fixtures we work with, and working with hoisters. These would be more cumbersome devices on the ceiling, the girdle which should go down, whatever. As to maintenance, this is contemporary equipment. What kind of maintenance? Just dusting it, if you wish. You can do it when you're replacing the exhibition. That's the only maintenance. As to the luminaries and caissons, they are low voltage with standalone power strips. Some are in the electrical cabinets. As to spotlights, well, anything can be broken whatsoever, but we use the upscale equipment, so I hope that this equipment will not fail. Moreover, this principle of 3 frames per one picture enables us to control everything, like Light Festival in Moscow. There were 8 layers of illumination on the Bolshoi Theater. They did that be on the safe side if some of the spotlights are out of order.
Other questions? Sergey, thank you very much. Yes, yeah, it happens so that we want to visit Kazakhstan more than Moscow. We're really anxiously waiting for the opening of the museum. Contemporary art, that's a lot of digital approaches and different methods, and this is inevitable. And how is that considered? Because I can see this ceiling with the blackouts. What about that? No. Because of the with the time limit, I can say the following. Apart from the dissipation shades, we also have the blackout everywhere, apart from the Street of Arts. And this means that every room can be absolutely dark. But then there is one nuance which emerges. Even such experienced architects as Chapin Taylor are too carried out by their own architecture. So the horizontal windows are all curved. So when we began to work on the blackout on those, not a single manufacturer in the world could do that. And now we are facing a dilemma. Actually, we will have a conditional blackout because in some of the rooms we won't have it complete. Because fortunately, Unfortunately, not all the rooms have windows like that, as for digital. Now, there is a special room here for digital installations. It's absolutely deprived of natural light, and light there actually resembles a theater. And so the project was designed by our partners and scenic lighting for the Street of Arts. When we calculated the price and compared it with the price of rent, we decided to rent. So as for another issue of digital, the projection equipment on the facade can create slides for each and every exposition, and thus art can be moved out to the facades. That's a trick indeed, but many of the leading museums were able to demonstrate that in the past, and Guggenheim Museum, and it's a popular trend these days. Yes, colleagues, other questions? Right. Shall we round up this discussion? Because as we promised, we have not been able to make your presentation within 20 minutes. Yes. Questions later. Well, of course, I'm willing to deprive you of the lunch, but not the masterclass. So we'll continue. Valeria Gorelova, the founder and leader of the View. If you feel comfortable enough with the microphone in your hands, then it's all right, yes, for you to walk around. Feel comfortable, some flexibility. Right. No, thank you very much. I will introduce to you a sort of lecture and observation, analysis, overview. I will share with you some ideas of mine, observations of mine that I collected traveling in different countries and in the process of my work. You will see museums and exhibitions that we work on, and museums and exhibitions others work on. We have a team that is quite young. We have about 20 exhibition projects already implemented, and there are some expositions that are in the process. So we work with the exhibiting sites of Moscow and St. Petersburg mostly, and we on our exhibition project have been able to get some awards, and among them there are international designs. Exposition designer Valeria Gorelova. I'm the founder of the View Bureau. I'm also the co-founder of the Prosvet magazine, the Wavelengths. And also founder of the Ambassador Women in Lighting. We have commercial projects, landscape lighting, and more specifically, I work on the projects associated with expositions at the cultural sites and commercial. And for me, for the light designer, what is important for me when I work with an exposition in the museums? Then we will speak about different aspects that have an impact on the selection of light within the showcases. I will also give you some information about certain tricks we can use in order to improve the light environment within the showcase. We'll speak about certain recommendations I would suggest for you for the design work on the showcase light. It's a personal archive that I use for my own work and also for my students and for my staff. And so if you see familiar showcases or expositions, now just accept it. If you have questions pertaining to that, I will comment on the some on the ideas that I associate with those. So what is a museum for me? It's an institution that works with the collection, with the research and storage and demonstration of different items, artifacts, monuments of history, material culture, spiritual culture, with the purpose of educational and popularizing activity. For me, as a light designer, first of all, I think about the conservation and preservation. When I work with light, I need to follow the norms. I look at the terms, how much time the exhibit is under the light, and are there any factors that can damage it or not. Another aspect of importance for me is the presentation of the artifact. How well can we see it? How comfortable it is for the visitor to see it, so that the visitor, the viewer, can stay there longer and enjoy it and get as much from the material that the museum displays at that exposition. And then plus to that, the impression and emotions that would help us to promote the exposition through mass media and through the recommendations we might provide for other museums and people. So what is light in the museum? Demonstration of exhibits, navigation and safety of the staff and visitors, the proper organization of the space and architecture, creation of the image of the exposition and impressions. What are the aspects that have an impact on the decision when we work with showcases? Because at the moment we talk about showcases rather than about the expositions as such. We look at the space within the showcases. We proceed from the shape of the object, whether it is simple or more complex, and should we compensate for the shade if it appears the material of the object, the background, how well they are coordinated, is it all well balanced? We need to do anything from the point of view of lighting to improve the situation if it's at the edge of risk. The form of the showcase, the height of the ceiling, the type of it, and that's how we built in the exhibit luminaries. Of course, it's better if they are not visible, because this will enable the visitor to get the most favorable experience when looking. The observation angle and the negative factors that are all should to be considered when we design, and the architect should be warned against that, against the dangers, and from the point of view of the perception of the artifact, and respectively, decisions need to be changed. The observation angle, as sweater designers, light designers, we really have to think of whether we can conceal the source of light or not. How far should it be from the artifact? If there will be too high temperature on the exhibit, or maybe there will be an uneven image, and there will be unnecessary shades, and the potential turning of the source of light should be also considered. We proceed from the norms that we have. At present, in my actual life, I can say that some of the museums ask us to go beyond those norms at the temporary exhibitions in particular, to increase the visibility within the showcases, but these are rather exceptions from the rule, very specific cases. So first of all, the materials and the methods of the artifacts are made in. So when we talk about the armor on the dog, the engraving and the inevitable when we directed the source of light immediately on the armor, because the polished metal surface turned into one big glare. So for that exhibit, we needed the illumination of the space within the showcase, and the designers of the showcase was quite light. Actually, all the spaces within the showcases were like that, and this made it possible for us to display the pattern on the exhibit. In the dark showcase, there was also armor with very fine pattern, and since metal was not giving that much glare, that engraving was at the forefront with the gliding illumination. So in each case, we act individually. When we talk about the materials, many of the exhibits require special attention. For example, if there is embroidery on fabric, then of course we have to think where we can move the luminary closer to the fabric to show the relief. Or if the curator says the embroidery is beautiful enough, but there is some damage on it, let's distract attention from it. So the source of light away from it in order to make the picture sort of gentler. And you can see the transparent material on the image in the center. We were able to demonstrate it quite favorably in the showcase. The position of the source of light. Had the piece of this meteorite been lit from above, from the ceiling, then we would not have been able to see the inner components in it. So we proceed from the exhibit itself and also the needs of the composition within the showcase. I will go back to that. But there is a good example from our project when the position of the source of light allowed us to get rid of the shade and to make the exposition softer without any unnecessary elements attracting attention. So the shades within the showcase, that's most important. We are always trying to control them. So this example shows that sometimes these shades can be twice as big as the pieces themselves. So in case it's an exposition with a lot of small items, these shades increase the overall number of pieces and interfere with perception as such. So you can see that sometimes shade can be well directed, and sometimes the shade creates a sort of a support for the exhibit. And in the second case, there is a single exhibit, the watch, and for one layer, not to hide in a shadow the other one, we visual other shades as well, adding dynamics to that without damaging the visual impression. So some can work as an effect on the item. This is an exceptional situation, but these items have their certain imagery. The totem and the axe, they have their own character. Moreover, this totem, as far as I know, this is a copy. You can touch it. So with that particular piece, they could work in the museum more freely. And within the exposition, this looked beautifully. At the axe in the showcase, there are no small details. It's a clear-cut shape. So the shade really did not interfere with that shape. There are other cases. They worked with sculpture with Dashin and Dakov. Dashin and Dakov pays a lot of attention to the smaller details. And in case of this particular culture, intensive shades, unfortunately, do not allow us to demonstrate the details here. The left is the photo at the exposition, but on the right is the photo I made for myself for the comparison reasons. The shades and their absence, actually, it's an ideal environment for the exhibits when we can demonstrate the item in its total beauty. But all this requires a very special approach, and the architect and the light designer have to work in a very close contact so that all the details are thought through before the item is in process of work. And otherwise, if there's no consultation with the light designer, it's very difficult to create an environment without shades and to conceal the light sources. The color temperature and the material, we need to be very careful about the items as such and the characteristics of those. On the left-hand side, you can see the type of metal used for the items. On the right-hand side, the item is very complex, and you can see there is polished metal there. The polished metal reflects the environment. But nonetheless, here in this showcase, and as far as I know, this showcase was designed quite a long time ago. In the process of its life, so to speak, some of the light sources might have degraded, probably were non-correctly replaced. So the combination of mixed color temperatures for these particular exhibits played a very negative role. So it's very difficult to understand whether it's gold or silver now. Now, the losses and when we talk about the dialogue between the curator and the light designer, should something and anything be concealed? There were cases like that, and there are good examples of how it can work. To the right, obtain the general lighting for the item with the accent, which demonstrates the embroidery on the piece, distracting attention from other details. The second variant made a focus on what was in a good state, and from the point of view of the composition of the showcase, it worked quite well. The frame was accented here on the shoulders, and that's an exception. I always stand, though, for the demonstration of objects as they are. The compositions with smaller details, no matter whether they're very small or average size, how can we resolve this problem? So through light, we can unite everything here, have more dissipated light, general light. This will, first of all, allow us to make all the items quite visible, avoid shades, and will make it possible for us to emphasize the most important details. In case we use, according to curator's wish, the intensity, certain intensity of light, then as on the right-hand side, we should select the sources of light where the beam has a very soft edge. In this case, it can sort of get dissolved in the overall, in the general lighting once it is focused on the item. But if the edges are very sharp, then we bring into this showcase already filled with exhibits a new pattern which distracts us from those. And a while ago, Ksenia Lamikina spoke, and she demonstrated how important it is to consider the quality of the light spot and how different the light spots can be. The configuration and the filling of the showcases in background light. Now we'll speak about the architectural solution of the showcase. And there are two options of the metal with pattern, with engraving. In the first case, we were able to those elements, we were able to illuminate those elements in order to reveal the text. In the second case, there was also re-reflection within the showcase, and then when the viewer is looking at the showcase from a distance, it is not always quite clear what the shape of the object is like, and there are always questions associated with the material used. So every single time you think about the showcase, a lot depends on the architectural and design solution, but if you work with the artifacts that have a certain element that goes into the shade, we need to understand how we can illuminate it and how not to lose the material and the pattern that is down below. So a complex background. There are some examples of that. There's high contrast in the first example, and this distracts attention from the item itself, which is within the showcase. For the conditions in a space where the wall is not monotonous, it's better to have a background in the showcase that would enable us to cut the item from the interior in order to present it better. But then the second example, the background was quite aesthetic and actually added a lot to the item itself. And this background worked very well in this particular case for this particular group of exhibits. I believe that the dark showcases, dark blue, dark gray, are difficult, again, because they're turning the glass of the showcase into a mirror.
If the visitor is looking onto this showcase, there is a lot of illumination it's seen, but all the remaining part of the showcase is absorbed, so the glass turns into a mirror, so there is a black monochromic background. So the background is to be taken very good care of, and such showcases should be fine-tuned. I can understand that in the left-hand side showcase there was a light background to highlight those objects, but the objects are large enough. They would look very well in the wall with white, in the hall with white walls, and if we are willing to illuminate the background, we should do it in a more homogeneous way, or adapt the background, or to install a filter to mitigate that brightness, not to create extra limitation. By this light beam on the right-hand side, you can see the source lighting the entry, no spots and speckles to distract the onlooker's attention. Next one, glass showcases by the wall. Glass showcases which are inside the space, we designed them ensuing from this particular space. For example, provided at the right-hand side, there would be very light background, lit beige wall. The entrance would not be seen, but here the light focuses on the object and the wall is in shadow, so the object stands out. Sometimes such a background for a saturated object with lots of different details was not good for discerning all the details. It was not comfortable. Glass ceiling, the showcase, and many museums embed such a solution via architect or a clear-cut and accurate solution, but it's quite risky at operation. We have got this picture from the overseas museum, whereby we see lots of dust on this showcase. It's not as much as for illumination, but about the fact that the light beam getting through this dust is scattering and disseminating. It's scattered, so the museum should take very good care of the showcases or consider other type of illumination of the objects. There are two examples here. One is this element which is very old sample of the showcase, but they're very much appealing to me because they close the scattered sources of light, but look very good, of course. And on the other hand, right side of the screen, you can see other object. For such an exhibition, we needed general light and gliding light to remove shadows behind the sword, so linear sources of light became invisible. That's what we use, but sometimes we are working with different types of optics. On the left-hand side, you can see this example of the showcase in the entrance showcase. It's not possible to install open linear source of light. It would be bad from the standpoint of visibility of any object inside. Our human eye, sets upon the lightest point, so we are providing for general light and focused light as well. At the stage of the design of the exhibition, we developed several groups of illumination. One group of illumination is working with illumination of the upper part of the showcase, diffuse optics, and also linear profile is combined with awful optics with high showcase. we retain this homogeneity so that the light is not only in the upper portion, but it's homogeneous, and there were objects made out of metal. So we enhance the composition accent. This is also very important because that showcase was the last one before the exit from the hall, so it was the point of attraction here. The depth of ceiling, the visibility of source of light, both showcases were designed here, designed by us, and I think there should be 20-25 centimeters. That's enough for me to hide linear profiles and accents, offset the accents, but sometimes it's not possible because we have to move the source of light when visitors come along and look at the object in this showcase. They feel that something goes wrong. They are just in the beam, although they might not understand what's all about. Angles and ears to hide the sources of light, because we would like to highlight the entries, and labels are inside and outside the showcase. When it's inside, that provides for homogeneous illumination of texts, small fonts, large font, and labels and annotations. Labels in most part, because annotations are designed alongside the general exhibition, and labels could be variated in the process whereby we should locate them. Sometimes light is almost fine-tuned, and then those labels arrive, and we place them inside, and they are in the shadow. When we work with temporary exhibitions, we are studying the resource of the museum, external light sources, to highlight those labels outside the showcase, because if we design lighting inside the showcase, it guarantees that the label will be well lit. Provided it's outside the showcase, we should be resting assured that there will be enough illumination. Several types of labels well visible inside, with illumination of frames with contrast text and a very high, what there is very high exhibition, there is an internal lit of the labels, ancillary devices to enhance the efficiency of illumination. And here we periodically use the mirrors to work with such objects as different cups and chalices and swords, and there are some mirrors which are dangerous from the standpoint of glares. We should fine-tune them very carefully, and we might install different devices and anti-glitter, anti-glare lattices, or whatever. We can use mirrors. We should hide the sources of light, like the entries are just hovering in and soaring in the air. Light boxes, which are functional light box on the left-hand side, although the stained glass window was against the background of the window, so you can see even in the evening how this works. There's another two light boxes which were very appealing to me. First light box looks like a soaring cloud light box, and there is opaque structure which creates this effect of soaring. Another one light box with a gradient layer, creating this effect. External factors in exhibition. Control of natural light is the project of UK company,
engineering up.
музея очень четко
They
инженерным путем
did
спроектировала
that for British
решетки на
Museum.
окнах
It
так,
was
чтобы
engineering
естественный свет
design
оставался только
of the
внизу. То есть он
lattices on the
находится
windows
строго
so
под
that the
этими окнами
natural
для того,
light
чтобы
only
освещать
will seep
витрины
up,
с
seep in
экспонатами, которые не
at the
требуют
bottom
очень
side
жесткого
of the
норматива по
window,
освещенности. В то
whereby there are
время
no
как
very stringent
бумага, ткани и
regulations on
другие элементы
illumination,
располагались
whereas
по
the
периметру.
fabrics and paper and other
Это
elements
тоже
were
инженерно
located around the
спроектированная
perimeter.
машария,
Another
экран,
engineer
который
designed
закрывает окно, который пропускает
the
солнце в
screen,
предзакатное время
shutting the
внутрь
window, but
экспозиции и
letting some
освещает
sun
витрины, где
getting
стоит керамика,
inside
стекло,
at
ювелирные украшения и
sunset
поддерживает образ
to
зала и при этом
illuminate jewelry,
впечатляет, безусловно,
fabrics,
зрителя.
glass, and it's
Контроль
very impressive
естественного
for
света, пленки,
onlookers.
ткани,
Control of
конечно, в
natural
первую очередь
light,
мы работаем с
films,
окнами,
and
мы либо их
fabrics. We
закрываем,
work
либо
with
используем
windows. We either shut them
специальные
down
шторы.
or
Если
use
мы работаем
special
с витринами,
curtains,
здесь
or
на
we work with
фотографии справа
showcases. Here on
на
the right-hand
витрине
side
нанесена
picture, you
сетка,
can see
которая
the
также
grid.
помимо сетки на окне
Uh,
ограничивает
uh,
световой поток.
so there is a
Напротив
grid
нашей
coating,
витрины
and
могут
same goes for the
располагаться другие
window to
витрины,
limit
стенды с
light
картинами,
flux.
а
There
также
could be other
мультимедиа, которые,
showcases,
честно
tents
говоря,
with
очень сильно
pictures and
влияют на то,
multimedia,
видим мы то,
which,
что
frankly
находится в
speaking,
витрине перед нами
strongly
или нет.
affect
Чаще всего,
whether
конечно, мы
upon
фокусируемся на
the
том, чтобы
visibility of
попросить
what's
архитекторов
inside
либо
the
перенести
showcase.
мультимедиа,
Oftentimes,
либо
we
немножко
ask
отвернуть,
architects
чтобы не было
to
прямого излучения.
move multimedia
Подведем
or
итоги.
slightly turn them
Все-таки нам нужно
outwards,
отталкиваться от
not to have
экспоната,
this
смотреть на его
direct
материал,
exposure. We should look
форму,
at
цвет,
this or
смотреть на
that
то, где он
entry,
расположен,
material,
какая
shape,
внутрянка
color, where
находится
it's
в самой
located,
витрине,
what's
в какой
inside. Is it
композиции
inside
находится
the
предмет.
showcase,
Нужно
which
понять,
is
как мы
part of the
установим
composition
источник света так, чтобы
in
человек его
this
не видел,
around this
но
object?
чтобы
How should
сам
we
источник света
install light
работал
source
максимально
so that
эффективно. Мы
visitors would
соблюдаем
not work
нормативы,
them, but they would
аккуратно
work very
обращаемся с
efficiently? We adhere
декоративными
to the
дополнительными
regulations and norms.
источниками,
We are
такими
very
как
careful
лайтбокс,
with
например.
extra light
Следим за
sources like
расположением
light
витрин
boxes, for
относительно других
example.
витрин,
We look at the
окон и
location of
мультимедиа, соблюдаем
showcases,
верхностной баланс и,
these
конечно же,
other
мы работаем с
showcases
витриной
and
не в отрыве от
windows. We
пространства, в
adhere
котором
to
она
brightness
находится. Мы
regime, and
режиссируем
of course,
пространство целиком, и
we
каждая витрина,
fully
несмотря на то,
control
что
the
она тщательно
space on the
спроектирована,
whole.
исходя из
Each
тех аспектов, которые только что
showcase,
перечислены,
although it
она
has
всегда должна
been
соотноситься с
designed
тем,
in
что
a
находится
separate
вместе
way,
с ней в
it
зале.
should take into
Вы
account
можете
what
познакомиться с
surrounds it in
проектами
the
нашего
whole. You
бюро в
may get
заданиях
familiarized
вопроса.
with the
Большое спасибо
project
за
of our
внимание.
bureau. Thank you very much.
Спасибо.
Thanks a lot. We don't have time for questions, so you might ask them on the sidelines of the conference, one-on-one. Natalia Besprantseva, Associate Professor of Stiglitz Academy, Design Chair. А вот этот будет. Он был, по-моему.
Здесь вот как бы свет идет на боковую стену.
А, здесь прорези.
Нет, там
внутри пузырьки.
Внутри как
Что, добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear
Вас
colleagues,
осталось немного здесь. Да, сегодня мы
plentiful in this
замечательно,
hall
мне кажется,
yet.
благодарю большое спасибо Свет музею, очень хорошая
This is a wonderful
конференция,
conference,
которая
Light
как
in the
раз, мне кажется, на
Museum.
профессиональном уровне
It's great for
детализирует
the
работу
professionals.
музея
It
с
goes
точки зрения
into all the
света, и
details of
моя
museum
большая благодарность
operations from the
коллегам
standpoint of
из
light, and I
Эрмитажа, что вообще
appreciate
поддерживают такую тему. Вы
the
знаете, не
support of
все
my
музеи
Hermitage
это поддерживают,
colleagues. Not
а
all
для
the
нас,
museums
как
support
профессионального
this
сообщества,
topic,
очень
Light of
важно,
the
что
Museum. For our
такая
professional
есть
community, it's extremely
защита, по
important
сути,
to
светового
have
дизайна
such a
и
protection
решений в световом
of
дизайне в профессиональном сообществе.
solutions of light design
Сегодня
within
я
professional
хочу с вами
community. I
пообщаться на
would
тему
like
художественный язык
to
света, сила
speak
света, которую
about
мы имеем, с которой мы можем работать.
creative language
Значит,
of the light. We
эта
all work
тема,
with
которая звучит
the
достаточно
artistic
давно, в 2014 году
language
я
of
делала
light.
диссертацию, где
As far back as
затронула эту тему, и
2014,
меня
I
сподвиг
defended
на самом
my
деле
dissertation, my thesis, and it was also about the language of light. And Alexander Borisovich Matveev, my mentor, gave me a lot of tips about light technique. He is a very famous person, and he set the tone for this topic of technical statics. He used to be the chief technical specialist of Moscow theater of the Soviet Army. So this is very important to partake of this system of artistic language of light, the technical statics related to light. That's very important. I'll try to speak about artistic life, artistic language of light from the standpoint of our professional community's needs. All this is related to tourist attractions, national identity, and economic profitability and payback. These are the realities of the day, and we should have our both feet on the ground when we develop different things, artistic things. And of course, we start from our city because the city is the environment we all are in, and from the city, from the outdoor, we get indoors into the museum, and that space fosters in our minds certain principles and images or perceptions, mindful of identity, and to which extent light impacts this identity. We can refer to two entirely different blocks. When I come along to a city, I select a city. You arrived at St. Petersburg, you see the unique landmarks of the city, its identity. You came on vacation, you are opting for the local environment, that city's identity. When we are making our pick, or there could be different cities, different towns, and in that instance, where we are that this is Moscow, this is St. Petersburg, we are all the distinction.
Оно также должно формироваться в нашем сознании и вечером. Это вот достаточно важный пример. Вот это та же самая панорама, да, и вот молодой человек пришел увидеть вот этот простор, вот это пространство, мост глобальности, масштабности. И что делает световое среди города? Да, создают некое освещение, значит, контуров жилых застроек, что, в общем-то, совершенно не связано с тем, что говорит место, потенциал места. Если мы говорим о художественном языке света, то его трактовка и понимание, оно влияет на наши в итоге эмоции. Но мы должны понимать, что даже воспринимая свет, не факт, что мы достигаем эмоций каждого из нас. Вот, к примеру, два проекта, объекта, которые выполнили, не буду называть какие компании, не будем сегодня называть компании вообще. Как вы думаете, вот эти решения увеличили количество пользователей? Мы делали исследование озера, вот этой части города, значит, и у нас получилось так, что при завышенном освещении этот объект потерял около 20% пользователей. Только потому, что света было много в пространстве. А что сделали? Сделали просто стандартное освещение улицы и задрали максимально возможные КПД от светильника. То есть количество света не значит качество. Если мы говорим непосредственно о людях, то и о решениях, то у нас есть два пути с вами. Это путь эволюционный, когда мы берем потенциал объекта и максимально на нем играем и формируем его, или путь революционный, когда мы создаем новый уникальный образ. И вот эти два пути очень сложны, и с точки зрения как раз выбора художественных средств.
choice and selection of the artistic means for the illumination solutions. When I work with a site, I always think of three categories. Usually working with unique sites and objects. But anyway, any object has a notion of purpose in it, the perception of the user and use of the object, and then the artistic language of the light and the way it is selected. To describe all of that, I need to go back to the notion of image. Even if to look properly and to understand the potential of the picture, you need sometimes a lot of time. So you need a lot of time for a painting and for a site and for any object. So when you work with an image, selecting the language of the light, you should always understand that it's a system. I had a wonderful teacher, Andrei Yefimov, who used to say, what makes Shishkin different from Cezanne? What do you think? What would you say? Shishkin, you take a book about Shishkin, nothing changes, but with Cezanne, you remove the apple and everything else is going to change in the picture. And so the painting is built, the composition is built, make these two very different. So if we take about the first part that is associated with the image, then the image is related to the artist, of course, to the creator, because you touch the object, you touch the solution as such, and that has a content. The language shapes the space and time, and the representation of time and space, that is most important. Whenever we work with light, we work with time and space. A very difficult category, and because it is not properly formalized yet from the point of view of norms. There is not much research done there, but if we talk about the aesthetic language of light, and we'll get to that, then we always should remember that we always come across the notion of what there is already in there. What is the language of form? It's composition, color, scheme, and the image in the end. Next. Nikolai Shepetkov. Illumination is a forecasted scenario of the behavior of humans in space and time. So in case of image, space and time. In case of lighting, we speak about the forecasting scenario. So the artistic language of light should create such a scenario, forecasted scenario, which we as users coming to the site will be able to perceive in the process of time. If we go back to that picture, to that information, then if we influence a person at the stage of perception, it does not mean that we reach the level of emotions. And the user who is taking a picture, who is right here, and I know that you feel it. So in order to take a picture, you need to be impressed. You need to be inspired. And the inspiration is in here. Why is that so? Because we have a certain system of perception, of emotions perception, and it goes deep to the DNA. You know very well what the system of vision is, the structure of perception. It's very far. So it works following a certain system. And what we see now does not mean at all that we see what we could see in the past. No. So if we look about brightness and perception of brightness, then we as ancient people, we first of all see this brightness, and this was our experiment where we tested the perception points and what the people see first and then next. First of all, they look at the bright items, but they remember those where there are light and shade relations. So what does that mean? That means that we can look at a bright site in the city or a bright object in the museum, but we will probably never remember it. But that is most important for us to remember. You all know about the photometric characteristics. Nikolai Shepetkov described them, and Borисovich wrote about those. So we all understand it, but how can we use these characteristics for the building of the light image? In my dissertation, I wrote about that. In reality, we really have to relate the graphic instrument, line and spot, to the light instrument. In light, there are the flow, the strength of radiation, dynamics, and so these are all instruments of ours. And if we work with this or that piece of art, we should always, first of all, think about the light composition based on the interaction of shapes, and only then we go towards visualization. What does that mean? This leads us to the change of the principle of the building of the object's photometry. So we change the attitude to the sources of light, change the attitude to how we build the documents and draft the documents that support your idea. So what do we work with as a result? We work with the object that we illuminate, the spot. We work with the object that is self-illuminating, facades, for example, and the light objects that lock in the shape. So that's what we work with in the space. They're all here. Now, so when we work with the light designers, with in these fields, we are in the industrial design now mostly. So on the basis of optics, and our students are experimenting with liquid optics, and they're trying to find their own new forms of the building of different items and different approach, different things. And we want to move from the trivial instruments towards unique instruments, and that's what actually has an impact on the market, changes the competition between the companies, not only in Russia. So, if we take the shaping of forms and light, there are two categories here, the graphic language, and the second category is the form and shape formation at the level of grade changes, at the level of the three forms of composition, classical, modern, and postmodern. So that means we're not drawing columns, so supports, or something else. We look at an object, at the site as a whole, and this whole defines the interaction between the elements. How is light interacting with humans? You know that through the material. The light reflects, we can see the object. Here there are two examples of how it works, how it was, and how it is now. A very different attitude to the material and to light and to the instrument we selected, in this case the angle affected seriously the formation of shape. The light works with space, we transform space. We make sure that in space there are changes, and the friends of the city of St. Petersburg created this very interesting transformation. The children were afraid to go in there. For them, that was a very frightening installation. And light works in time. This category of time. Now, always visiting Biennale, and one of the installations there said that today we are not able to work with data. There is so much data that we do not see the digit, we do not feel it. And with the help of light, and with the help of the light adaptation, when you enter a certain space, you are blinded. And within that period of time, 5 to 7 minutes, the fact that light and blinding are the same at the physiological level, you were able to understand emotionally that we live in the time of digits. Light is a very strong instrument in this case, and it creates an image through treatment. And for interpretation, rather. No, that's a very good example, back to realities. So what particular site is the Hermitage here? Which one? You will say that one. Because in this case, the company that worked and works. Now, so when we creating lighting in the city, we understand that the form and the structure should always work together. The embankment and the shape of the building are not separate at all. So our colleagues sometimes talk just about the elements of the building and the illumination of those. It does not mean that the building as such is going to work, and that the language of light is properly selected, because the artistic language is inexorably related to shape, and the shape is related to space and time. So if we examine all of that, then we move to a different level. When this business center is in the same line with the buildings we wanted to see. So they ask me sometimes, what is that building? A business center? As if it was super important for the city. No, with the advertising on top, it's even brighter than all the other buildings. So attention, what is important now? And we work with that. So what is important? To increase the Hermitage illumination to that rather trivial level, or lower down to that level? No, not at all. The company has already transferred the control systems there. So in time, we obtained a defect of that embankment, and this is the central embankment of the city. So when we work with the language, we should be able to see the space into which we integrate the site, and not just the site or the object at all. So the form, the shape forming and the scale are very important here. Back to the language of light. I very often work with the media projects, and we can see that, first of all, as light designers, we should think of how we react to the natural phenomena. It's the backbone of our perception. Then we can transform it artificially through light, through illumination. And the young designers immediately sometimes use the digital solutions, believe that digital technology is worse than a museum. That's very good. Sometimes with just one device, we can tackle very difficult issues. No, and the choice of the language of light depends on the scenarios of the perceptions and the sensations. And sensations, that is quality, intensity, and duration. So when we work with an object of a site, we need to understand the quality of sensations we want to have, the intensity of time, the intensity of the impact of light on humans, and the duration of the impact. Only then we will super designers. Only then we will be able to speak about the image and the artistic language. No, do you still have time? A few minutes? No time at all. Okay, no time at all. So, speeding up. So, I would like to show with you nowadays the Laboratory of Social Project designed by Lisa Savina. An outstanding person indeed. And so she invited me to be co-curator and co-director when we worked with the Russian Museum, with the Michael's Castle in particular. A difficult system. There were some challenges there. The difficult building, it's a castle in the city center. And if we take solutions, we experimented a lot. We looked at what was possible. We examined different features of the building and examined the texts associated with it. And we discovered that when we examined the texts and the digits associated with it, we came across some interesting quotes. And those quotes were from the GPT chat. And instead of Tolstoy, we can see there the information of a different kind. And in this case, we were even shocked, and we decided to incorporate it into a concept. And so since the castle is symbol of a rational, it's an engineering castle and sacred at the same time. There's a church within the castle. So that was one of the through ideas to demonstrate this connection. What was most difficult for us? The demonstration of Paul I, and he was a person of very difficult fate. We know that he was assassinated there. That seems to be the only thing we know about him, and it's very difficult to change that perception of Paul. So we began to look at the documents, laboratories, and the building itself. We studied all the archives associated with that name in the Russian Museum. And is it architecture that looks at us, or we look at the architecture? And we were able to see that parallel because Paul lived under the shadow of Peter the Great, and we live under the same shadow. In St. Petersburg, you can see the city that was built by a great individual, and that is important. So when we began to understand that the scenario is related to both Paul and Peter, and we need to show their story. So we had to fix the time, and that was the time of the impact of color on humans, and we closed the entries that we did not need. And here is what we have as a result. We have a wonderful space organized very well, I would say, with a very strong emotional impact, because everyone went through that shaded area under the shadow of Peter, and some did it naturally, others read it and went through it. But the organization of the light space was built in such a way that the adaptation in space was focused on the central object, and at the end, actually had to fight the customers. I wanted the elimination of the perimeter of the landscape with a certain degree of brightness, because the balance of those characteristics, intensity of light, was a problem for us. But that is the impact that we were aiming at creating. So we have it. There are the quotes, real and real, quotes from the GPT chat, and the entrance such, and Peter's shadow. And we go through it and get into the world of Paul. And there is the tragedy of his life that he did not select.
It was shown in the sound. Color adaptation was very important for the visitors to enter that space, to reduce the level of brightness for visitors to get adapted to the minimal amount of light. And when they enter into the central part of it, there is this sentiment of the transformation of your conscience. It's the effect of a great impression, which holds on throughout the scenario. There were different elements represented by us. One wonderful, fabulous mirrors and glasses were moving around because it was the tempest, the storm. That is this part of this building. I tried to partake of Italian art as well, to penetrate Italian art, and to enter inside to find new forms, unconventional forms here. By that light spot, I brought that building closer to the spectators onwards, and it was very sophisticated, complex form, a set of different shapes and forms. We were working with the plasticity of architecture. The site throughout the pouring rain was frequented by 3,000 people within 2 days. It was pouring shower, but people were coming and watching because that was the impression they were
eager not to lose, not to give up. Light can create impressions which linger on forever in our memories and our minds. It was a plethora of comments. Thank you so much. I've been there several times walking around the festival, and now I know how important light is. It's a very important tool. That was one of the comments. If we work with different forms and shapes, with intensity of light and color, with quality and longevity of the impression, everything will come out right. I believe in all of us. Thank you very much. There is no time for questions. Thank you very much, Natalia. Back when we were developing the concept of the illumination and lighting up, Natalia has given us a hand with her advice, prompts, so on. Thank you. I would like to invite you to the conference of 17th, 18th October at the Hermitage, the Conference of Light Design. We hope it will be interesting. You're all invited. Thank you. Thank you. There are two more presentations. Let's listen to it, and then we'll have lunch.
Пожалуйста, Приходько Анастасия Геннадьевна.
Anastasia Prihodko, the chair of structural physics, head of the Light Laboratory.
Нет.
Работает, он просто.
Все отлично. Коллеги, всех приветствую. Спасибо большое, что вот сегодня вы предпочли пищу духовную, по крайней мере, пока.
It's wonderful that you are yet here despite the lunchtime. You preferred the food for your brain, for your mind and conscience. I'm the author of the project Laboratory of Light, and I heard lots of wonderful presentations, global, high-scale projects. My project is rather small scale. It's lighting in the Church of Sacred Matter. This is a very small church of Sacred Matter, Saint Martyr Peter of Krasnogorsky. And well, I don't like the word tradition, or I don't like the word mistake or error. I would love to speak about the peculiarities of lighting certain objects, and this site is the church. I'll speak about the illumination of the icon stand and the inspiration we can feel when we enter the church, or not feel for that matter. Before illuminating the site, we should understand it very deeply. I keep telling that to my disciples and to my customers and to myself. When you come along to the church, the icon stand is the landmark of the church. It plays extremely important role. So what is it all about? It's sort of a fencing of the part of the sermon or the prayer, and these icons, and also it's the encounter of the church believers with their spiritual mentors and spiritual rescuers and protectors. So people come along here and they pray, and it's like a window into the heaven. It's very important. For those who know what icon stand is all about, it's like an open book, and they understand everything.
and they would understand promptly who this temple is devoted to. And you can look at those local icons to see who is the saint protector of this location. And I would like to refer to the fact how icon stands are illuminated nowadays. That's Suzdal Kremlin church. That's the picture from the official site. What do I see here? I see gold, a lot of gold. Ceremonial festivity. I will not judge whether it's good or bad, but it seems to me altogether that we might assume that if we are willing to look at God, we would like to see saint faces, we would like to see different details, and I'll show how we can do that using light. And something else here, that is the Scovian church. Those frescoes restored lots of luminaries, even compact luminescent lamps, and I came along and I felt rather uncomfortable, like the church is under restoration, and here are the sources of light which destroy them, like it's an ongoing process. And I thought maybe the illumination of the icon stand I've shown before had not conceived that way. It's not a tradition. It's just something should be replaced here, changed. I mean, the way it's illuminated, because maybe the faces are more important than all this gold. We should discern those faces to immerse into all those details. That is the interior, the way I saw it, a small wooden temple, a small wooden church, and I'll mention it briefly. That's the Axe estate, suburban estate, lots of churchgoers of this precinct, but that's the way the interior looks like. The custom was the provost and one of the churchgoers who was a donor, money donator. He was investing money into that church. They came along to me. They say, Anastasia, we want some changes for illumination of the icon stand, for it to have a more ceremonious and festive appearance. And we identified several important bullet points about saturation by light and festivity. And so it's all about the readability and discernibility of all those icons on the wall, because they are just overwhelmed by this glittering gold, and also different types of illumination. And Provost decided to turn up the light, but it didn't look good as well because it was blinding the churchgoers' eyes. So the Provost returned the light to the previous level, but something was wrong yet. And so my point is that light does not enhance the perception of architectural space as complex, sophisticated, and multifaceted. Just the reverse. It simplifies and flattens everything. And the very important question is, how are we supposed to see sacred saint faces behind all that glittering gold? Well, this is the concept of illumination, and I'll show you the assembling and the final pictures. A lot was said about light
modeling and natural light modeling, and we are different in our opinion about it. Typically, it's by the stage of finalization of project when you're checking out all the things. For us, the modeling and designing of the light and natural light is the start for us, and we trained others to do that. It was day one. We came along to the customer, and day one, we put together this composition and then embarked upon designing. How we tried to achieve here, and I think it came out all right. Finally, we achieved that. It's the effect of a sunshine, its digression from all these overwhelming gold to discern the faces behind that. How did we get rid from the blinding light from some of those sconces? And by the same token, I'm here to say that we did this light simulation, daylight simulation at daytime and at nighttime. By the same token, as there are morning and evening sermons, and so we were supposed to render this effect. Of course, we photoed by iPhone screen, so it's very different pictures, but this is quite interesting, those color and light perceptions. That adjustment works on the one hand. This looks very simple and commonplace, but on the other hand, this is very important to show the difference. In first place, there is a lot of dust, so you can see the direction of the luminaries, where they're directed to, and hadn't it been for these light simulations first, I would have never allowed my mounters to install these types of light sources inside the church. But what did we accomplish by that? Of course, we used museum equipment, not trucks. What is the story behind it? These luminaries have got oval light distribution. In one of them, it's horizontal sweep of light, so it's angle of 30 degrees, but not going upwards, but from the side. So glares from gold vanish, and we show the saints' faces which stand out that way. It looks like the source of light, the sun, gets onto those saints' faces. It's not sun, it's just a cross-section between the two ovals. It's the illusion we deliberately created.
Пойдем дальше. О чем мне тут еще хотелось бы сказать, тоже аранжирование
пространства. What else could I say about ranking the space? It was mentioned before. I'll not dwell into details, but we were thinking about the main zone, that is icon stand, so it should be the brightest, and the zone of church goes and prayers during the sermon. It's a warmer zone with more homogeneous illumination. Reverend Father Antony, do notice some bizarre details of his outfit. He is wearing sneakers. Do you know why? He is very stylish and trendy man in his outfits, but why sneakers? Well, now he is seen through the Tsar's gates, and we wanted to see
what would be the glitter of his outfit. So he put on this apparel, went through the altar gates, and he says, Anastasia, move away. And so we were calculating this light scenography all the way through. That's the altar. Reverend Father Antonio is standing here. It's important for him to know exactly how he would be seen and perceived from all the points. That's about designing, customized designing. Thanks to a mock-up, it's possible to win over customers. That was very interesting. If you are interested, you can approach me on the sidelines of the conference. I'll tell you more. We were using Gadedu, luminaries. In a nutshell, of course, we did make those light technicalities calculated down, and then, of course, it's about distribution and allocation of brightness. We all know it, but in practice it goes differently. When the brightness is maximum at the vertical plane, you can see that when all the maximum brightness is on the floor, then the architectural space becomes homogeneous and is sort of lost.
Also, notice the icons. They do not look that attractive in the pictures. Gold doesn't glitter. Why is that so? As a rule, we stretch this painting. There looks and very few think of making the wings in gold and the faces with a different reflection coefficient. Although they are different, in fact, and so this doesn't mean that we do not notice the differences, and only practical experience helps us with that. And further on, and to the end of that, what do finally? This festive mood, the appearance of sunlight. I demonstrated the process of mounting and assembly work. You not to think that this is sunshine. No, there is always sunshine here, and that is most important. The icon stand can be seen from afar as a very important part of the church, and that is very important. And the priorities of brightness are there. We really had to think about light sensitivity and resistance, and we measured everything, but that was still the most important part of the church. The effect of sunlight was most important. Now the main body of the church has chamber-like color, and as for the scones, so we didn't have that much money for the project, so we collected all the sconces in the church, and we moved them to the area where the congregation is. And as a result, there are 4 scones at the side, and with candles, 2 and 3 candles. The candles, candle-like bulbs, quite low voltage, just water, but there is a lot of sources of light, so there is soft light here that arranges the space in a perfect way. There is a lot of light here, and there is no blinding effect here at all. It's gone. So see the intensity gradations are important with architecture. With more time, I will be able to describe to you why it works this way and not any other way. So the atmosphere, well, the first picture showed that it was all lost to vision, but now you can see the details of the altar. As you know, women can go into the altar and helped me with the
Батюшка, да, батюшка
luminaries
лазил,
there. Well, of
настилал
course, it was the
светильники,
priest
вставлял их в треки. Я
who
узнала, что
set the
батюшка тоже знает
luminaries in
много
the
разных
track,
слов,
and I discovered
вот,
that he's
кроме
very well
молитвенных.
familiar
В общем,
with
он
our
как бы
terminology. He
стал
was
одним соучастником.
not just
А вот еще
a priest,
немножечко
but he
фотографий.
was
Вот
a co-author,
посмотрите.
so to speak. Here are some
Светильнички
other
крашеные,
photos.
соответственно, в цвет дерева,
The
абсолютно
luminaries are
органично
painted as
подописались.
wood,
Батюшка
and
не верил,
they
мы
are
не верили, но, в общем-то, все
absolutely fitting
получилось.
the atmosphere,
Было,
and it all
стало.
worked. And so
Фотографии
that's
тот
what it
проект
was
забрал
like,
на
and that's
iPhone,
what we
специально
have.
себе не позволила сюда
And
профессиональные фотографии ставить.
decided not to
Вот
use
это вот
professional
все
photos here. These come from
по-честному, то,
my
что
phone.
называется.
And so
Вот. Ну и в
these are
завершение
honest
хотелось бы
pictures,
сказать,
so to
что вот
speak.
эта атмосфера
And this
радости и
atmosphere
веры в
of
свет
choice and
и
belief in the
трансформации
light and
пространства храма,
transformation of
да,
space,
она
of
на
the
самом
space
деле
of the church
возможна, и это
is
тоже
quite possible.
некое поле
And this is
работы, где мы с
another
вами тоже
field of
можем
work for
трудиться,
us.
потому что
We
ну, что
can
я
work here.
применила? Это
What did I
я
do?
не специалист, честно скажу,
I'm
по
not a great
освещению храма как
specialist in the
пространства, но вот все
lighting
эти
of the
знания, да,
church
которыми я обладаю как архитектор и
interior,
свет-дизайнер,
but I'm
они
an
абсолютно
architect and I'm a
релевантны и применимы и
light
для таких
designer, and
интерьеров.
my knowledge
И
is quite
благодаря
relevant
вере
for
в
the
свет,
interiors like that.
батюшка, как
And
бы,
thanks to
естественно,
our
тоже,
belief
он
in
изменил
light,
свое впечатление, да,
the
если
priest
раньше он говорил
changed its
Анастасия,
attitude.
две
Previously, he
клавиши,
used to say,
то тут у нас уже пошел следующий храм, который
and he
реставрируется,
was
там тот же
not
самый
sure of the
батюшка,
success,
и
but
он
then
уже знает
there
слова
is another church
зомбирования,
to
он
be
знает уже слова световой
restored, and
стелларии, и мне
the
даже
priest
немножко
is the same,
страшно,
and
когда
he
он
is
что-то
very well
узнал от
familiar
кого-то
with
про
such words as
human-centric
dimming,
lighting,
and
и
he even
говорит,
learned
что,
something about
возможно, это
human-centric
полезная
lighting, and he
штука,
said it's
и
probably a
давайте-ка
useful
подумаем в
thing,
этом
and let's
направлении. Вот
think
теперь
of
уже, если
that for the
честно, да,
church. So
батюшку немножко побаиваюсь.
I'm a bit
Вот. Ну и в
concerned
завершение,
now with
коллеги,
his
это вот цветы
experience,
с
and
освящения храма
here
через
are the
букву «Я». Вот.
flowers from
Спасибо
the
вам
consecration
большое. Ну и как
ceremony
трудник
of the
этикет,
church, and
соответственно, мои контакты
here
и
here is my
QR-код.
contact information
QR-код у
and
вас
the
приведет не
QR
просто на мой
code,
сайт,
which
а
will
на
take
классные
me not just to
мероприятия,
the
где мы
site,
как
but
раз
also to
обучаем,
the events
как
where we
работать, как
train
макапить, как проводить
interested
натурное
individuals how to work,
светомоделирование и
how
как
to
завершение
work with
проекта, да, а
mock-ups,
как самое его начало.
not at the end of the
Спасибо большое.
process, but at the beginning of the project work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Я как модератор принимаю
As a
следующее решение. Сейчас
moderator,
у нас
I'll make a
30
decision.
минут обед, в 16 часов мы встречаемся
So,
здесь.
30
У нас
minutes for
один
lunch
доклад
at
той же
4
компании,
we meet
которая
here,
потом покажет нам
and
практическое
then there is
применение. То есть мы отсюда
one
вместе
more
пойдем на третий
presentation
этаж
of the
и посмотрим.
company that
На 30
is
минут перерыв
responsible
на
for
обед.
the masterclass. 30 minutes break.
Так, ну, мы начинаем. Подходите, пожалуйста, садитесь.
Please be seated.
Так, у нас осталось с вами одно выступление.
So we have one presentation
Напомню, сейчас мы действуем
for the
следующим
moment.
образом.
And so
Сейчас
here is what we are
10-минутное
planning to
выступление,
do.
после этого у
A
нас
10-minute
мастер-класс.
presentation, then a
Ну, я после
masterclass.
вашего выступления все
And then,
расскажу.
well, I'll tell you everything
Сейчас,
after the
пожалуйста, Александр
presentation.
Владимирович
So,
Дронов, ведущий
Alexander
менеджер по
Dromov,
обучению
the manager
Arlight.
for training of Allight Company.
Прошу вас.
Arlight Company.
Отлично. Ну что ж, добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good
Добрый день,
afternoon, dear
друзья.
colleagues.
Я надеюсь,
Good
что
afternoon,
все
dear
успели
friends. I hope you all
плодотворно пообедать, верно?
had good lunch.
Просто после обеда бывает такая ситуация,
After
когда
lunch,
пузико кожу натягивает, веки
sometimes
закрываются. Ну, я постараюсь, чтобы
you feel
сейчас
like
вы не уснули.
sleeping
По
with
крайней
a
мере,
full
во
stomach.
второй моей части,
But I
когда будет
just hope
мастер-класс,
you
его тоже буду
don't
проводить
sleep
я.
while I'm
Итак, у меня к вам
talking to
не
you and then
вполне
taking you
обычный
to the
вопрос.
masterclass.
Скажите,
Now, an
пожалуйста,
unusual question to
а вы
you to
любите
begin with.
играть?
Do you like to play? Do you like to play?
Отлично, да. По глазам вижу, что
Perfect. I
большинство
can
из
see,
вас
yes, the
любит.
majority
Все-таки
does
мужчины и
like to
женщины
play. Men
отличаются
and
от мальчишек
women
и девчонок
are
только в
different from
стоимости
boys and
игрушек.
girls.
Ну так
Just
вот, вы сегодня
Because the toys are different in price. Today you were able to see a lot of outstanding projects. You heard about different light and lighting methods. And today we will play into light designers. We will try to work on certain methods that you are familiar with. Still a few slides to begin with. What are we going to do tonight? On the second floor, there is a unique laboratory. The light boxes. Arlight is the only company that has it. We produce light engineering and LED equipment in Russia. I personally involved in education, training, and entertainment. Very often these three are interconnected. So here is what we are planning to do when we are upstairs on the second floor. We will have a short event, as the designers said, the mock-up stage. We will check in practice the theory that we are employing when illuminating different objects. We will use the unique light cubes for the purpose. These items were actually placed into those cubes. Now, there are different classifications of illumination methods and types of lighting and so on. Anyway, when we need to have a proper accent, when we have to show the volume and shape of the exhibit, we're using the drawing light. What is that light? Usually from a couple of sources of light at a narrow angle from 5 to 20, maybe 29 degrees. Some might disagree with me, but nonetheless, it needs to be a very narrow angle for us to have a very clear-cut form. And so the cone, thanks to the use of 3 drawing sources of light, has an extra surface, which actually does not exist. So a lot depends on how we illuminate the object, the way it is going to be perceived by the visitors of the museum depends on that. Here is a classical situation, Rembrandt's profile, when half of the face is illuminated and half of the face is not illuminated at all. So this is an impression that there are different facial impressions, left and right, thanks to the drawing light, which emphasizes a certain feature of the individual. Drawing light from several sources makes it possible for us to have an even illumination of an object. But since there are some constraints and limitations to its use. For example, it's drama and volume, the drawing light. But if we want to have an object that is pleasing to the eye, when we need to deal away with certain drawbacks, then we have a different type of light. It can be reflected light, focused light. Anyway, there is a light that is soft, without sharp light and shade. And here is that even illumination of the object, and the accents are not obvious at all. If we illuminate the face of a man like that, we won't see any wrinkles, we won't see any specific features like moles, for example. The face would be more attractive. For the critical application of makeup, it is not good enough, but in order to conceal certain defects of the museum objects, it's all right. The contour light. We see the contours, but we don't see what happens on the face of the object. So it's sort of a dramatic effect. The volume is emphasized, and there is a certain aura of mystery. And here is a background light, and we might think that this ball is going to soar up into the sky, or 99 degrees angle, the object seems to be flat, but if you want to see every single defect, then the light should go along the plane. And today when we work, we will use linear luminaries with special lenses, which are called satin. They are different from the traditional linear luminaries because the angle there is not 120 degrees, but it's from 10 to 90 degrees, very narrow, depending on the depth of the profile. And these lenses are very good for the proper demonstration of the texture. Now, have a look. Seems to be a very smooth cylinder, but nonetheless, if we apply this type of light, we will see all the defects. Well, maybe these are not defects. It's probably a historical artifact, and we really need to demonstrate these special features. Colored light. So two lights, two luminaries with interesting gradients. The ball is absolutely white, but all these shades depend on the sources of light. And here there are also two sources of light of different color. And then plus there is some white warm color as well. So a drawing color. The cube is absolutely white, but with the help of the color light, we made it somewhat mysterious indeed. And it might look, see that it is aggressive or the same cube, but absolutely white. So all this that we see is just the light playing tricks on us. For us, for our work, together, we will need the chat and Telegram. We will divide into 4 teams. We will have 4 color and light laboratories, and we will have assignments. But in order to register the results, we need to take photos of the results of work, present and display them through the Telegram. And then later on you will be able to share it through the social media allowed in Russia. So join us through QR code. If you have Wi-Fi, it's easy enough. I will also have it on the notebook. The QR code will be there as well. If you fail to register now, you will be able to do it upstairs. It's not a must, but if you want to get access to the pieces that you create and then photograph them, you better do it. It's going to be quite interesting. Ready? Right. Very good. No, Alexey Valentinovich, we're ready. Yes, could I say a few words?
У меня есть микрофон. Спасибо.
Yes, colleagues.
Несколько слов просто в
A few
завершение.
words to round up, and then we will go to the second floor for the master class. First of all, as for the end of the day,
У нас примерно, там 40-50 минут будет мастер-класс.
Master class is about 40 minutes, so at 5 o'clock we go back to listen to the presentations. It's education and the light design. Vladimir Pavlovich is going to monitor the session. I will not moderate the other session. So very briefly, we'll draw some conclusions of the previous session. No, first of all, thank you all very much for coming, for joining us. Now, there's quite a lot of us here, surprisingly many, and we all survived till the end of the day, or almost the end of the day, over 100 people. Then, one other thing, it was all extremely interesting. I must say that I was a bad moderator. Yesterday I was a good moderator, and we were exactly within the time framework, but today I was a bad moderator. I was just too much interested to listen to the presentations. It's all right if we are late with lunch, but the presentations were so interesting, from science to practice, from technical devices to physiology. That was all extremely interesting. We discussed even the visual perception. Now, what else
Я
is
понял,
there?
что
I
надо делать издание второе,
understand
дополненное,
that we
строгое,
need to have
хотя
another
до завтра не
publication
успеем.
amended.
Но, пожалуйста,
Well, we
давайте
won't
свои
be able
замечания. У
to
меня
cope with
просьба, мы
that
учтем
by
в
tomorrow,
следующем.
but
Ничего
we will
страшного,
consider your
жизнь
comments, of
течет, и
course,
все это можно
and we can
спокойно
always
исправлять, дополнять.
correct mistakes
Может быть,
and
там есть какие-то
add
спорные вопросы,
things. There
пожалуйста.
might be some matters for
И
discussion there as well.
спасибо, что
So
вы
let's
выдержали
work on
меня
that.
2
Thank
дня,
you very much
как
for being
модератора.
with me
Я
as a
на сим
moderator for 2
откланяюсь.
days. All the best.
Все, передай. Но мы поднимаемся, идем
So we go
на
upstairs
3-й
now
этаж, тут по
to
лестнице
the
прям.
second floor, up the stairs. Елена Бурдовская.
РХПУ имени Строганова. Пожалуйста.
From the Stroganov Institute to begin.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Right.
Опыт
The
междисциплинарных
experience
связей
of
РГХПУ и
interdisciplinary
УИ.
connections
Значит,
between the
проект
two schools.
посвященный
The
комплексной
project is
реновации
dedicated to the
световой структуры
renovation
города Великий
of
Новгород
the
была начата на
light
кафедре светового
environment
дизайна
in
РГХПУ
Novgorod
имени
the
Строганова
Great
в
was started at the
2022 году.
Stroganov
Но
University in
она не просто была
2022.
начата
It was not
нами,
just
но она
started
начата
by
была
us. Actually, it was
в
started
совместной,
together
совместном творческом таком
with the
симбиозе с кафедрой
in,
светотехники
together
МАИ.
with the
Исходя из тех задач и целей, которые у нас
chair
стояли
of
в
light
нашей
engineering
работе,
in
а
May.
работа была, в общем-то,
So the work
проектная, реальная, потому что она
uh,
выполнялась по
project,
заказу
actually, it was
реального заказчика, которым
commissioned
выступила
by
фирма
a real
«Алиф Дизайн» в
customer,
лице
Aleph
генерального директора
Design,
Новаковского Леонида Григорьевича.
namely by
Мы
Leonid
вывели,
Novakovsky,
так сказать,
its
необходимость
director,
такой
commissioned
комплексной
the work. And
реновации световой
so
среды
we
города
realized that
с
the
тем,
light
чтобы
environment required
облагородить
integrated a
среду
comprehensive
города,
renovation in order to make
учитывая
the environment nobler,
ситуацию
so to speak,
демографическую с ее постоянным
considering
ростом
the
численности
demographic
населения, таким
situation,
устойчивым
because
ростом
there
населения,
is
мы
sustainable
поняли,
growth
что
of the population
встанет
there.
задача
And we realized that
активизации
with time,
социокультурной жизни
it will be
города
necessary
с
to make the
целью
social and
уменьшить
cultural
отток
life of the
молодого
city more
населения
active
из
in
города,
order to
потому
make
что
sure
масса
that the
молодого
younger
населения уезжает
population
в Питер.
stays in
Сейчас
the
это ни для
city.
кого не
And
секрет.
unfortunately, too
И вот
many young people leave for
вывели
St.
мы
Petersburg.
такое вот
So we
гипотетическое предложение, что
came up
может
with a
такой вот
hypothetical
синтетический формат
proposal.
светового
This
фестиваля, фестиваля света
festival, a
стать
festival of light,
неким
could probably become
решением
a certain
массы
solution
вопросов, массы
for
проблем,
quite a
связанных
number of
с
problems
реновацией
associated with
социокультурной жизни
renovation of the
города,
social
большого
and
города.
cultural
Была
city, life of the
разработана
city.
специальная анкета, был
So a
проведен
special
специальный опрос,
questionnaire was
и
prepared,
выяснилось,
surveys were
что
organized,
жители
and it became
города
clear that
жалуются на
citizens
то,
of the
что
city
мало
complain that
обустроенных
there are
территорий, не
not that
хватает
many
интересных
well-designed
каких-то
areas,
мест рекреационных.
well-appointed
И мы
areas.
подумали, что вот
There
этот
is not
фестиваль,
enough
синтетический формат фестиваля,
recreation.
и
So the
традицию,
festival, bringing
городо-рекреационную,
together
рекреационную
the
архитектуру
tradition, the
и
city with
инновацию,
traditional architecture and
сможет как раз
renovation,
стать ответом на те
be a
проблемы
response,
социокультурной
a
жизни,
reaction
изменения
to the
ее
problems
формата
of
в сторону
social and
повышения
cultural life,
комфорта,
so
которого
that this
сейчас
life
существует
becomes
в
more
городе.
comfortable in the city.
Прототипом проектным
A
стал
prototype
международный
of the
фестиваль
project was
интервала.
an
Это в городе
international
Нижнем Новгороде.
festival
И
Intervalley
исходя
in
из
Nizhny
опыта вот этого
Novgorod,
международного
and
фестиваля, мы
following the
вывели
experience
особенности
of that
второго фестиваля,
festival,
который мы
we
предлагаем для Новгорода. Это сочетание
suggested a
старинного
plan for
образа города и
it's
современных
the
технологий.
combination of the
Это
ancient
обязательное
image of the
наличие
city and new
образовательного
technologies,
блока,
an educational
обязательно
block
выставочная
is a
зона,
part of
которая
it,
говорит о
exhibitions
современных
which
достижениях
speak about the
светотехнических,
present
светодизайнерских
achievements of the
решений,
light design
отечественных и
solutions,
международных. И,
both
конечно,
domestic and
праздничное освещение,
international,
которое
and
будет
of course the festive
всю эту
illumination,
феерию света сопровождать.
which is going to accompany
Проект
this
концептуальный,
whole
и
feast of
исходя
light.
из
It's a
ментальной карты
conceptual
мы вывели такую
project, and we
эмоциональную, психоэмоциональную
followed
концепцию. Это цитата из
psycho-emotional
книги Бернара Вебера,
concept
французского писателя
based
и
on the
философа. «Не
words by
жалуйся на на тьму,
Werber.
стань маленьким источником
Do
света».
not complain of darkness. Turn
Концептуальное
into a small source of light.
проектирование, понятное, требует для
Well,
себя определенных
conceptual
методик. И вот этими методиками
design work
стали
requires
методика
certain
светодизайна,
methods to be applied. So those were the methods of systemic approach of light design and the method of territorial branding. These methods were selected in connection with the goals set, and they were as follows. The route of the festival, or the itinerary festival, indeed, the development of the system of equipment, analog equipment, the light and graphic plans, and of course the theatrical plan. Well, special attention was paid to the light solutions, and we brought together, according to the wish of the customer, 6 zones, including the park, the Kremlin, the Holy Sign Cathedral, the administration, and the area around the Kremlin and along the river. The festival was planned for 3 days, covering certain issues that were to become a part of it. So there was a design code prepared for the itinerary festival. Not a single scenario can be prepared without it. And this design code included equipment and exposition equipment, navigation equipment, and of course the style of the festival. We suggested the name Campana because we go back to the church statutes and to the old name of a bell in Russia, Campana. Campana, after the name of the province where many of the bells were made. In Russia, they sometimes referred to them as Campana. So there's a prototype of the bell, the system of coding with a whole range of code tints, and we created a graphic system within which the whole project scenario was developed as a style decision. Now, the OP art solution was suggested with its reference to different symbolic things. So we used the different rostrum approaches, and this rostrum approach made it possible for us to promote the theme of illusion. We took it, well, we actually pulled it through the whole system, and in compliance with that, we selected the materials, the perforated plastic and metals with the help of which we can create very different, interesting images, very expressive images through these openings in the material. That was also the diachronic film, which changes its color under different conditions. The racks and structures that are combined very well with the transparent materials, with the textile screens, and for direct and reverse projection. Now, the analog equipment, on the one hand, these are the sites with bright branding, and then on the other hand, these are different objects and sites which can exist outside the framework of the festival. Navigation equipment with the navigation system developed in a customized way. These are the lighting supports and different other sorts of devices that can easily exist without the festival as such, and after the festival is closed,
which will live on after the festival is over. And these rosters are very good solutions which are underpinning all the objects of lighting equipment. Rosters are in luminaries, in just bicycle parking slots. This is the combination of metal and plastic of objects. All the subtleties and technicalities were resolved with the help of the specialists from the chair of light technique. From the feedback based on the questionnaires, we understood that people would like to have something intriguing in store for them, enhanced emotional component. They need interaction and perceptions of environment as a living and breathing organism. You can see different light installations, light objects, and this colored film also is changing in color. This is in bus shelters. You've got only 2 more minutes to go. I'm about to finish up. Lighting installations could be of pictorial and expressionate character. They are organically embedded into historic environment. And of course, there is this exhibition pavilion which remains on there. You can see pavilions for master classes or workshops, different interactive installations on the stage. The light environment underpins water, surface and bridges, the outdoor nature, architecture, pop arts, historic monuments with frescoes, presentations. You can see what's in the interior without entering the church, and 3D mapping on the walls of the Kremlin and outside. There were different suggestions related to the opening day of the festival, souvenirs, posters, everything alongside LEDs elements, just keepsakes. Novgorod the Great, the exhibition will be scheduled for 11th of September. Here is the program, the achievements of the lighting design exhibition, workshops, master classes, tutorials, mapping, shadow theater, water projections, fireworks, imaging, visualization, light festival in Novgorod. Thank you. I tried to be really brief. Questions? Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the master's degree work of lighting design, young specialists. Yes, we were helped by Nikolai Makarov and his group of master's degree students. It's very interesting that also we can see graphic design alongside the light design, but it's part of environment design. And so it's master's degree design. It always starts from brand, you outreach the audience, just like that. Thank you. More questions? Of course,
when Leonid Grigorievich came along to the chair of ours at the university, and he suggested those festivals, broad range of projects, multimedia projects, but that was our systemic work at master's degree stage, and we were thoroughly prepared for that. We didn't implement all of that, but maybe year after we'll implement that. So this is a very interesting project, but we need a sponsor for that project to come true. We've got a plethora of multimedia projects, like a project of 3D mapping, virtual projects, augmented reality, and so on. Thank you. As the moderator, I'll come up with some comments and remarks.
Вот 8-й, да. Ну, повыше вот это.
Сейчас я запущу.
Так, еще раз всем добрый день.
Once again, good afternoon. I'll set the timer.
Не отнимать внимания. Значит, ну, как, собственно, говорил, работа
As I have said,
на 99%
the work, all this work up to 99% was performed by the student Kamila Moldabaeva. I was her technical advisor. So our concept is the lighting concept of Novgorod the Great. So it's also about interdisciplinary connections and bonds, because we were supposed to come up with lighting design as an artistic device, and technically it was very challenging to implement all that. So that was a very good synergetic effect, like when we say 1 + 1 means 3. So it's not fully implemented yet, but I think that we are on the right track. So what Yelena had showed you is very interesting, but we'll concentrate on 3 hallmark sites of Novgorod the Great. It's the Kremlin, the Sign Cathedral, it's the Kremlin, Hanchin Bridge, and we just decided to show main things because we didn't have time to do everything. And we checked out different other landmarks and saw the way those landmarks are lit up in Kolomna, let's see, in Moscow and other places, as it's all the cultural heritage sites, so there should be very moderate intervention into their structure. We decided to highlight the arch structure. We selected the right luminaries with right characteristics. And it's just great when you get to know what your peer colleagues have been doing, but they should confirm what they do by different calculations, because we're an academic institution. For us, it's important to scrutinize all the technical details. If we opted for this or that appliance or device, we should learn all its characteristics. Then we divide all those effects, light effects, into subgroups and do calculations. In this particular case, it's big windows, arc windows, where we use such luminaries, the wall or the arches. Then we'll combine it together and come up with imaging, with visualization, and correspondingly the illumination of the church. Of course, we are not able to install some fixtures on the roof of the church, but we use spotlights and we calculated everything. There was only one issue which evolved.
Если тут, не знаю.
Well, I will not show it right now, but it's all about the fact that we should select the optical devices and the spotlights and they place the supports in such a way that the illumination would be heterogeneous in its lighting, otherwise the building will look flat, like it's 1D. So there are different degrees of illumination and there are different sites we are lighting up the building as well, and we know exactly which lighting fixtures to use then, and that's the imaging, the visualization, the illumination of the entire complex. You can see the bridge, the curved bridge and the Kremlin wall. That's the visualization. Once again, it's a technical visualization. We do not emphasize the fancy component because we want to be candid in this. So you can feel that that's as the landmark we've taken Novgorod, and it would be great when there is such an, given such the architecture of the bridge, we might come up, it would be cool if we come up with some dynamic effects that the church illuminated, which is indicative of the fact that our solution was very right. That's it. I was very brief, I think. Questions, if any? Well, I guess there are none. So thank you, everyone. Next will be Evgenia Ivanova, our lecturer at Stroganov School of Arts. The topic, St. Petersburg City as the Museum Environment. I'll speak about the city of St. Petersburg as the museum environment. I am senior lecturer or the chair of environment design of Stroganov Art School. That project was done by the student Marina Mahalakova. The project is entitled in the following way: Interactive Tour Guide around St. Petersburg, dedicated to the art of the besieged Leningrad in World War II. Here we can see that the custom and conventional landmarks are represented using alternative technologies, light as an accent, underscoring and highlighting our architecture, giving more sense to it. St. Petersburg, the cultural capital of Russia, lots of cultural landmarks, museums and theaters and other sites are located. Amid World War II, amid the besieged Leningrad, in the besieged city of Leningrad, people had to save not just only their own lives, but rescue, save and preserve the landmarks of the city. This is about the rescuing art for the sake of life, rescuing lives for the sake of art. So
So our goal was to create the concept of multimedia excursion to guide dedicated to the art of the Besieged Leningrad. We used virtual reality and augmented reality to show the way the monuments of culture look like amid World War II, amid the besieged city. So there is a website presenting this guide, this tour. It could be the point of entry. In virtual reality, there are binoculars, I'll show it. There is also augmented reality application and audio content, which fosters a very special vibe in the city. It's not just physical space, but it also flows into interactive space. The route takes about 3 hours. It has through the landmarks of the city, Kazan Cathedral, St. Isaac's Cathedral, Nevsky Avenue, and the Palace Square. Virtual reality, augmented reality is used at some points here. Seemingly is a conventional route, but it's very deep historic immersion. How does it work? You can find out about the tour on the website, or just when you're strolling around St. Petersburg, you'll see one of meeting points, and you just use QR code from your telephone, scan it, and find out about other landmarks alongside the route of this excursion. Or we use binoculars and tablets to demonstrate augmented reality. You can see here how those binoculars or virtual reality are working in the Palace Square. You can see the content on the Palace Square if you scan the QR code. At the Palace Square, you can check out all the sites along the tour. It will be an overview panorama, and also using virtual reality, we reconstruct the landmarks, the way they look like amid World War II in the besieged city. And
see this color scheme, which is black and white, and that already means that we go into the past. We can see the damaged facade, we can see how the Alexander column was protected, and thus we can feel that we are in that period of time. In the Kazan Square, we presented the posters of the time, and the wartime posters, and moreover, it's also the story of two monuments, to Barclay de Tolly and to Kutuzov. In the Isaac Square, the St. Isaac's Cathedral, and then not far away from the cathedral, there were, in the square, they used to grow vegetables for the food supplies in the city, and then two monuments were to be protected. Here is the virtual reconstruction, VR reconstruction. You can see the monuments and you can see the vegetable garden. So going deep into the virtual reality with the binoculars, we can imagine what it all looked like in those days. That is the exhibition of the posters. So usually, when we go to an exhibition, we can see certain monuments on photos and blueprints and drawings, but here is a reconstruction. You can actually be immersed into the atmosphere. In the Hermitage, with the help of AR, the animation of paintings was provided. You know that in the Hermitage, they rescued paintings, they saved them, taking out of the frames, and there was a whole gallery of empty frames in the museum, while all the paintings themselves were taken away. And you can see how all this was happening, how the paintings were taken out of the frames and then and the final part of the project, audio points and locations, we can see one of the objects or sites of the tour. We can scan the QR code and we can listen to the audio description. So what was it? Of course, it was the radio through which people could get all the most important news, like that.
Кроме того, это театр
Moreover, there is the musical comedy theater, where even during the Second World War, there were shows presented by them, and the Philharmonic Society, where the famous Seventh Symphony by Shostakovich was performed. And at the end, I would like to quote Daniel Granin saying that Leningrad is the city that stood out for a high level of culture, and people who were brought up with that culture could stand the horror of the siege. So the city became a museum in itself. Usually the museum space for us are exteriors or interiors of buildings, but indeed it can be much more extensive. And moreover, in interactive technologies here work for the accenting of the important things for the architecture that we're very familiar with. And you can get acquainted with details of the project on the site of ours. Evgenia, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, questions?
Да, слушаю.
Thank you very much. That was most interesting. And here's my question. And I wonder if not everyone can use the VR technologies. There are older people for whom it would have been more interesting to go back to those days, the days of the besieged Leningrad. Although the days were tragic, but still there are people for whom the gadgets are sort of scary. Have you ever thought of how to arrange something like that for them? Maybe through light. I wonder if your audience are just the young people with gadgets, or you planned to work with different age groups? Because the theme is so interesting. Now, thank you very much. Here is my answer. Now, our project is aimed at the expansion of the historical content perception. Because some of the content can be found in the museums. Recently, I was at the bakery where there is a performance in an exposition dedicated to the besieged Leningrad. And so this analog approach is for a wider audience, but our project was intended for the expansion of perception. The purpose was to find the new communication. And it seems to me that both approaches can coexist. Yes, please. No, the microphone is not being used. No, we can't hear the question.
Мне казалось, это более перспективно, чем зачем нам вспоминать то, что трагически, причем себя погружать в эти, в ужас. Мне кажется, перспектива она более такая заманчивая, даже для людей не столь молодых.
Спасибо. Я думаю, что здесь
Yes, it seems to me that it's important to work on both themes. Education, of course, because today the young people are hardly familiar with history. The new language of communication can help here. And as for the futuristic concepts, so yes, we are doing that. We work on that. But this particular project was dedicated to the anniversary This year we celebrated the lifting of the siege of Leningrad, and a student came to St. Petersburg, and that was her initiative to take this theme as the major theme. And allow me to add a few words as the head of the chair, where the project was implemented. We have future design at the chair. We might be able, we hope, with time to bring it here and demonstrate it. We have quite a lot of futuristic projects, starting with the flying cities and up to outer space stations. We're even thinking on the project satellite going to Jupiter. But the past cannot be taken out of our memory. Yesterday, we were at a wonderful presentation, Bellini's opera, which was dedicated to the Civil War in the days of Cromwell. And so that was great pleasure for us, and that was a tragic story at the same time, and it impressed us greatly in the Mariinsky Theater, at the main stage of it. So quite sure that there are stories that remind us of themselves through art. A lot depends on how aesthetically they are. If we are doing that poorly, then it shouldn't be done. But if we can do it well, then why not? So the story is not so much the story of tragedy, but half of the history of ours and half of the art is built on tragic stories. If you remember the operas and the dramas, and it's the issue of the quality of work and the topicality of the work. And I think that this particular theme and work is topical now at the time of war. Yes, another question. Yes, please. You're welcome. Well, thank you very much for the presentation of the work of your chair. That's inspiring. And yeah, thank you very much. I am a master of the Polytechnical University here in St. Petersburg and work on communicative design. And for me, it's very interesting to see the interaction between schools. Can we refer to your work? The results of your work, are they published? Yes, we publish them. And this project will be described from the point of view of the science of the research work. And yes, come up to me after the session and we'll discuss that. A question to Elena Anatolievna. I represent the Nizhny Novgorod Architectural and Construction University. We have been speaking about the light design for 2 days, and in Russia, as I know, the light engineers are not being trained at all. What happens here with us, with a very comprehensive program? We have a course of light design run by Ivanov, who is a well-known light designer in Moscow, and we're most grateful to him for the one semester that he teaches our students. So within the framework of design work, thanks to me, thanks to Vladimir Pavlovich, who began all this work in close contact with me, we are trying to make this profession a true profession, synthetic profession and true profession. We don't have enough resources for that. At the moment, we work on multimedia, and even within the multimedia, we are working separately on light design, although we do need a separate chair dedicated to that. Allow me to add. So Elena Anatolyevna was quite sad. She said that they have this particular trend of work for the masters, yes. So at our chair of light engineering, we also have a whole trend for a whole track, I would say, for the masters in this field. And so I think we could somehow pool our efforts together and something good might come out of that. So answering your question, we do train and educate light engineers, yes, and light designers. Yes, our next speaker is Ekaterina Kuznetsova, Associate Professor of the Stroganov University. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My goal today is to familiarize you with our Stroganov University School and speak about the principles of development of the light projections and video installations in the educational process. We have half a year dedicated to these technologies, and we're using a facade of a building for the purpose, and there are several stages of the design development. We work as artists, and the Stroganov School is first of all known for drawing. And so we're thinking of a story, of a subject, of a narration, start the storytelling, and then prepare the frames, and then there is the mock-up. So we make up a model of the facade, and with the help of our projection equipment, we will make a certain prototype of the final story. Prior to that, there is animation work, and on the basis of that, we work and present everything with the details. The storyboard, a few examples, storytelling. What does it look like? You're all familiar with the framing format. We clearly indicate the length of the story itself, what happens, we describe that, what's going to be in what color, we think of the speed, the visual elements are all there. This is a document which makes it possible for us to work on final animation. That's what it looks like. And here is the animation process, which is based on the framing. This is the internal work of ours. This is a student project. This is actually a training program for the second year students of the bachelor's level. The building of the models, because in order to understand how it works and how it is and whether it is compatible with the facade. So is this patriotic video. We experiment with the facades of our own school, the Stroganov University, and the model of the facade is perfect for that purpose because it makes it possible to represent all the details, but at a smaller scale. And then the main element, that's exactly what we are aiming at, and this is what we are prototyping. This is animation, visualization. The sound has gone. The sound is gone, sorry. So the speaker stopped using the microphone. Now, here are some other examples. There is the animation that planned for Novgorod the Great. There is an arcade there, so we can see that arcade, which has the shape of the letter N, and tells the story of the Novgorod the Great, and the way it developed is also presented there. So we can see here the current experiment, current project. So you can see here. Now, with the display of the picture, the sound disappears. Sorry. Accept our apologies. So now, so as for the 3D mapping technology, here you can see an example, and you can also get a feel of the creative atmosphere at the Stroganov University. Here is the model, the prototype, and Here is how we work on the video mapping, considering the surfaces. You can see not everything is being considered, but we work on that. And here I have a list of software used for the implementation. Resolute is missing from here, but otherwise our students work mostly with all the mentioned software. And this is a program for 3D modeling, the packet from Premiere Pro. And sometimes we use generative graphics. Then we need touch design.
Вот еще один. Здесь показано.
The speaker is not using the mic.
Современные. Еще один тоже проект.
And just another project.
Это будет проекция на между.
The microphone is wobbling.
Историю.
The sound is wobbling.
Да, это все. Графика. Приятно. Еще один проект.
One more project.
Проект на очень быстро. Здесь тоже с помощью передовых воспроизводится.
I'll try to show it very rapidly.
И в том числе это вот такой.
The word is very famous for our minds, for our history. For the Slavic history, and it's the glorious story of old Russia and the great heroic deeds of the noble warriors, the Slavic warriors, which gave the rise to the generation of Russian princes who did everything for the sake of their mother Russia. Russian winter was very harsh to all the armies of different countries because Russia is invincible. There is no way Russia could surrender. No enemy could ever do that. There are lots of brave soldiers who would protect the country during Imperial Russia's times. Our motherland should be protected from all the enemies. Art should bring glory to wonderful Mother Russia. On this high note, I'll finish up the major part of my presentation. I'll take your questions, if any. Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, extremely interesting topic. From the perspective of the fusion of different technologies, I'm a layman at that, but I've got two questions. Number one, well, for the projects you have implemented, so how many projecting devices are to be used at one site? And also, first, you probe into all that in laboratory conditions. So do you need a reduced 3D model or the facade, or is it sufficient to have a set of pictures, photographs taken from different angles whereby the sites, the object would be located? Thank you. Well, I am very glad. It's very gratifying for me to hear that you think those projects are implemented because they look so tangible, but we are going to implement them in the nearest future in Novgorod the Great, along with our colleagues from the design studio. As to the projector device, there are about 15 projector devices per one column, per one fixture. It depends on the location, it depends on the distance to the site. At the exhibitions, the different exhibition, there could be different, like Moscow exhibition for agricultural achievement, there could be different installations, and I think there could be by 15 very powerful projector devices in its fixture. Yes, that's impressive. As to your project, 3D model of the would-be facade, is that what you do? Because for this projector fixture, the object it illuminates doesn't look like a 3D one, but we do 3D model. We make it first and different apps, but we produce for such a visual texture which gets through all the bends and flexures of the real project. Then in real situation will be very precise.
because mock-up doesn't have all the details which a real building has, but we always come up with 3D model to reproduce real situation. Thank you for your questions.
Коллеги, еще вопрос есть?
Anything else?
Спасибо, вопросов больше нет.
Thank you very much. No more questions. I invite next speaker, Evgeny Korzhov, head of the chair of automated design projects.
Ой, одну секундочку. Евгений Геннадьевич, подождите секунду.
Evgeny,
все-таки по просьбе,
1 second.
пожалуйста, ролик, который
First,
присылали.
we'll have to see the video trailer. Dear participants of the conference, dear friends, it's wonderful that we can use this technical space, but actually we should get thorough knowledge of all sorts of achievements. That is why it starts anew. Dear participants of the conference, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, a museum lighting is very specific domain, and it's a great challenge. We should get a thorough knowledge of many technical things and also artistic and aesthetic nature of things. So that is why it's a teamwork of artists, light designers, and architects, because it's very critical to select the right luminaries, the right light sources. So it's very important to have a good illumination of the artwork with enough light and a high color rendering quality. And also, apart from that, we know that too much optical radiation can degrade delicate surfaces, pigments, and so museum lighting is therefore always a balancing act, always a trade-off between different technologies. That's our very important task, ladies and gentlemen. And there are no such things as very small and humble tasks. Only big and ambitious tasks would bring us to new heights of the perfection. So I wish you most cross-fertilizing experience and discussions and achievement of all your goals at your wonderful conference. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. That was the welcoming speech of Vyacheslav Tiskal. Фамилию я искала, искала, ну все уже.
Коллеги, всем добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Тоже постараюсь кратко.
Colleagues, I'll try to be brief. I'm Evgeny Korzhov, head of the chair of computerized design of Moscow Technical University. I look at this conference from the angle of my own practical life, which is related to industrial design. So it's a rather special angle we'll look at all that. Vladimir Budak supports us. He is the lecturer of my chair, and it's industrial design, and he lectures the disciplines related to lighting design. And what we do is a fusion of practice and theory, but I look at it from the aspect of methodologies and
techniques of designing which are interesting for different domains of industry, as lighting design and lighting fixtures are related to certain objects. So I'm going to come up with lots of different ideas. This is my personal vision, my personal concept. I will not talk specifically about lighting design alone because I cannot confine myself to that only. On the whole, I would like to start from some historical discourse or entertainment from famous pieces of art, and I'm here to say that we're fully aware that nothing would happen without life. Without life, there will be a very bizarre and weird perception and sensation of life. And we are using different materials, different types of lighting because we would like to accent or highlight in something throughout the process of project, throughout the process of designing. Different ideas cross our mind, some perceptions which are uncontrollable, but it's good to know beforehand about all those implications and undertones at the stage of design. Everything we see is drawn by our mind. It's our perceptions which start at the level of neural networks. Of course, I'll refer to AI, that's only natural nowadays, and all those effects of optical illusions, the way we perceive all that. You have seen it many times, but I'll allow myself yet to refer to that in my presentation. In case you don't know it, or you're just tired, or you've overlooked that, I think that you should periodically refer to different optical physical effects. In my presentation, I've been meaning to tell you about human-centric design and agile. It's all related to design, industrial design. Agile is some kind of a principle or a slogan and motto of IT engineers. Outset of the 2000, they tried to come up with regulations of that domain. Same happens in all the other sectors and industries. We have got a plethora of standards we're supposed to follow, and oftentimes we lose hold of no opportunities or human factor. Here is the manifesto of IT team, which was conceived
It's so interesting
25
to
years
get
ago.
acquainted with this manifesto. So I try to transfer this experience because we are all designing for humans. That's all true. Human beings are animals, they some aliens, but we're not thinking about those. So we work for human beings. So that's hence the approach to design work, human-centered. There was quite a lot of interesting projects dedicated to how the museum space can be organized, how the architects work, and the engineers and technicians work. But we are doing all of that for the final users, and also for a certain benefit. Now, it would have been wonderful had these principles be used quite often by us, never forgotten. And it could be interesting to assemble a certain guidebook for that matter. If we go back into the 1960s or 70s and look at what worked there, 1958, Arnold's at the Stanford University, the vice president of Apple later, and then 1991, Dell Company, consulting company, has lots of ISO standards for the human-centered design. The digital interfaces quite suddenly emerged, and all this is around us, and we very often fail to notice that. And that's bad. So we always want to draw attention to humans, have the focus on them, and really define the problems that we need to resolve, knowing that the problem is topical. And it's necessary to perceive all that as a system. Back to light. Now, getting acquainted with the conference materials and the new philosophical trends in this field, and I'm quite sure that you as professionals are aware of those. You are aware about of the human-centric light, how useful it is for humans, for paintings, for the place, and so on and so forth, how all this is interconnected, how we can correlate it with the biological rhythms. And so we know that the human centricity resists in the design work. And then quite suddenly, our colleagues, our engineers, parallel to that, formulate another philosophy for the design work on light, for the light installations. But still, there are no recommendations. At the moment, we're talking about some guidelines and advice indeed. Have a look there, remember this, remember that. And really, we would like to develop this particular trend at the level of science and experiments, describe it. And I had some experience with expert examinations, and my candidate dissertation was dedicated to the restoration of sculpture. And so we really had to assess what was good and what was bad. And yesterday, our colleagues from BC spoke, and they spoke about this experiment of theirs, what particular color temperature is needed for better viewing. But I think that there are not enough factors yet, and they're not. It's not enough to consider just them. We also need to think about the other factors, a much wider range of factors than the ones we deal with, the questionnaires and laboratory work. We really need to go further, remembering that there's a lot of neurons in our brain, and they're all involved in the processes and have an impact on the processes. So how should we design? How can we develop our projects up to the implementation stage? How to attract money for the projects and make other people interested in them? In business, in the financial sphere, they very often use an assessment system, which is related to the strong aspects of the project. So the principles of the analysis to say OTSW are here. It's just a possibility of applying it for design work. We're not limiting ourselves at all. We're just looking beyond the horizon, trying to understand what can be done. And we're looking at the opportunities and possibilities because they define the road for us, emphasizing the strong aspects and diminishing the weak ones. And so the expert examination comes from business for us, and all this is coming together nicely. In my slides, I will demonstrate everything in the Russian language, and so I have also an idea. Why don't we transform that into something that we really need? And why don't we use these business field principles or principles from the assessment of the business projects? Why don't we apply them to the experience of design work and project work in our field, rephrasing it, of course, and for the design work at the level of space, focused on humans. So, as a result of my philosophical thinking, I have a certain understanding of what it's all about. And my students, master students, do some design work, and it appears that all this is there in the world among people, but very often it's all at the level of empirical processes, and it's difficult to read about. It's difficult to find anything like that described. So my work now is to accumulate this experience, to build up sort of a set of guidelines for this particular field, in this case related to light, because in spite of everything, we cannot do without light. We cannot look at the paintings, we cannot go shopping, we cannot read a book without light, and that means we will have to go to the new levels of the information perception without light. But at present, we can look and see. So looking at the saccade illumination, at the design work and technological aspects of this work, I looked for the real projects and the projects already implemented. And along with that, I tried to formulate for myself first, and then for the narrow circle of my colleagues, for you and for my students, for master students, certain terms, certain theses that would enable us to go further and to work on the design methodology. Well, of course, the ones associated with impact, with the impact of light and light itself. So when we do not have electricity, we all panic. No water, no electricity. We all forget about art, about the safeties that was described to us yesterday, and we go down to a level of a different level of tangibility. But when everything is restored, we again begin to design, begin to develop something, begin implementation of certain ideas, and then we take everything to the manufacturing stage and then to the commercial stage. So as an industrial designer and photographer, I worked in different fields. In my life, I was interested in so many things. So I demonstrate different images, different schools, different objects, and sites that can illustrate different aspects of our life. And in the long run, what is happening to that? What should we do about that? And what is that human-centric approach? You might have checked it using the QR code. It's everywhere around us in the museum area, and there were already frame lighting in the museums. And last year I was in China. I was really impressed with the technical equipment and with the way they demonstrate the art objects, contemporary art objects. There you can see there's practically perfect focusing and rendering of the atmosphere and the work with the mood, with the atmosphere, and on the verge of coloristics and home design. And this is what we teach in schools. And this methodology looks at present very simple on the one hand, but it's also quite specific. There is a team, there are certain principles and guides for project work, and we create new solutions which are appropriate for different conditions. It's important for us to understand for whom and how we should design and what we should consider. I probably have not said anything new, but anyway, I look at all of that from the point of view of an educationalist and the correlation with industry. Sometimes our graduates produce pictures, but the pictures are not taken to the area of production, manufacturing. So invite everyone who works in business, go to the universities or to other schools of higher learning, invite students, and even try teaching. We have one master's program at a university, and there you will find 100% of lecturers from the industry, which is very important, and our students can create projects for the real life. We're not doing design work for the desk in the office. And so what is being born within the framework. Now, here are some examples, and I wanted to formulate that for you today and take you into this field, comparing the approaches. We can see that they are sometimes very similar, but specialists are very often not aware of each other. And so this is something to do away with, and it's interesting to get acquainted with the adjacent fields, so to speak. So that was my mission, and that is my mission, and that's why I come here, and that's why I share with you some things, some thinking, thoughts of mine, which might seem to be naive. But interdisciplinary approach and the upbringing and education of generations at the level of new technologies is very important if it is connected to real life and real industry. Thank you. Your questions now. Business? Yes. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. That was most interesting. Indeed, the synergy of different things has been presented here. I don't have a question as such, but it's rather an idea, a thought of mine, because it seems to me you rely very much on the human-centric design, and it is expressed in the comfort of things used. So ergonomics is quite close to that. It's part of it. And there is another aspect of that, and human-centric illumination, lighting. So while the first part is quite easy to understand, because it makes it easier for us to use things, it makes the use of things more comfortable. So it's all associated with comfort or with the labor productivity increase and the growth of earnings, the profit. But human-centric lighting is an instrument, and it's more dangerous, as there is nothing more human-centric than the self-sighting gun. So color and light is quite dangerous in this way, because it can control the background of hormone content in humans, because lighting can have an impact exactly on the physiology of humans. And this is the matter to be discussed and to be studied. So that's just an idea. I have been working in the field of lighting for many, many years, but still, if the engineering design is just for comfort and for human productivity, the light design is interference into the hormones of humans. So, well, of course, I did not really have time to disclose all the details of our work, but, well, of course, it's all at the level of design. Ergonomics is there, but it's much wider than that. And it's the psychophysiology that we need to think about, and that's what we, as designers, unfortunately forget to pay attention to, how to interact with the biological system of ours. We need to remember that as well. Yes, we understand it. We are with you. Just one comment. In the 1980s, at the tech which existed in Russia, in the Soviet Union, there was a theory of ergo design developed, and there was a large publication dedicated to that published. And now at the level of theory, it is going to be implemented in practice. There is a term strategic design, a systemic approach to the projects associated with the marketing strategy. So under the auspices of strategic design, we can work on the project initiatives and pull them together with practical life. But still, there is a very big distance between those two. So we can work on the intellectual design, of course. Not everything can be taken, not all the student projects can be taken to the level of production and manufacturing. No, there are no more. Now there is a question, one question in the audience. Yes, right.
Слышно?
Да.
All right.
У меня два таких момента.
I have two things to mention. First of all, I support Mr. Lermontov, who said, who spoke about the danger of the focus. Yes, the physiology is such a fine and delicate thing. And so out of what I heard, I can draw a conclusion, not only in your presentation, but yesterday and today in the morning, there is no one mentions the need to look at the medical aspects of human life. My contact with medical doctors led me to some conclusions. How do they check the epilepsy? They first check the perception of color, but make the person sign a document stating that he knows or she knows that he might get into coma. Some of the light design experiments are very far away from from medicine. Although it seems to me that if you are training professionals in the field, you need to remember that even in the Soviet days, the Ministry of Education was involved in these projects for special sites. But the results of those investigations are quite available and accessible nowadays, and it's better to get acquainted with them because they deal with a certain frequency, with a certain color combination. They can have a very serious impact on human beings from the medical viewpoint. So it seems to me that the constraints you just mentioned and do not describe are of critical importance, because otherwise the human-centric is going to be not quite human. So that is my comment, and I think it's serious enough. We are probably not always aware of that, but if you talk to the medical doctors, I can even provide you with some links. You will understand that it's very serious. It's much more serious than we even can imagine about agile. No, you defined it as a problem, not as you work with students, you teach them that, and the students use that, the principles of agile. And then for some reason, it doesn't work in the production sphere. We forget ergonomics, but we forget the technical aesthetics, other terms that long existing terms and that really help the specialists to take the ideas to production and the maintenance and so on and so forth. As for agile, why did I pay so much attention to agile? You know, the Microsoft and Microsoft Office, and there was a very strong team there in the year 2007. I talked to one of the leaders of the group, Scott Berkun from Microsoft. There is a book by him, the art of managing IT projects. In his presentation in Moscow, he criticized severely the agile system because it prevented the team of Microsoft to create the products which we know as Microsoft Office. Those were separated products, never interconnected, so it was very difficult to pull them together. So we must be very careful approaching agile. Agile was developed for the simplification of certain processes in the narrow spectrum, just for professionals in a narrow circle. But if a non-professional from the outside begins to work on that, then as a result, we get discrepancy of ideas and of outcomes. I'm not going to criticize you. Everything is very good. But if we talk at the museums, and for citizens who go to the museums, we should actually think of the consequences. consequences. Yes, that was very fair,
конечно,
very
многие
just.
вот эти
Yes, of
вопросы,
course.
они
Many of these
у нас есть в
issues
практике. К
are
сожалению, просто ну,
in the
я резал
practical sphere of
презентацию
our
очень
work, but
сильно,
I
вот,
really
и,
tried to
ну,
make my
пытался
presentation
оставить
as
какие-то
short as
основные
possible,
мазки.
just focusing on
Безусловно,
some of
опыт
the most
МИИТ,
important aspects.
все,
So
что
the
касается там технической
experience of
эстетики,
MITA is very
аспектов
important. Technical
психофизиологии, опять
aesthetics,
же, работы, допустим, были
psychophysiology.
эксперименты у меня с
There were
моими
also
коллегами,
experiments
студентами, там,
with my
аспирантами,
students, with my
даже
postgraduate
по
students,
уровню определения там биоритмов и так
on
далее,
the
на реакцию на
biorhythms and
различные
reaction to
композиционные решения,
different
цветовые,
composition and
формообразовательные и так далее.
color
Да, мы
and light
с этим работаем. Вот, и да, это
experiments.
действительно
And
сложно, это важно.
yes, it's all quite
Главное
complex,
это
quite
запаковать
interesting,
так,
important,
чтобы
but
в
it's
конечном
very
счете
important
для
to package it in such
пользователя
a way
было
that
полезно и
it
безопасно.
is
Вот.
useful
Ну,
and
понятно,
safe
что это
for the
должно принести
users.
все-таки
Well,
еще
and also
какую-то прибыль, чтобы
bringing
покрыть как
some
минимум их расходы. Ну,
revenue, some profit,
здесь
even to cover the
вот
expenses.
бизнес-задача в любом
That is
случае.
the goal
И
for the business.
то, что мы сейчас
And
видим в
what we are
развитии
able
науки и
to see
техники,
nowadays in the
все-таки
development of
принцип
science and
возможности, он
technology
сейчас
now
превалирует.
is there. The
А мы
principle
все
of opportunity is
больше
there. It's prevailing.
используем
And
почему-то в
for
старинке
some reason,
усиление того,
we're
что
still
есть. Ну,
using
это вот
the
личное, конечно,
principle
мое
of
мнение,
strengthening what we
но оно
already
все-таки
have.
основано
That's
еще
my
на
personal opinion,
работе с
but this
коллегами по
personal opinion
индустрии.
of mine is also based
Спасибо.
on the work of
Спасибо.
with the
Так, коллеги,
counterparts from the industry.
следующий докладчик у нас Евгений Викторович Соболев,
Next
ваш научный
speaker,
сотрудник,
Evgeny
Государственного
Sobolev
технического университета имени Сухого. Пожалуйста.
from
Здравствуйте,
Sukhoi
меня зовут
State Technical
Евгений.
University.
Пока включают доклад, немножко расскажу, о чем
I am
будет.
Evgeny Sobolev.
Я буду рассказывать о естественном освещении, о том,
I'll speak
отключить
about
можно мне
natural
презентацию?
lighting.
Я буду рассказывать о естественном освещении, о том, как его моделировать,
How
как
we are
получить
supposed
инструмент,
to make
который
simulations of that, how we can get hold of a tool
о том, как получить
which
инструмент и возможность учитывать изменчивость внешних
could help
параметров, то
us
есть
to
как
take into account
учесть при
external
моделировании
parameters
снег, лед,
when we
деревья,
do the
озеленение,
simulation or
и,
3D
возможно,
models.
сегодня
How
говорилось
should
даже
we take into account
какая-то анонс,
snow,
скрин.
trees, things like that?
Собственно, со шрифтами что-то не то. То есть в качестве испытуемого помещения выступало помещение прямоугольной формы, где локация город Гомель, Республика Беларусь. Помещение
Room
находится
at
на высоте 15
Belarus
метров от уровня земли.
Republic,
И
15
в чем история? То есть, когда мы
meters
говорим
above
о
the earth level,
естественном освещении, оно моделируется в каком-то
mindful
разрезе
of
времени, как
daylight
правило. То есть метрики,
illumination,
они
it's
нормируются в течение года,
simulated
либо
within a certain
месяца, либо
time
какого-то
slot
режима
within a
работы,
year, a
графика работы
month, or
объекта. И
some
если говорить об
schedule for
материалах,
operating
то
this or
материалы
that
внутри
site.
помещения,
As
они
to
как бы всегда
materials,
стационарны. А
they're
если
always
говорить о материалах,
stationary,
которые
materials in the
снаружи,
building,
то есть
but as
внешнее
to the
пространство, то здесь уже
outdoor
возникает вопрос.
materials,
При этом общие рекомендации, они
outdoor
следующие. Для
space,
наших широт
it's
рекомендуется
different for
значение
our
коэффициента отражения
latitudes.
внешнего пространства
The
0,1,
factor of
0,3. При этом
external
зашитые
space
в
reflection
reference
would be
значения исходные, то есть по умолчанию, это
1.3.
значение коэффициента 0,2.
By
И необходимо
default,
отметить,
it's
что
the
данный подход,
ratio
он вполне
value
согласуется с
0.2.
большинством
This
нормирований
approach
метрик
is in
естественного
line
освещения.
with most of matrices of daylight illumination. Here you can see the spatial autonomous daylight tree. If we look at dependency between this matrix and light reflection coefficient, when the reflection factor increases over a year to 0.4, so natural daylight would be enough, but in future it will not change the picture of the world, because 0.2 value is the floor value, the worst conditions, and also the minimal value is also identified in a binary way. This approach is quite applicable, and it's entirely different picture when we are speaking about the matrix of annual light exposure depending on the illumination. There is the ceiling value, its light resistance for the entries, the value will increase to 0.4, and that will mean that there will be increased light exposure by 130 1,000 lux per annum. If the increase is to 0.5, that value will be more than 1 million. Of course, snow is not covering the ground all the year round, but also we should also use meteorological data to use matrix method on the basis of climatic data. It's industrial standard for simulation of daylight illumination, and the essence of the method is about the fact that the spaces are split into the internal, external, and sun shielding structures for each element. We also calculate the tracing, and then we'll multiply the matrices and area, and we get annualized value of 360 days, and that would be the regime of the exhibition operations. Getting down to matrix, we should take a matrix which shows the external space and just divide them into this, different matrices, not to be lost, to know that a method of configurations was suggested. Here you can see the data on the thickness of snow cover for Gomel city in Belarus, very typical for our city. Absence of any snow whatsoever at the New Year's night, and we make the configurations, and here it's divided into 4 configurations. One part is absence of snow is value of 0.2. Another configuration which shows the dependence of reflection factor to the snow thickness, snow cover thickness, and we don't have to do more calculations. The more configurations, the more calculations. The beauty of it is that it's unextendable if the building is not on the height of 15 meters, but on the ground. We should take into account the shadows cast by the trees, and we should also take into account ice in that case. We'll add it up. The results of simulations, how should we compare all those components with each other? First of all, we do comparisons by the entire calculated areas, also the pitch of the grid was 25 millimeters, and then the distance was at the pitch of 100 millimeters. Southern wall without any direct sun beams, and this data doesn't follow normal law of distribution or parametric methods of comparison were not to be used here. For all the walls, we obtained statistically significant differences. You can see this distribution function in the southwestern region. Then if we move along the walls, with the increase of shear of direct sunlight, we can see how this difference is being almost fully offset and leveled up. The snow cover is a sensitive indicator in this metric. Another approach is based on simulation of gauges and sensors. That's the simulation of a sensor of lux meter in this particular case. 25 by 25 millimeters, you can see here. And also we selected the right density of the points. 1024 points was the reference value, reference number. This is the distribution. We can use parametric methods for comparison. The final amount of sensors covers 64 points. Then gauges and sensors was scattered around the premise in an arbitrary way for tied points for all the aggregational points to get statistically significant result. You can see all those points. How shall we use it in practice? If the museum space is a null one, or we don't know exactly where the points would be located, we can present it as the light exposition, and museum workers will identify where those droplets should be. They should be tied up to real geometry of the building, and they can identify light exposition of this daylight lighting, or then we can have a split into months and weeks, and we should get it in line with existing norms and rules, state rules, GOS rules, for each sensor and gauge to be located in exact place. And we should look at the function of distribution in the line of sight of the onlooker when it comes to the brightness and clarity. That's it. Thank you. Question, please. Microphone is not used.
Вы, предполагается, вы работник музея?
Are you a museum worker? Well, in that case, it's difficult for me to provide for an answer right away. First of all, those values are immense. To get the first group of light resistance, if there are some windows, windows even outlooking the northern part, yet it won't be possible to say that it's group 4 light resistance. So we need some shades or whatever for museum workers, and that's why we come up with the concept of those light maps in order to substantiate the presence of light technician, light engineer in the museum on the grounds, and then museum workers could do it on their own account. But first, they need the presence of these technical specialists, and you should take into account daylight illumination and artificial illumination and the damaging capacity of that. As to practical recommendations, well, you should turn with that question to people who develop those recommendations. Thank you for your exhaustive answer. No more questions? There is one. Well, when you were developing your light maps, you made use of statistical data, and more specifically, you obtained them for
Что делать в других
the
местах? Как их
location,
получить?
for that
Да,
location.
спасибо за
Where
вопрос.
can we
Эти
get this
данные
information from other
находятся в
locations?
открытых
Thank you.
источниках.
All
То
the
есть это
data is an eminent
файлы
domain, so you can,
EPV,
in
они
public
подобные данные, то есть
domain,
они используются эти
EPVs and
файлы
other
для
data, they are in open
моделирования
source.
энергоэффективных
It's
зданий.
open
И вот эти
source. You can
данные я
find
просто
this
из них
information,
вытащил, то
and
есть
I
указывается
just
уровень освещенности
retrieved
от
certain
известного
information
купола от
out of
Солнца.
that
И я еще здесь в
of
презентации
that data
вытаскивал величину
set, the
снежного
level
покрова.
of
То есть эти
illumination,
файлы, они
and
есть
the
далеко не для всех
thickness of snow
геолокаций,
cover.
но для большинства, особенно
This
крупных
data
городов,
is
это
available
данные,
not for
которые за
all the
много-много лет завалированы
geolocations, but
климатическими
in
станциями,
big
либо если
cities,
есть
all that
аэропорт, то
information is
обязательно, скорее всего,
available
будут эти
because there are
данные, и
many
они в
years of
интернете в
measurements
открытом
done
доступе
by
используются
meteorological
для
stations,
моделирования энергоэффективных
so they
зданий.
could be used for simulation
Но они
models
есть
for
не
energy
для всех.
efficient
Вот эта
buildings, but
проблема
not
такая
for all the
существует. То есть они
locations.
не для
That's
всех
the challenge,
геолокаций,
not for
и
all
там
the
тоже есть
geolocations.
тонкости.
They are available. There are some implications there as well.
Еще вопросы?
Any more questions?
Вопросов больше нет, я думаю.
No more
Давайте
questions.
следующего докладчика. Спасибо.
Next presentation.
Приглашает следующий докладчик
Next
Даниил
one,
Андреевич Киселев,
Daniil
магистр качества
Kiselov,
техники.
master degree student
Уважаемые
of
коллеги, я
the
воспользуюсь паузой и хочу предложить,
chair
кому
of
интересно, у
lighting.
нас с собой некий рекламный такой информационный
We
материал
have
о
got some
кафедре средового
information on
дизайна,
materials
профиле
about
мультимедиа
the
РГХПО имени
chair
Строганова. Если
of
кого-то интересует,
environment,
то вот у нас на столе есть несколько буклетов.
urbanistic
Можно взять на
environment
память и, так
lighting.
сказать, получить информацию о нашей
You
системе
can get the
образования на
information
профиле
about our
мультимедиа,
system
дизайн мультимедиа.
of
Спасибо.
education, if you wish, for design and multimodal design.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear
Меня зовут
colleagues,
Киселев Даниил, я
I'm
студент
Daniel
второго
student,
курса магистратуры
Kiselov. I'm in the
МУИ.
second
И
course of
сегодня
the
я
master's
хочу доложить
degree
вам про работу
of the
сравнения реалистического
Moscow
отображения приемов
Energy
освещения
Institute. I'll
произведений
speak about comparison of realistic
В данной
representation
работе
in
продемонстрировано
pieces
сравнение
of
вариантов
art. In
освещения
this work, I
картин. Наш
compared
метод
variants of
подразумевает
different illumination
создание
of pictures. Our method
виртуальной
envisages
сцены, освещение в
creation of virtual
программного
stage
глобального расчета освещения,
and
диалюкс
global
слева.
calculations of
Данный метод
illumination.
благоприятен тем, что мы можем
The beauty of
моделировать
this
любые
method
условия
is that we can simulate any observation
на
conditions
восприятие картин очень сильно
because the perceptions of
цветность фона, на котором они
painting
висят,
is
а также
impacted
освещенность
by the
соседних
colority
картин.
of the walls and illumination of the picture next to them. So we obtain results with the help of Dialog CVO, so we can transfer our virtual environment into the software, and we can change it because those software bundles distort the brightness when we show them at the display monitor screen. So we're going to use the model of color adaptation SECAM-02. SECAM-02 is very straightforward in its structure, and it's specifically adjusted for the changes in synthetic representations depending on new conditions for observation. We can take account of ITC profile monitoring. We view the image and externalities, tonal factors like surrounding objects, surrounding environment, points of light, brightness, and the conditions under which we obtain synthetic image, which does not always coincide with the viewing conditions and terms we are able to provide. On the basis of the images, we make a comparison of different concepts and devices of illumination of paintings depending on the broadness of the band of
of flux disclosure and sweep. And also we have got the experiment where by we had as respondents the students of the fifth course of the chair of lighting technical equipment in identical conditions. We instructed each one of them, and we had the psychometric scoreboard with 5 points, such as non-discernible at one, secondly, poorly discernible, third one, we can discern them for, we see small details, even in fifth, excellent viewing, excellent discernibility of all the details. As the results of the experiment, it turned out that the best ones for Baroque pictures is 60 degrees optical devices below the eye level.
The same optics for the Vasnetsov paintings. And so these results are quite realistic, because for humans it's much more pleasant to look at the painting when not just the painting is illuminated, but the area around it. On the basis of this experiment, we made the graph of psychometric approaches, depending on the mathematical expectation through the integral equations. It is possible to get the following result. The point 2 does not always correspond with 2. So there is a certain shift in perception. And the further deeper study of this psychometric scale might show that this is a systemic digression. This step between 1 and 2 or 2 and 3 is not always equal to 1. It might vary. And so this study can lead us to that can help us synthesize the approaches to the lighting of works of art. This will make the work of designers easier, who work on museum light, where it's expensive. It's expensive to make models, to make sure that everything works in reality. And I would like to end up with Andrei Matisse, who said the main goal of color is to render light. So the main goal of color is to serve the expressiveness. So one question. Probably some others were not quite sure about the results of your work. Yes, could we see that? Now, how does that work? 60-degree optics of the luminary below the eye level. Now, since the experiments were 3 positions at the level of eyes, below the eye level, and above it, with the average height 170 centimeters. So the best results were obtained when the light was coming from down to up. Not the classical approach, not up-down, but down-up. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And there is a couple of questions that when we discuss the museum lighting, torture me, so to speak. But since these questions are very close to your presentation, you might have your own opinion concerning those. So if we take the analogy from sound, the monitor acoustics and the household acoustics. The monitor acoustics provides the clear sound as recorded, but it's not always pleasant to hear. That's why we use the household sound, which makes the sound warmer. In light, we have something similar to that. There is the lighting where the spectrum is such that all the tints and shades are quite soft and nice for perception. And then there is another principle of lighting. Painting should be illuminated with the spectrum under which the painting had been created. But these spectra do not always coincide. In your opinion, which is more honest on the part of the museums to demonstrate the objects in this honest form, the way the artist saw it in the past, if we take a painting, or it should be presented to the viewer in such a way that to make the visitor, to make the viewer truly interested, to demonstrate the tasty appearance of painting. And we can do it with the use of light. Thank you for the question. Now, in the old days, as far as I know, paintings were mostly painted with the thermal light from splinters, torches, and the wide range of heat radiation made it possible for the painters to choose the colors. So I think that modeling of light under which conditions, under which the painting was done, is something that is unnecessary. I think that the viewer should be able to see the results of that work, showing the skill and the talent of the author. Thank you. Yes, colleagues, two more questions, right? Yes, following your results, could you say what was the number of observations? Because judging by the histograms and the statistics, there are about 20-25, right? There were several sets of observations, and in each of those, there were 15 observers involved. And altogether, 3 sets by 15, 45 assessments for each painting, for each method of illumination. Do you think this is sufficient, or would you like to continue the experiment? We will definitely continue, because this is insufficient statistics. This statistics is just collected by the students who work with light at the chair of light engineering, but we should also include other people who are not involved in this work, and only then it will be more objective. Thank you. Yes? Another question? You demonstrated the Hermitage works and, of course, distorting the shape of those. But I have a different question. In your modeling, do you consider the texture of the objects, of the walls, of the windows, the architectural aspects, the spatial solution? And from practice, when modeling is computer modeling is carried out, even without consideration of all these details I mentioned, usually the implementation of the project shows that there are quite serious deviations. The number of luminaries, their parameters. So after the project is ready, after the estimates are ready, immediately after that, a lot has to be amended. Yeah, you're right. Answering your first question, yes, in the deluxe program, the material is there for the recalculation of the illumination, and reflection of the light from the walls. Well, it would have been very good to consider the roughness of the walls and the roughness of the painting surface, but we're limited to light aspects. And answering your second question, yes, these software are associated with quite serious errors that are quite typical of this process. So what can we do? We just need to make sure that the software is close enough to the real results. So yesterday and today, many said that it's necessary to carry out modeling in nature. So computer modeling should be accompanied with the modeling in place. And so it's really impossible to forecast any result just on the basis of computer modeling. Yes, thank you. I will remember that. Yes. Anything else? Just a couple of words to add. We sometimes speak about the light on the masterpieces, but a museum, that's a much wider thing. I work with the designers, and today, for example, work on a large concept for the reconstruction and renovation of a museum of contemporary history in Moscow. There is a lot of spatial items, sculptural items, multimedia items, and so when we speak about the light in the museum, we need to remember that the museum is a systemic notion. Well, of course, I respect paintings, understand that it's important to make sure that they are not damaged, but light can build a concept in the museum, and that's another theme with texture that is so impossible, and that's what you mentioned. I quite agree that this is a much more extensive theme. It's much more difficult than to illuminate one painting or several paintings on the wall, because a museum, that's not just masterpieces. Yes, if there are no more questions, let me invite our final speaker, Valeria Solova. Head of the Department of Sales of the group of the Apex Energo company.
Добрый вечер.
Good afternoon.
Меня
Good
зовут
evening.
Валерия,
Good
я
evening.
еще
I'm
раз
Valeria,
повторюсь, я
and
руководитель
once
отдела
again, I'm
продаж
head of the
группы компании
sales
«Апекс-Энерго».
department of the
И
Apex
сегодня
Energo
я
company.
кратко расскажу
And
вам
today I will
о
speak
системе
briefly
управления
about
освещением
the
«Умный
system
свет»
of
и ее
light
возможностях
management,
в
the
музейных
smart light,
пространствах.
how it can be used in museums.
Освещение в музеях можно реализовать разными типами светильников, но самым распространенными стали трековые системы с акцентным освещением. И это обусловлено их универсальностью, техническими возможностями, широким функционалом и современным дизайном. Я повторюсь, мы уже говорили неоднократно, что это изменение цветовой температуры в диапазоне от 2700 до 600,5 Кельвина. Это высокий индекс цветопередачи, возможность регулировки угла рассеивания, различные виды крепления к проводу и постоянная техническая модернизация оборудования.
Continuous improvement of the equipment.
При освещении экспонатов можно использовать технологии из других направлений.
Process, we can use technologies from other fields. For example, when we use luminaries with special optics for the warehouses with two flows providing light from two sides. And these optics can be also applied at the exhibitions for simultaneous illumination of two pieces, of two items. And apart from the development of the luminaries themselves, the improvement of those, the system of management and control also develops in place of the standard mechanical control, switch and switch off. There comes the smart light system. So here is the mechanical switching off and switching on in the rooms with the help of just buttons.
Такое простое управление можно улучшить установкой реле времени,
So
когда
this can be
освещение
improved
работает в
if we
заданном
use the
временном
time
промежутке
relay,
в автоматическом
when
режиме.
these can work in the
Реле
automatic
времени могут быть
regimen.
суточными либо
These relay
астрономическими.
can be
Ну,
either
а следующий
astronomic
шаг в
or
управлении
around the
освещением —
clock.
это уже так
And the
называемый
next
умный
step
свет,
is the called smart light
интеллектуальная
in the
система
museum, the intellectual
управления с
systems
большими возможностями. Максимальная
control with great
комплектация данной
possibilities.
системы —
The
это
completion of the
светильники,
system,
датчики
these are
движения, датчики
lumentaries, the movement
освещенности,
sensors,
диммеры, кнопочная посты, шкаф
illumination
управления
dictators,
и цифровая платформа.
digital
И работа
platform,
светильников может быть
and
здесь
the work of the
запрограммирована по
luminaries
множеству
can be
различных
programmed
сценариев, а человеку
following
уже
different
остается только
scenarios,
контролировать
and
и,
the
в
human
общем-то,
beings are
снимать
just
аналитику.
controlling the situation and
Рассмотрим вариант,
record
когда
the
светильником
results
управляется
of the
датчик
analysis.
освещенности.
And here is
Если в
what we can
выставочном
see here.
пространстве
If
есть
in the
окна,
exhibition
то
space
датчики
there are
считывают
windows, then
уровень
the
освещенности в
sensors
залах, в зонах,
record the level
уголках
of
и передают
illumination
команду на шкаф управления.
next to the
И дальше
windows and
светильники в зонах с
transfer
хорошим
this
дневным
information
освещением
to the
приглушают свою
information boards.
яркость
And
на
then
10,
it's
20, а
possible
порой
to
и
dim the
50 и
brightness
80%.
by
По мере снижения
10,
яркости
20, and
дневного
up to
света будет
50%. And
увеличиваться яркость искусственного освещения.
the
Ну и,
brightness
соответственно,
of
в
the
вечернее
artificial
время
light will
яркость
increase
освещения
with the
будет
dimming of the
максимальной.
natural light. And of course, at night it will
К
be maximal.
датчикам освещенности могут
And
добавляться и датчики движения.
these
И они
sensors
реагируют на
can be
передвижение человека в заданной зоне,
supplemented with
повышая
the
там освещенность до
sensors of
нужного
motion.
уровня. Или наоборот,
For example,
если
if
посетителей в зале нет,
there are no
то
visitors in
освещенность
the room,
снижается до
then
минимума.
the level of
Данная
illumination,
система
or brightness
автономна,
of the
она работает
illumination
без
goes down to
вмешательства
minimum.
человека
This
и
system
уменьшает
works
энергопотребление,
autonomously
а
and
также
reduces the
уменьшает
energy
влияние
consumption,
света на выставочные
reduces the
экспонаты,
impact of
что
the
важно для
light on the
сохранения музейных
exhibits, which is
ценностей.
very important for the protection of
В
museum
сложных
treasures.
системах, где есть
In
и
these
датчики
complex
освещенности, и
systems, where
датчики
are the
движения,
sensors of
можно
movement, of
настраивать
motion,
сценарии
and of
приоритета,
um,
выделяя тем
illumination,
самым
we can also define
значимые
the
предметы
priorities,
при приближении к ним
defining
посетителей.
what particular items are most important when the
Кроме
visitors
того,
approach to them, the
систему освещения
brightness
можно
might
настраивать таким образом,
be
чтобы она
enhanced.
двигалась
And so the
за
system can
посетителем,
be
либо
tuned in
перед
such a
ним,
way that
либо
the light
направляла
moves
человека
together
от
with the
одного
visitor,
экспоната к
ahead
другому.
of the visitor,
Такая
directing the
система может
visitors
быть
from one
оптимальна для
exhibit to
хранилищ,
another. It can be
когда свет
optimal for
включается в
the
присутствии людей,
storages
и
when
над специалистом
the
будет
light
максимально яркое
goes
пятно,
on
а
when
чем
there are
дальше от него,
visitors,
тем,
and
соответственно, слабее.
the brightness might increase or might decrease depending on where the visitor
Современные
is.
светильники могут изменять световую
The
температуру.
luminaries can also change
И
the
это в системе
color
умного света
temperature,
можно
and within the
делать
system of smart
с
light,
помощью
this is quite
ноутбука,
achievable
смартфона.
with the
Это
help of
удобно
the smartbook
для
or the
помещений с частой сменой экспозиции.
notebook, and
Световой сценарий здесь
it's very
меняется
important when the
одним нажатием
exposition
кнопки, не
changes.
требуя
Just
замены
sufficient to push
оборудования
one button
в
without
помещении.
any need to change the equipment in the room.
Ой. Я прошу прощения, я уже мысленно завершила свое выступление.
I'm almost at the end of my presentation.
Так. Да.
So now there is a technical possibility of the integration of light and sound into one communication flow. When they are working together, they work from one control system. Briefly, how does it work? The sensor reads the presence of people in the room and sends the information to the panel, and then through this through this panel, music can be switched on, or the audio text, depending on the designer. And so the person is accompanied with the sound and the music and the light simultaneously. So what are the advantages of the smart light? It's wireless, it's protected against failure, but I think that it's very important because we can create a unique and comfortable environment for the visitors. That's all I plan to tell you about. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо. Коллеги, вопросы?
Your questions, please.
В
Вопросов нету.
No
Спасибо.
questions. Thank you very much.
Да.
Thank you.
Так, ну, коллеги, мы
Yes,
вроде как
colleagues, so
подошли
we
к
have come
финалу,
to the end
наконец-то.
of this session,
Вот, поэтому,
finally.
значит, я тут такие
And
записи
so,
сделал, не знаю, в
I've
плане
taken
того, чтобы
some
подвести итог
notes
нашего
to
сегодняшнего
draw some conclusions
мероприятия.
of the session.
Вот, но посмотрели интересные доклады,
So we were
посмотрели,
able to listen
вроде
to
как
very
вот такая
interesting
дискуссия была у
presentations.
нас
So we
с
even had
вами,
a
вот,
discussion.
но мое личное
And
мнение,
my
может,
personal
поддержите,
opinion
не
is, and
знаю,
you might
вот,
support me in
что
that,
взаимодействие
the
вот
interaction
со Строгановым проходит,
with
то есть МИСИС подключается, вот, и
the
так далее. То
Stroganov
есть
University is
тенденция,
there
мне
in
кажется, пока
place,
она
and
такая,
Missy
как
is
с
with
робкими
us. But
шажочками, да, то,
there
что
are
пытаемся
just the
мы
first
сделать
steps in
что-то
this
лучше, что-то
direction
таким,
being
что-то в
taken.
лучшей степени,
So
что в
there are
меньшей.
some
Вот. Но мне
achievements,
кажется,
but
это
not
важно,
many.
да, если
But I
здесь
think
еще
it's
и
an
будет наш
important
как-то
process,
поддерживать
and if
бизнес,
we are
я
supported
думаю,
by
что это
business,
будет
then
вообще
it's going
хорошо.
to work. I
Вот. Но
think it's
пока
going
мы
to work
как
well.
бы без
But
него.
at the moment,
Вот.
we are
Поэтому на этом считаю,
working
что
without
наша
business. So with that,
сегодня деловая программа
the
закончена.
business program
Вот.
is
И
over.
рад вас пригласить в холл первого этажа на
You're
мини-площадку.
invited now to the
Всем спасибо.
reception, mini reception. Thank you. Выключу. Да, сейчас я выключу. Как выйти из Ентова? Вот выход.
А,
Вот
это
он.
твой, да?
Это же мой
В смысле,
компьютер.
ну да, тебе надо выйти.
Я хочу выйти.